Legacy, Book 2 in the Guardian series by R.J. Simmons. Chapter 1, Aftermath. The sirens were closer now. Mara could hear more than one set approaching Hartley High, police coming from the west, an ambulance somewhere behind them, and another deeper tone that might have been fire rescue. They rose together beyond the walls of the school, growing louder with every passing second. She had sat through school shooting training every August for years. Run if you could, hide if you could not. Fight when there was no other choice. Stop the bleeding, lock the door, silence the phones, and keep the students low and away from the windows. None of the training had covered what to do when one child died and then opened his eyes. Noah lay in her arms, breathing. His face was pale and his eyelids remained closed, but his chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm. The terrible wound beneath his shirt was gone. Mara had seen Kai's blood sink into him and watched the torn flesh close like some kind of illusion. Across from her, Kai sat on the floor with one hand resting on Noah's shoulder. 4 ragged holes marked the front of his shirt, but the chest beneath them was unbroken. Lily knelt beside her brother, staring down at him as if she were afraid he might disappear if she looked away. "He was dead," Lily whispered. Mara tightened her arms around Noah. "Don't." "I felt it, Mom." He stopped breathing. "I was holding him and he—" "I said don't." The words came out sharper than Mara intended. Mara closed her eyes for half a second before forcing herself to look at her daughter again. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'm sorry, honey. I just need to think." Kai turned toward the classroom door. "They'll be here soon." The calm in his voice frightened her almost as much as everything else. He had been shot 4 times and fallen dead in front of her. Now he sat in a pool of his own blood, listening to the approaching sirens as if they were an army he had faced before. Mara followed his gaze. The classroom door remained open, though Eli and Trent had both disappeared through it. Somewhere beyond the room, a locker slammed. A distant voice shouted and then vanished beneath the rising alarm that had begun to pulse through the school. A recorded announcement crackled over the intercom. "Lockdown, lockdown. Locks, lights, out of sight." The message repeated, and something inside Mara shifted. The terror remained. Nothing could pull her away from it entirely, but another part of her, the teacher who had practiced this and studied this, took control. She looked at the blood. It covered the tile beneath Kai, soaked Noah's shirt and the front of his jeans, and streaked Lily's hands, arms, and knees. Mara's own blouse was smeared red from pressing against both boys. There was too much blood. Far too much for 3 uninjured children and 1 uninjured adult. "Mom?" Lily asked. Mara stood so quickly that Noah nearly slipped from her arms. Kai caught him before he hit the floor. The movement was gentle, but Mara saw how fast it happened. One moment Noah was falling, and the next Kai had one arm behind his shoulders and another beneath his knees. "Put him behind my desk," Mara said, carefully. Kai obeyed, lowering Noah against the wall. As soon as his back touched the cabinet, Noah stirred. His eyes opened halfway and moved slowly across the room. "What happened?" Lily dropped beside him. "You got shot." Noah blinked at her. "What?" "You got shot," she repeated. "You died." "Lily," Mara warned. "Well, he did." Noah looked down at his shirt. Blood had soaked almost the entire front of it. His trembling fingers found the hole just above his stomach, and he lifted the fabric. There was nothing beneath it. No wound, no scar, and not even a bruise. Noah stared for several seconds before looking at Kai. "You really did it." Kai nodded once. "I was joking about the blood brother thing," Noah said. "Too late, you're stuck with me now." The weak attempt at humor did nothing to soften the fear in Kai's face. Mara crossed to the classroom door, pulled it shut, and turned the lock. After switching off the lights, she lowered the blinds over the windows. The room fell into dimness, illuminated only by the narrow pane beside the door and the late afternoon light slipping between the slats. Lily stared at her. "Shouldn't we be calling someone?" "I'm sure they've already been called." "But Noah was shot," Lily whispered. "Noah cannot be found like this." Mara looked at all 3 of them before continuing. "The first officers through that door are going to be looking for Eli. They won't stop to treat anyone until they know where the gun is and whether there are other shooters. After them will come the rescue team. They'll check every person in this room and see the holes in Noah and Kai's clothes. Then they'll want to know why neither of them has a wound." Noah pushed himself higher against the wall. Maybe we should tell them the truth. Mara looked at her son. What truth, Noah? He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. That Kai was shot 4 times, died, healed, cut open his own wrist, and brought you back from the dead? Noah lowered his gaze. Lily wiped her face with the back of her wrist, leaving a dark streak across her cheek. They'd take him. Yes, they would. Mara did not need time to consider it. The answer came from somewhere deeper than reason. They would take Kai. Doctors would examine him, police would isolate him, and government agencies would come. They would ask questions no one in the room could answer, and they would not stop when Kai told them he could not remember. Frank had tortured him for his blood. Drake had hunted him for it. Others would do worse. Kai rose to his feet and looked down at the floor. There isn't enough time to remove all of it. No, Mara said. There isn't. She crossed to the supply cabinet and pulled open the lower doors. Inside were paper towels, disinfecting wipes, a half-empty box of disposable gloves, trash bags, and the emergency medical kit the district required every classroom to keep. She threw the supplies onto a desk. We don't have to remove all of it. We need to remove enough that no one immediately understands what happened. Kai studied the blood around his feet. They may test it. Later, maybe. Right now, they'll be searching for Eli, securing the school, separating witnesses, and looking for injured people. You sound very sure, Lily said. I've spent years being trained for the worst day of my life. Mara pulled on a pair of gloves, but her fingers trembled so badly that the first one tore. She threw it aside and reached for another. Apparently, they left out a few details. The sirens cut off outside, followed by the slamming of car doors. Mara checked the clock above the whiteboard. Less than 2 minutes had passed since Noah opened his eyes. We don't have much time before the first team reaches this wing, she said. She pointed toward the backpacks. Kai, do you still have your gym clothes? He nodded. Noah, in my bag. Lily? Yes, change, all 3 of you. Lily looked down at herself. Here? Behind the desk. Move. That finally broke their paralysis. Kai grabbed the backpacks and carried them behind Mara's desk. Lily helped Noah stand, keeping one arm around his waist despite his insistence that he could walk. He managed 2 steps before his legs weakened, and Kai caught him. Easy, Kai said. I'm fine. You were dead less 5 minutes ago. Noah looked at the holes in Kai's shirt. You're one to talk. You've got 4 bullet holes in your clothes. Kai glanced down. Fair point. Mara tore several bags from the roll and handed them over. The bloody clothes go in these first. Then put the bags at the bottom of your backpacks and cover them with books. Wipe down anywhere the blood touched your skin. What about your clothes? Lily asked. I need mine. For what? Mara did not answer. She dropped to her knees and began pressing paper towels into the thickest pool of blood. They turned red immediately. Kai joined her after changing into a gray Hartley High gym shirt, and Mara tried not to look at the unbroken skin of his chest when he pulled it into place. They worked quickly, folding the soaked towels inward and stuffing them into another trash bag. Blood had spread beneath 2 desks and reached the leg of a third. Kai lifted the desks soundlessly while Mara wiped beneath them. Lily emerged wearing gym shorts and a school t-shirt. Her wet hair clung to her face where she had used bottled water to clean the blood from her neck. She carried her stained clothes inside one of the black bags. What do I do with this? Put it at the bottom of your backpack and cover it. Lily obeyed while Noah changed more slowly. His hands would not stop shaking, and he stared at the blood on his shirt as though it belonged to someone else. Kai crouched in front of him. Let me help. I can dress myself. I know. Noah's expression tightened, but he lifted his arms. Kai eased the shirt over his head without smearing more blood across him. For an instant, the 3 of them stared at the place where the bullet had entered. There was nothing there. Noah touched the smooth skin. I remember it. Not all of it, but I remember the pressure. Then I was cold. Lily turned away. Kai folded the bloody shirt and placed it in the bag. You're here now. Yeah. Noah looked at him. Thanks. Kai did not answer. He pushed the bag into Noah's backpack and covered it with books. Mara scrubbed at the last heavy streak near Kai's chair. The tile was still stained, but it no longer looked as though 2 people had bled to death there. She looked around the room and couldn't find any bullet marks. She wondered where the bullets had gone, then realized she didn't have time to figure that out. Mara looked at Lily's hands. "Use more wipes. Get the blood out from under your nails." Lily tore open another packet. "What do we tell them?" "As much of the truth as we can. Eli came into detention with a gun and threatened Trent. Kai tried to talk him down. Eli fired, and then Trent and Eli ran. The rest of us hit the floor." "And all the blood?" Noah asked. Mara looked at her children. "I fell trying to reach you." Noah frowned. "A fall doesn't do that." "No," Mara said. "Not yet." She stood and moved toward the corner of her desk. Kai understood before the others did. "Mara," she placed one hand against the desktop. "No," he said. The calm had vanished from his voice. He crossed the room and caught her wrist before she could move. "You don't need to do that." "Yes, I do. You could seriously hurt yourself." Mara stared at him. "I watched both of my sons die on this floor." Kai went still. She had never called him that before. Not so plainly. Not without the protection of words like foster or almost or like family. Mara lowered her voice. "I will survive a broken nose." Lily stepped forward. "Mom, there has to be another way." "There isn't time to find one." "They'll know the blood isn't all yours," Kai said. "Maybe, but they won't know that when they first enter. They'll see an injured teacher and 3 frightened students covered in her blood. That gives them an explanation and buys us time." "For what?" Noah asked. "To get all of you out of this room without someone cutting off your clothes and finding something impossible." Heavy footsteps echoed somewhere down the hallway, followed by a man shouting, "Police! Make yourself known." Mara turned toward the door. "They're inside." Kai's grip remained around her wrist, so Mara placed her other hand over his. "Let me protect you." His eyes searched hers. For a moment, he felt less like something ancient and more like the frightened boy she had found on the side of the road. Then he released her. Mara turned toward the desk before she could lose her nerve and drove her face into the edge. Pain exploded across the center of her skull. A crack sounded inside her head, and she stumbled backward with both hands pressed to her nose as blood poured between her fingers. "Mom!" Lily caught her before she fell. The room tilted, and Mara tasted blood at the back of her throat. Tears flooded her eyes, but she forced herself to remain standing. Noah stared at her in horror. "That was insane." "Probably," Mara managed, though her voice sounded thick and wrong. She bent over the partially cleaned floor and let the blood fall. It struck the tile in heavy drops, bright against the darker stains that remained. Mara smeared some across the front of her blouse and pressed her bloody palm against the edge of the desk. Lily looked sick. "You broke it?" "I know." "How can you be so calm?" "Trust me, honey, I'm not." Mara straightened and breathed through her mouth. "Listen carefully. We do not invent details unless they ask questions that force us to. We do not contradict each other. Eli fired. Trent ran. Eli ran. We went down. I hit the desk while trying to reach you. Noah struck his head and lost consciousness. Noah touched the back of his skull. They're going to want to take me to the hospital." "Let them. What if they scan me? Then they find a healthy teenage boy with a headache." Kai glanced toward the backpacks. "Trent saw me fall." "So did Eli," Lily said. "They saw the blood." Mara nodded. "We cannot change what they saw." "Then this won't work," Noah said. "It doesn't have to work forever. It has to work long enough to keep the police from discovering what Kai is in the next 5 minutes. She stepped closer to Kai. "If they search your bag and ask about the holes in your old shirt, you never saw them. You changed because my blood got on you. Nothing more." The footsteps grew louder. "Police!" a voice called again. "If you are in a classroom, stay down and keep your hands visible." Mara unlocked the door but left it closed. Backpacks against the wall. "Not in your hands. Everyone sit down." They moved into place. Noah lowered himself beneath the windows with Lily beside him. Kai sat slightly in front of them, instinctively placing his body between the door and the others. Mara noticed. Even after everything, he was still trying to shield them. She crossed to him and placed a bloodied hand against his cheek. "No more dying today?" Kai held her gaze. "I'll try." "No, you'll do more than try." The corner of his mouth moved faintly, though there was no humor in it. "Yes, ma'am." Mara sat beside Noah. Lily took her hand and gripped hard enough to hurt, while Noah leaned against her shoulder. His breathing was steady, but his body continued to tremble. Kai remained in front of them. The footsteps stopped outside, and a shadow crossed the narrow window. The handle turned once, testing the lock. Then a voice came through the door. "Police department. Is anyone injured?" Mara looked at the blood on her hands, at her living children, and at the boy who had made that possible. She drew one careful breath. "Yes," she called. "I fell when the shooting started. My children are with me." The shooter ran. The door opened, and 3 officers entered with their weapons raised. Mara lifted her hands and let them see the blood. For the first time since the shooting began, she allowed herself to look afraid. It was the easiest part of the lie. The officers kept their weapons raised until they had searched the room and checked the hallway beyond it. One of them ordered Mara and the children to remain seated, while another spoke into the radio clipped to his shoulder. 4 located in a classroom, he said. 1 adult with facial trauma. 3 juveniles appear ambulatory. Shooter is not present. Mara said nothing. Blood continued to run from her nose, though not as heavily as before, and every breath sent a dull pulse of pain through the center of her face. A 3rd officer crouched in front of Noah. "Are you injured?" Noah glanced at Mara before answering. "I hit my head when the shooting started." "Did you lose consciousness?" "I think so." "How long?" "I don't know." The officer looked toward Lily. "Did you see what happened?" Lily swallowed. "He fell. Everything happened really fast." "What about you?" he asked Kai. "I'm not hurt." The officer's gaze lingered on him, moving from the blood still caught along his wrist to the clean gray gym shirt he had changed into. "Whose blood is that?" Kai looked at Mara. "Mine," she said before he could answer. "They were helping me." The officer nodded. He stood and directed them toward the door. "We're going to move you outside. Keep your hands visible and follow the officer in front of you. Do not stop in the hallway and do not touch anything." Mara rose with Lily's help. The movement caused the room to tilt again, and she reached for the edge of a desk before catching herself. Kai stepped toward her, but she shook her head. "I can walk." He did not argue, though he stayed close enough to catch her. The backpacks remained against the wall. For one terrible second, Mara thought the officers would leave them behind. Then Noah reached for his, and one of the men snapped, "Leave it." Noah froze with his hand halfway to the strap. "It's mine," he said. "No bags until they've been cleared." Mara felt the first real surge of panic since the police entered. The bloody clothes were sealed inside black trash bags, buried beneath books and gym shoes, but a search would expose them immediately. "They need them," Mara said. The officer turned toward her. "Ma'am, we have to treat all unattended bags as potential threats." "They aren't unattended. They belong to my children. We'll have someone bring them out after they're checked." Mara forced herself not to look at Kai. "They have their phones and identification inside. Noah has medication in his." That last part was a lie, but it caused the officer to hesitate. Another voice came through his radio, reporting that a suspect had been detained near the north parking lot. The officer listened, then looked toward the bags again. "Carry them by one strap," he said. "Keep them visible. If anyone tells you to drop them, you drop them immediately." Noah gathered his backpack. Lily took hers, and Kai lifted his from beside the wall. Each of them held the bags close, though Mara wished they would not. Their grip made their fear too obvious. The hallway outside the classroom no longer resembled a school. Officers in tactical gear moved along the walls, checking rooms and directing students toward the nearest exit. Several doors stood open, and frightened faces watched from darkened classrooms as Mara and the children passed. Broken glass covered part of the floor near the stairwell. A teacher sat against the wall farther down the corridor with 2 students beside her, all 3 holding their hands above their heads while an officer searched the room behind them. Mara tried to keep her eyes forward. The smell of gunpowder still lingered in the hall. Beneath it was the sharper scent of disinfectant from the wipes they had used, and she wondered whether anyone else could smell it. Lily walked beside Noah, keeping close enough that their shoulders touched. Kai remained behind them, one hand wrapped around the strap of his backpack. He watched every officer they passed, not with fear but with an alertness that made him look older than he was. Mara wanted to tell him to lower his eyes and appear frightened, but there was no safe way to say it. They were led through the rear doors of the school and into a chaos of flashing lights, shouting responders, and gathering parents. Police vehicles blocked the street in both directions. Fire engines stood near the entrance, and ambulances lined the curb with their rear doors open. Students huddled in groups behind yellow tape, while officers attempted to separate witnesses from one another. Some cried openly, others held phones to their ears, speaking so quickly that their words blended together. Mara had barely stepped onto the pavement when she heard Evan. "That's my family." His voice rose above the crowd from somewhere beyond the police line. Mara turned and saw him forcing his way between two parents near the tape. His face was pale and his hair disordered. An officer blocked him with one arm. "Sir, you need to stay back. My wife and children are right there." "You cannot cross the line. They're my family." Evan tried to move around him, but another officer stepped in front of him. Mara watched the panic spread across his face as he searched the group. First he found Lily, then Noah. Relief appeared for less than a second before he saw the blood covering Mara's blouse and hands. His expression changed completely. "Mara," she raised one hand. "I'm all right." Evan pushed forward again. "She's covered in blood. Sir, stay behind the tape. That's my wife." Mara could see that the officers were close to restraining him. "Let him through," she called. "Please. He's their father." One of the officers accompanying them spoke to the men at the barrier. After a brief exchange, they lifted the tape and allowed Evan beneath it. He crossed the distance at a run. Mara barely had time to brace herself before he reached her. His hands went to her shoulders, then her face, stopping short when he saw the swelling around her nose. "What happened?" he asked. "Whose blood is this?" "Mine." "All of it?" She held his gaze. "I broke my nose." His eyes moved over her, searching for another wound. "I heard there was a shooting. The news said people were hit. Nobody would tell me where you were, and then I see you come out covered in blood." "I'm okay. You don't look okay." "I know." Evan looked toward Noah and Lily. He pulled both of them against him at once, nearly knocking their backpacks from their hands. "Are you hurt?" "No," Lily said into his shoulder. Noah hesitated. "I hit my head." Evan immediately drew back. "How hard?" "I don't know. I blacked out for a little while." "You blacked out?" "Mom said I have to get checked." "You absolutely have to get checked." His attention shifted to Kai, who stood a step apart from the others with his backpack still clutched against his chest. Evan reached for him and pulled him into the embrace before Kai could react. "You too," Evan said. "All of you." Kai stiffened at first, then slowly lowered one hand from the strap and rested it against Evan's back. A paramedic approached with a folded stretcher and directed Mara toward the nearest ambulance. "We need to take a look at your face." "It's only my nose. We'll decide that after we examine you." Mara allowed herself to be led to the open rear doors. She sat on the edge of the ambulance while the paramedic pulled on gloves and began cleaning the blood from her face. Evan remained directly in front of her. Noah, Lily, and Kai gathered around him, each still holding a backpack. The paramedic touched the bridge of Mara's nose and pain shot behind her eyes. She flinched. "Definitely broken," he said. "Possibly displaced. Any dizziness?" "A little." "Nausea?" "No." "Did you lose consciousness?" "I don't think so." "You don't think so?" "I remember falling and hitting the desk. I remember everything after." The paramedic shone a light into each eye before asking her to follow his finger. Mara complied while watching the activity beyond his shoulder. More students were emerging from the school. Officers guided them toward separate staging areas while parents shouted names from behind the tape. News vans had begun gathering farther down the road. It was only a matter of time before someone approached Lily, Noah or Kai with questions. "We're taking all 4 of you in," the paramedic said. Evan looked at him. "All 4? Mara needs imaging. Noah lost consciousness, so he needs to be evaluated for a concussion. The other 2 were in the room during the shooting and have blood on them. They need to be checked for injuries and shock." "I'm not injured," Kai said. "That's good," the paramedic replied. "You're still going." Lily tightened her grip on her backpack. "Do we have to ride in the ambulance? You can all ride together if there's room. Otherwise, one of you may go in the second unit." "They stay together," Mara said. The paramedic glanced at her but did not argue. "We'll make it work." Evan looked toward the parking lot. "I'll follow in the van." Mara reached for his hand. The movement was small, but he noticed the urgency behind it. He stepped closer, and she wrapped her fingers around his. "Take the backpacks home first," she said. Evan frowned. "Their backpacks?" "Yes." He looked at the 3 bags. "Their homework can wait, Mara." She squeezed his hand. Pain from her nose made her eyes water, but she kept her attention fixed on him. "Please take them home." Evan started to answer, then stopped. His eyes moved from her face to the backpacks. Noah held his by both straps, pressing it against his stomach. Lily kept hers tucked beneath one arm. Kai's knuckles had gone pale around the handle of his. Evan looked back at Mara. Something passed between them. It was not understanding, not completely, but it was enough for him to recognize that this was not about homework or phones or anything that could be said in front of the police. He searched her eyes for another second. "You'll tell me later." Mara tightened her grip once more. "At the hospital." He nodded. "Okay." Noah stepped forward and held out his backpack. Evan took it, though Noah did not immediately release the strap. "It's fine," Evan told him. "I've got it." He slung 2 of the backpacks over one shoulder and carried the 3rd in his hand. Mara knew he did not understand, not yet, but he understood enough to follow her instructions without demanding answers in front of strangers. An officer approached the ambulance. "We need preliminary statements before transport." The paramedic shook his head. "The woman has a facial fracture and the boy reported losing consciousness. It will only take a minute. It can take a minute at the hospital." The officer looked toward Mara. "Can you tell me whether the shooter left through the same door you used when you exited the building?" "I don't know," she said. "He ran out of the classroom. I was trying to get to my children." "Did you see which direction he went?" "No." "What about the other student, Trent Holloway?" "He ran too." "Before or after the shooter?" Mara allowed her breathing to become uneven. It did not require much effort. "I don't know. There were shots. Everyone was moving." The paramedic stepped between them. "That's enough." The officer looked frustrated but moved away. Evan touched Mara's knee. "I'm going to take these home, then I'll meet you at the hospital. Drive carefully." He gave her a look that said he had no intention of doing anything carefully, but he nodded. Then he bent and kissed her forehead, avoiding her nose. "I thought you were dead," he whispered. Mara closed her eyes. "I know." He moved to Noah and Lily, pulling each of them into another embrace. When he reached Kai, he hesitated only briefly before placing a hand behind the boy's neck and drawing him close. "I'll see you at the hospital," Evan said. Kai nodded. "We'll be there." Evan stepped back and looked at all 4 of them once more. His fear had not faded, but it had changed. Questions now moved beneath it, held back by the silent promise that Mara would answer them later. He turned and headed toward the parking lot with the backpacks. Mara watched until he disappeared between 2 police vehicles. The rear doors of the ambulance stood open behind her. Noah climbed inside first, with help from another paramedic, followed by Lily. Kai paused at the threshold and looked back toward the school. Students continued to emerge beneath the flashing lights. Officers moved among them, searching for weapons, injuries, and explanations. "They'll question Trent," Kai said quietly. Mara knew what he was thinking. Trent had seen him shot. He had seen him fall, watched the bullets tear through him, and fled before Kai rose again. Whatever Trent told the police would not match the story they had created inside the classroom. "They'll question all of us," Mara said. Kai looked at her. "He knows what happened. He knows part of it. He knows enough." Mara reached for his hand. "Then we deal with that when it comes." Kai allowed her to guide him into the ambulance. The paramedic helped Mara climb inside last, then secured the doors behind her. As the vehicle pulled away from Hartley High, Lily leaned against Noah, and Noah rested his head against the wall. Kai sat across from them, watching Mara in silence. The siren began above them. Mara looked toward the doors, imagining Evan driving in the opposite direction with 3 backpacks full of bloody clothes. Their secret had made it out of the school. Now they only had to survive everything that followed. Chapter 2: Chosen. By the time Evan reached the hospital, the blood on his hands had dried. None of it belonged to him. He had discovered it after carrying the backpacks into the garage and placing them on the workbench. Noah's bag had tipped onto its side, shifting the books that covered the black trash bag inside. Evan had seen the edge of a blood-soaked shirt and one hole through the fabric. After that, he had opened the other bags. Lily's contained stained clothes. Kai's held a shirt with 4 holes torn through the chest and enough blood to convince Evan that someone had died wearing it. He had closed the bags, locked the garage, and driven to the hospital without stopping to wash his hands. The emergency department was crowded with police officers, frightened parents, and students wrapped in gray hospital blankets. Nurses moved between them while officers collected names and tried to keep witnesses separated. A television mounted above the waiting area showed an aerial view of Hartley High surrounded by emergency vehicles. Evan gave Mara's name at the desk and was directed through 2 sets of doors before a nurse pointed him toward an observation room at the end of the hall. Mara and Noah shared the room, one in each bed. Mara sat upright with bruising spreading beneath both eyes and a rigid splint taped across her swollen nose. Noah lay beneath a thin blanket with wires attached to his chest and a monitor clipped to one finger. Lily sat in a chair between the beds, while Kai stood near the window with his arms folded tightly across his chest. All 4 of them looked toward Evan when he entered. Mara noticed the blood on his hands first. "Did anyone follow you?" Evan closed the door and checked the hallway through its narrow window. A nurse pushed a cart past the room, followed by an officer speaking quietly into his phone. Evan waited until they disappeared, then pulled the curtain across the inside of the door. "No? The backpacks are home?" "They're in the garage." Mara released a breath. "Good. No, Mara, it isn't good." His voice remained low, but the worry behind filled the room. Lily lowered her eyes, and Noah shifted against his pillow. Kai unfolded his arms, but stayed beside the window. Evan held up his stained hands. "Someone needs to explain the clothes thing." Mara glanced toward the door. "Keep your voice down." "I am keeping my voice down. That is the only reason the entire hospital doesn't know I found shirts covered in blood hidden inside my children's backpacks." "They weren't hidden from you. Then why didn't you tell me what I was carrying?" "Because we were surrounded by police." "I understand that part." Evan moved farther into the room. "What I don't understand is why Noah's shirt has a bullet hole through the stomach, or why Kai's has 4 holes through the chest." Evan looked at Mara. "You promised you would explain this at the hospital." "I did, but I only know what I saw." The uncertainty in her voice surprised him. She did not look like someone preparing to reveal a secret. She looked as though she was waiting for the same answers. Mara looked toward Kai before continuing. "Eli fired 5 times in rapid succession. Kai moved in front of Trent, and 4 of the bullets hit him. 1 missed Kai and struck Noah instead." Evan stared at her. 5 shots, they came too quickly for any of us to react. Kai fell, and Noah went down behind him." Evan turned toward Kai. His eyes moved over the clean gym shirt, searching for some sign of 4 gunshot wounds beneath it. "You were shot 4 times?" Kai nodded. "Yes. And you're standing here." Evan looked at Noah. "You were shot too?" Noah placed one hand over his stomach. "Right here. The doctors said you hit your head." "That's what we told them." Evan gripped the rail at the foot of Noah's bed. "Show me." Noah hesitated before lifting the hospital gown. Evan stepped closer and examined his stomach. There was no bandage, bruising, or mark where the bullet had entered. His skin was smooth and unbroken, at least at first glance. Evan reached toward the spot but stopped before touching it. "You're certain that's where it hit?" Noah gave him an incredulous look. "I'm pretty sure I'd remember getting shot." Evan stopped and looked closer. "Look, right here, the faintest outline of a circle." Kai took a closer look, and there was the almost unnoticeable silhouette of the bullet wound. "Noah," Mara said quietly. Evan looked between them. "What does that mean?" Mara's composure faltered. She lifted a hand toward her face before remembering her broken nose and lowering it again. He stopped breathing. The anger left Evan's face. His grip tightened around the bed rail as he stared at his son. "For how long?" "I don't know. It couldn't have been more than a minute." Evan pulled the chair away from the wall and sat beside Noah's bed. He looked at him as though expecting the wound to reappear if he stared long enough. "You were dead?" Noah looked uncomfortable. That's what they tell me. I was holding him, Mara said. Lily and I tried to stop the bleeding, but there was too much. Kai was lying a few feet away. He wasn't moving either, and then his wounds closed. Evan looked toward Kai again. Closed? Kai nodded. How? I heal. Evan stared for a second. You're going to need to use more words than that. I heal doesn't really do much. I wish I could explain it. I really do. Mara watched Kai carefully. You sat up without a mark on you, took the scissors from my desk and cut your wrist. Evan's gaze dropped to Kai's arm. You cut yourself with scissors? Kai pushed up his sleeve and showed him the inside of his wrist. There was no cut or scar. I needed the blood. What did you do with it? I pressed my wrist against Noah's wound. My blood went into him and the wound closed. Evan stared at Kai's unmarked wrist before looking back at Noah. How did you know that would work? Kai hesitated. I didn't know until I woke up. Then I just felt like that is what I had to do. I can't explain it. Mara looked from him to Noah and Lily. Neither of them appeared as confused as she felt. Her expression slowly changed. You two already knew something was different about Kai. Noah looked toward Lily, but she offered no help. Mara's voice hardened. How long have you known? Known what? Noah asked. That Kai can heal. Noah stared at the blanket. A while. How long is a while? Lily answered when Noah did not. Since the fire. Mara went still. What fire? The apartment fire in the city, Lily said. The night Kai carried those people out. Mara turned toward him. You were there? Kai nodded. He ran through the building, Noah said. His shirt melted against his back and he had burns everywhere. We watched them heal. Mara stared at her children. You both saw this? Yes, Lily said. And neither of you told us? We were afraid, Noah replied. Of what? That you would take him to a doctor or call someone. We thought people would find out and take him away. Noah shook his head. There were other injuries. How bad? Evan asked. Kai answered quietly. Bad enough that I should have died. Mara looked at him. How many times? Since I came here? The question stopped her. Mara's eyes narrowed. Why would you need to separate it that way? Kai looked toward Noah and Lily. They had known pieces of the truth, but he could see from their expressions that neither expected him to reveal everything now. There were arrows, Lily said. Noah and I found him in the woods with several of them in his body. We pulled them out and the wounds closed. Mara's face paled beneath the bruising. Arrows? Mara looked between them. Who was shooting arrows at Kai? A man named Drake, Kai said. A man shot Kai with arrows, and you decided that was another detail we didn't need to know? It was complicated. It is becoming less complicated by the second. Start talking, Mara said. Kai stepped away from the window. Drake was searching for me. He knew what I was before I did. Evan looked toward him. What are you? I'm Immortal. Silence settled over the room. Mara stared at Kai as though waiting for him to correct himself, but he did not. Immortal, she repeated. As far as I can tell. You mean you heal quickly? No, I mean I don't age, and injuries don't kill me permanently. Evan looked toward Noah and Lily. Neither appeared surprised. You already knew that too? We knew what Kai believed, Lily said. And you believed him? Noah gestured toward the unmarked skin beneath his hospital gown. It became easier after today. Mara kept her attention on Kai. How long have you known? I began remembering before the fire, but the memories came slowly. Noah and Lily helped me understand what they meant. What memories? Battles, cities, people who lived a long time ago. Sometimes I remember languages or weapons I've never studied. Sometimes I remember places that no longer exist. Evan crossed his arms. How far back do the memories go? I don't know exactly. Years? Kai shook his head. Centuries? Farther. Mara stared at him. You remember being alive centuries ago? Yes. Her eyes moved over his face as though looking for evidence of the age he claimed to carry. Do you remember being born? No. Your parents? No. Your real name? Kai is one of the names I remember. One of them? I've used others. Evan's disbelief returned. How many others? I don't know. Mara drew a slow breath through her mouth. You said injuries don't kill you permanently. Do you remember dying before today? Kai lowered his eyes. Yes. More than once? Many times. Mara's fingers tightened around the edge of her blanket. How many is many? I don't know. Some memories are clear, and others come as fragments. Evan stared at him. How old are you? Kai looked toward Noah and Lily before answering. They were the only people in the room who had heard any version of the truth before now. Thousands of years, as far as I can tell. Mara's expression emptied. Thousands? Yes. You look 16. I know. Were you ever 16? I assume so, but I don't remember it. Evan paced once across the narrow room before turning back. You expect us to believe you've been alive for thousands of years? No, Kai said. I don't expect anything. You remember ancient cities and dying many times, but you don't know how old you are. Evan remained focused on Kai. You said this Drake guy knew what you were. How? Because he is immortal too. Noah and Lily both looked at Kai. You never told us that, Lily said. I wasn't certain until recently. Mara's attention sharpened. The man hunting you is another immortal? Yes. Like you? No. What does that mean? Kai took a moment to answer. He heals, but not the way I do. He can be injured and weakened. He doesn't seem to recover as quickly, but he has lived a long time. He remembered me when I didn't remember him. How long has he been alive? Evan asked. I don't know. Thousands of years too? Possibly. And he wants to kill you. Oddly, he just wants my blood. It somehow restores him better than anything else. Why? I don't remember enough to know. Evan looked down at the dried blood covering his hands. I don't know if I believe all of this. Kai's expression became guarded. I understand. No, I don't think you do. I believe those shirts were hit by bullets. I believe there was enough blood in the bags for both you and Noah to have died. I believe Noah is lying in that bed without a wound, and I believe you are standing here after 4 bullets went through your chest. He moved closer to Kai. I don't know what being immortal means. I don't know how someone can live for thousands of years and forget most of it. I don't know how another immortal has been hunting you without the rest of the world knowing either of you exist. Neither do I. That is becoming a common answer. It frustrates me too. Evan studied him. Kai held himself rigidly, waiting for the rejection he believed would come once they understood what he was. I don't know if you're 16, 1600, or older than every person in this town combined, Evan continued. I don't know whether immortal is even the right word. Kai lowered his eyes. It's the closest one I have. But whether you're 16 or 16,000, you are still part of this family. Kai looked up. Evan's voice remained stern, but the anger was no longer directed at him. You should have told us. All 3 of you should have told us. We were afraid, Kai said. That doesn't change what you should have done. I know. It also doesn't change where you belong. Kai stared at him. You heard what I said. I heard all of it. I may have lived for thousands of years. You may have. I've died many times. That explains why 4 bullets didn't keep you down. I may not be human. That gave Evan pause, though only for a moment. Do you feel human? Most of the time. Then that is good enough for tonight. Kai looked toward Mara. Anger remained in her face, along with fear and a level of confusion she had not yet begun to process. She held out her hand. Kai approached the bed slowly and allowed her to take it. I'm angry with you, Mara said. I know. I'm angry with Noah and Lily too. Noah raised one hand slightly. Understood. Mara ignored him. You lived in our house and let us believe you were a frightened 16-year-old who didn't know where he came from. I was frightened, and I didn't know where I came from. You neglected to mention the thousands of years. I didn't remember them when I first came, but you remembered enough later to tell Noah and Lily. Yes, not us. No. Her grip tightened around his hand. You should have trusted us. Kai looked down. I wanted to, but every time people discovered what I was, they wanted something. Frank wanted my blood. Drake wanted me dead. Others in my memories wanted me to fight for them or feared what I could do. Mara's anger softened. You thought we would do the same. I didn't know what you would do. And now? Kai looked around the room. I still don't understand what you're doing. Evan placed a hand on his shoulder. We're being your family. Kai's expression remained uncertain. After hearing all of this, family isn't blood. The words seemed to strike Kai harder than anything else Evan had said. Every person in this room has known what it means to be an orphan, Evan continued. Mara and I lost the families we started with. Noah and Lily came to us through the system. You came to us without a past or anyone safe to claim you. His gaze moved around the room. We did not become a family because we shared blood. We became one because we chose each other. Then we kept making that choice. Noah adjusted the blanket across his legs, usually after a lot of paperwork. Paperwork helped, Evan said. Lily smiled faintly, but Kai remained silent. Evan lowered his voice. You chose Noah when you stepped between him and those bullets, even if you were trying to protect Trent at first. You chose all of us every time you came back to this house when leaving would have been easier. We chose you when we brought you home. You didn't know me. We knew you were alone. That was enough? For us, it was. Kai looked down at their joined hands. Blood is thicker than water. Noah frowned. Doesn't that mean blood relatives are more important than everyone else? That is how people use it now, Kai said. It isn't how I remember it. What do you remember? Kai took a moment before answering. It referred to blood spilled beside another person, soldiers who fought together, people who survived the same hardship, or strangers who risked their lives for one another. The blood shed through a shared struggle could create a stronger bond than the water of the womb shared by siblings. The water of the womb? Noah asked. The bond created by birth. Sharing parents made people relatives. Sharing hardship could make them family. Lily looked between Kai and Noah. You two managed to do both today. Noah touched his stomach. I didn't spill Kai's blood, he poured it into me. That still counts, Lily said. I'm not sure it should. Kai looked at Noah. You wanted to be blood brothers. I was joking. Kai's mouth moved into the beginning of a smile, but it faded when he looked back toward Evan. You truly mean it? Evan's expression softened. Which part? That I'm still family. All of it. Even if I've lived for thousands of years? You still leave dishes in the sink, forget to bring your laundry downstairs, and argue with Noah over the television. Being ancient hasn't made you any better at being a teenager. I don't leave that many dishes. You leave enough. Noah glanced at Kai. See? Immortal or not, you're still getting yelled at. Apparently. Kai looked toward Mara again, as though he still needed confirmation that Evan was not speaking for both of them. Mara kept hold of his hand. I watched you move in front of those bullets without knowing you would survive. I couldn't let Trent die. Then you came back and saved Noah. He's my brother. The answer came without hesitation. Mara's expression softened further. Then you already understand what Evan is saying. Kai looked around the room. Mara had broken her own nose to hide the blood he left behind. Noah was alive because Kai's blood moved through his body. Lily had kept his secret even when the burden frightened her. Evan had carried the evidence home and returned with blood still staining his hands. You still choose me, he said. Mara's eyes filled. Every time. Evan squeezed his shoulder. That does not mean you escape the conversation about lying to us. I understand. No more secrets. Noah and Lily exchanged a look, Evan noticed. That was not an invitation for another silent conversation. No more secrets, Lily agreed. Noah nodded. From this point forward, Mara studied him. That sounded carefully worded. There are a lot of details. You will tell us all of them. Yes, Mom. Evan pulled the chair closer and sat between the beds. I want everything. The fire, the arrows, Drake, Frank, the memories, and anything else the three of you decided we were better off not knowing. Kai glanced toward Noah and Lily. That may take a while. We have several hours, Mara said, possibly all night. Before anyone could respond, someone knocked on the door. A uniformed police officer stepped inside with a small notebook in one hand. He appeared to be in his late 40s, with tired eyes and a strip of gray running through his dark hair. Mrs. Callahan? Mara nodded. I'm Officer Daniels. I need to ask the four of you a few questions about what happened at the school. Evan rose from the chair. They've already given statements. Only enough to establish the immediate situation. I'll keep this brief. The officer glanced around the crowded room. Would you prefer to speak separately? Mara's hand tightened around the edge of her blanket. They stay with me. Officer Daniels studied her for a moment before nodding. All right. He began with Mara, asking her to describe what happened from the moment Eli entered the classroom. Mara repeated the story they had agreed upon. Eli came in with a gun and threatened Trent. Kai attempted to calm him down. Eli fired 5 times, everyone dropped to the floor, and both boys ran from the room. When the officer questioned Kai, he gave the same account without adding anything. Lily said she had been trying to help Mara after she fell. Noah claimed he struck his head and remembered very little after the shots began. Officer Daniels wrote something in his notebook. "You're all certain the shooter was Eli Barrett?" "Yes," Mara said. Kai watched the officer write the name. "Barrett?" The officer looked up. "That's right, Eli Barrett." Kai frowned. He had heard teachers call Eli by his first name and had never thought to ask anything more about him. Officer Daniels noticed his expression. "You know him?" "Only from school. He's in the foster system," the officer said. "Has been for several years." Kai looked toward Noah and Lily. "He's a foster kid too?" Noah appeared equally surprised. "He never said anything." "A lot of kids don't," Evan said. The information settled uneasily over Kai. He remembered Eli's anger, the gun shaking in his hand, and the fear beneath everything he had shouted. Kai had recognized the rage, but failed to see what might have been beneath it. "Have you found him?" Mara asked. Officer Daniels closed his notebook halfway. "Not yet. The student detained near the north parking lot wasn't Barrett. We believe Eli fled the school grounds before officers established the perimeter. Police throughout the county are searching for him now." "There may be some good news." No one in the room relaxed. Officer Daniels continued. "We spoke with Eli's foster father. He told us he used to make independent films for an internet site. Low-budget horror and action projects mostly. The handgun was sometimes used as a prop." "A real gun?" Mara asked. "Apparently so, but his foster father believes it was loaded with blanks. He said he had used it recently and never replaced them with live ammunition." Evan glanced toward Noah and Kai before quickly looking away. "You think Eli fired blanks inside the classroom?" he asked. "That's what the evidence currently suggests. We haven't found any bullet holes in the walls, furniture, or floor. No fragments, no damaged windows, and no one has a gunshot wound." Officer Daniels looked toward Noah. "The blood in the room appears to have come from Mrs. Bennett's injury. Given the confusion and noise, witnesses may have believed they saw people being struck when everyone fell. We're still investigating, but it appears all of you were very lucky." Officer Daniels placed the notebook in his pocket. 5 shots fired in a crowded classroom and no one killed or seriously injured. I'd say you had an angel watching over you." Mara nodded slowly. "Yes, I suppose we did." Her eyes moved toward Kai. He stood near Noah's bed with one hand resting on the rail, still wearing the gym shirt that concealed the unmarked skin beneath it. Kai met her gaze and understood what she meant. Officer Daniels did not notice the exchange. He gave them his card and asked Mara to call if any of them remembered something else. Before leaving, he reminded them not to approach Eli if they saw him. "He may be frightened and unpredictable," the officer said. "Even if the weapon contains blanks, there is no way to know if he knew that." After the door closed, Evan waited several seconds before checking the hallway. He pulled the curtain across the window again and turned toward the others. "Blanks don't punch holes in shirts and bodies," he whispered. "Why weren't there any marks in the room?" Lily said. Everyone looked toward Kai. He glanced down at his chest. "They're probably still inside us." Noah's face changed. "Inside us?" "The bullets went into our bodies. If they didn't pass through us or fall onto the floor, they must still be there." Noah pulled his blanket higher as though it might protect him from the idea. "You waited until now to mention that. I only just considered it. You have 4 bullets in you, probably, and I have 1, probably." Noah pressed both hands against his stomach. "I don't like the way you keep saying probably." "It's possible our bodies are already breaking them down or moving them," Kai replied. Noah's eyes widened. "Moving it where?" "I have an odd feeling our bodies will reject them somehow." "How?" Kai considered the question. "There are only a few ways something can leave the body." Noah stared at him. "I already hate this conversation. We could throw them up." Noah nodded quickly. "Fine. Terrible, but survivable. They could pass during a bowel movement. Also terrible, but still acceptable." Kai hesitated. Noah noticed. "Why did you stop? There is another possibility." "No, you don't know what I'm going to say. I know enough. There is nothing good after the sentence. There is another possibility." Lily covered her mouth, already fighting a smile. Kai continued carefully. "They could leave while we urinate." Noah stared at him in horror. No, it's possible. No, it is not. You asked? A bullet cannot come out of there. I don't know that it will. Noah looked toward Mara and Evan as though expecting them to intervene. Did everyone hear him? He thinks I might pee out a bullet. Evan pressed his lips together, though it was clear he was trying not to laugh. This is not funny, Noah said. That opening is not bullet-sized. I don't believe it would come out sideways, Kai offered. Noah's mouth fell open. That does not help. Lily lost the fight and began laughing. Noah pointed at Kai. If that happens, I'm blaming you. I saved your life, and I'm grateful, but gratitude has limits. You wanted to be blood brothers. I did not agree to pass ammunition. Even Mara laughed, though the movement sent pain through her broken nose and forced her to stop. Noah looked around the room with wounded disbelief. I nearly died today, and now my family is laughing at the possibility of a bullet coming out of my... We understand, Mara said before he could finish. No, I don't think any of you understand the seriousness of the situation. Kai sat on the edge of Noah's bed. It may not happen that way. Noah narrowed his eyes. How did the bullets leave your body the other times you were shot? I don't remember. That is the one memory I need you to recover immediately. Kai smiled despite himself. I'll work on it. Noah leaned back against his pillow, still holding the blanket tightly across his waist. Until then, I'm never going to the bathroom again. That will create a different medical problem, Lily said. I'll take my chances. The laughter faded, but the warmth it left behind remained. Evan looked around the room at Mara's bruised face, Noah's frightened expression, Lily's barely contained smile, and Kai sitting beside the brother he had brought back from death. Outside the room, police searched for Eli Barrett, believing the gun had contained blanks and that an unexplained stroke of luck had spared everyone inside the classroom. Only the 5 of them knew the truth. There had been no angel watching over them. Just Kai. Chapter 3. The Day After. The Callahan house had never been so quiet. Mara sat at the kitchen table with a cold pack resting across her nose and a mug of coffee she could not drink without pain. The swelling had worsened overnight, darkening the skin beneath both eyes and making every breath through her nose impossible. The doctor had warned her that she would look worse before she looked better, but he had neglected to mention how much a broken nose hurt when she yawned, spoke, or tried to smile. Evan stood at the counter reading an email on his phone. He had been staring at the same message for several minutes, occasionally scrolling down and then back up as though the words might change if he read them enough times. Mara shifted the cold pack. You've made that face 3 times. What face? The one you make when you're trying to decide how angry you're allowed to be. Evan placed the phone on the counter. Hartley is closing for the rest of the school year. Mara lowered the cold pack. Closing completely? They're moving everything online. No students or staff will return to the building until the investigation is finished and the district completes another security review. That could take months. The school year ends in a few weeks. I think they've already decided there is no reason to reopen. Mara looked toward the hallway. Noah and Kai had gone upstairs shortly after they returned from the hospital and had barely moved since. Lily had stayed awake longer, sitting with Mara and Evan while they tried to understand everything Kai had hidden from them, but exhaustion eventually sent her to bed too. Mara had not slept much. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw Kai fall. Then Noah. The order sometimes changed, but the blood remained the same. What about graduation, she asked. Evan did not answer immediately. Mara understood. They canceled it. All school gatherings are canceled. Sports, dances, club meetings, senior awards, graduation, everything. They could move graduation somewhere else. They mention a virtual ceremony and the possibility of mailing diplomas. Mara closed her eyes. Lily had spent years pretending graduation did not matter to her. She had rolled her eyes when Mara talked about dresses, photographs, and which relatives they should invite. She claimed walking across a stage would not make her any more graduated than receiving the diploma in the mail. Mara had never believed her. Lily had already chosen a dress and hidden it in the back of her closet as though buying it had been an act of weakness. She's going to be disappointed, Mara said. I know. We should tell her before she sees it online. Evan picked up his phone. The district sent the message to students too. She may already know. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and Lily entered the kitchen wearing sweatpants and one of Evan's old college shirts. Her hair was tied loosely behind her head, and the shadows beneath her eyes made it clear she had slept only slightly better than Mara. She looked at both of them. "Why are you talking about me?" "We weren't," Evan said. Lily opened the refrigerator. "You both stopped speaking when I walked in. That means you were either talking about me or hiding something." Mara glanced toward Evan. "The school sent an announcement." "I saw it." Lily took out a bottle of orange juice and closed the refrigerator with her hip. Mara watched her face. "They're moving classes online for the rest of the year." "I know. And canceling all gatherings." "I read the whole email, Mom." Lily took a glass from the cabinet and poured the juice. Her voice remained casual, but she kept her back to them longer than necessary. Evan pulled out the chair beside Mara. "Sit down for a minute." "Why?" Lily carried the glass to the table and lowered herself into the chair. She looked between them, waiting. Mara reached for her hand. "I'm sorry." "For what?" "Graduation." Lily shrugged. "It's fine. It doesn't have to be fine. I know. You worked hard for this," Evan said. "You should have had the ceremony. It was going to be 3 hours of sitting in a plastic chair while people mispronounced names." "You bought a dress?" Mara said. Lily looked at her. "You went into my closet?" "I was looking for laundry." "In the back of my closet?" "You hide laundry in strange places." "I have never hidden laundry behind formal dresses." Mara tried to smile and immediately regretted it. Pain spread through her nose and beneath her eyes. Lily's expression softened. "Stop doing that." "Doing what?" "Trying to smile. You look like you're about to cry and sneeze at the same time. That is close to how it feels." Evan rested his forearms on the table. "You're allowed to be upset. I'm not saying I wouldn't have liked to graduate in person." Lily turned the glass slowly between her hands. "I wanted the pictures. I wanted you both there. I even wanted Noah yelling something embarrassing when they called my name." "He had plans," Evan said. "I assumed." Mara squeezed her hand. "You won't get that now, and I hate that yesterday took it from you." Lily looked toward the staircase. "Yesterday took a lot of things." The casual tone left her voice. "Watching your little brother come back from the dead kind of puts stuff in perspective." The words settled over the kitchen. Mara's grip tightened around Lily's hand. "You shouldn't have had to see that." "No one should have." "You were holding him." Lily looked down at the juice. "I could feel the blood going through my fingers. Every time I pressed harder, more came out. Then he stopped breathing, and I knew he was gone." Mara wanted to tell her not to say it, the same way she had in the classroom, but she stopped herself. Refusing to hear the words would not erase what Lily had experienced. "I kept thinking that I should do something," Lily continued. "There had to be something we forgot from first aid or one of those videos at school. I knew the ambulance was probably coming, but I also knew it wouldn't matter by the time they reached us." Evan moved his chair closer and placed a hand on the back of her neck. Lily blinked several times. Then Kai got up and suddenly Noah was breathing again. After that, walking across a stage didn't feel quite as important. "It can still matter," Mara said. "Something else being bigger doesn't mean you aren't allowed to be disappointed." "I am disappointed." Lily looked at her. "I'm just not devastated. Noah is alive. Kai is alive. You broke your own face, which was incredibly stupid, but you're alive too." Mara raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for your concern." "You're welcome." Evan looked toward the ceiling. "Speaking of Noah and Kai, have either of them been awake this morning?" "I checked on them before I came down," Lily said. "They're still asleep." "Kai too?" Mara asked. Lily nodded. "He was in Noah's room." Mara looked at the clock above the stove. It was nearly 11. Kai rarely slept later than 7. Even on weekends, he was usually downstairs before anyone else, moving quietly through the kitchen or sitting near a window with a book he pretended to read while watching everything around him. Noah could sleep until noon without concern, but the hospital had instructed them to wake him every few hours during the night because of the concussion story. Evan had done it twice. Each time Noah had answered correctly, complained about being disturbed, and gone back to sleep. Kai had remained awake for both checks. He had been sitting beside Noah's bed the first time and lying on the floor beside it the second, refusing to leave even after Evan told him the hospital had found nothing wrong. He was exhausted last night, Evan said. They both were. Mara lifted the cold pack away from her face. Noah died. I think he's allowed to sleep late. And Kai was shot 4 times, Lily added. He said he has recovered from worse, Mara replied. That doesn't mean healing doesn't take something out of him. Mara remembered the way Kai had moved in the ambulance. He had seemed alert, but there had been a heaviness behind his eyes. At the hospital, he grew quieter as the night continued. By the time they were discharged, he had been leaning against the wall to keep himself upright. Noah had slept through most of the ride home. Kai had fallen asleep sitting beside him, his head resting against the window. A muffled thump sounded upstairs. All 3 of them looked toward the ceiling. Mara pushed her chair back. Evan was already moving toward the hallway. They reached the bottom of the stairs together. Evan went first, with Mara following, despite his repeated attempts to slow her down. Lily remained close behind. The door to Noah's room was open. Kai stood beside the bed with one hand braced against the wall. He wore the same sweatpants and shirt he had changed into after returning from the hospital, and his hair was flattened on one side from sleep. Noah remained beneath the blankets, barely awake. Evan entered the room. What happened? Kai looked toward him. I stood up too quickly. You fell? I hit the dresser. Mara stepped around Evan and studied him. Kai's face looked pale, and a thin layer of sweat covered his forehead. Sit down, she said. I'm fine. That answer has lost all meaning in this family. Kai lowered himself onto the edge of Noah's bed. The mattress shifted, causing Noah to open his eyes. Why is everyone in here? Kai fell, Lily said. I didn't fall. Noah pulled the blanket higher. Could you all argue more quietly? Mara sat beside him and placed the back of her hand against his forehead. His skin felt cool rather than warm. How do you feel? Tired. Anything else? Hungry. Lily looked at Kai. He said the same thing at the hospital. Noah opened one eye. People get hungry more than once. Mara pressed lightly around the place where the bullet had entered. Noah did not flinch. Does that hurt? No. Any nausea? No. Dizziness? Only when everyone asks me questions at the same time. Evan looked toward Kai. And you? Kai rested his elbows on his knees. I feel tired. Only tired and weak. Mara studied him. Is that normal after you heal? I don't know what normal is. You said you have died many times. I don't remember what happened after all of them. Sometimes I remember waking and continuing to fight. Other times there are gaps. How long are the gaps? I don't know. Mara breathed carefully through her mouth. Every answer seemed to create more questions. Lily sat near the foot of the bed. School is closed for the rest of the year. Noah blinked at her. Because of yesterday? No, they decided everyone was learning too much? He ignored the sarcasm. What about graduation? Canceled. Noah's face fell. Lil, I'm sorry, she shrugged. It's okay. You bought a dress? Why does everyone know about the dress? You hid it badly. It was in the back of my closet. You hide everything important in the back of your closet. Noah tried to laugh, but it turned into a yawn he could not suppress. His eyes closed before he finished it. Mara looked at Evan. He needs rest, Evan said. He's done nothing but rest, Lily replied. Kai swayed slightly where he sat. Evan caught his shoulder before he tipped forward. You too. I'm not leaving his side. Kai breathed through his exhaustion. We're staying with Noah, Mara said. You are going to sleep. Evan helped him lie down on the other side of the bed. Noah shifted toward the wall without fully waking, leaving enough room for Kai beside him. Within moments, Kai's eyes closed. Mara remained seated between the 2 boys, studying their faces. They looked 16 again. Not immortal, resurrected, hunted, or dangerous. They looked like exhausted children who had survived something neither body understood. Lily stood beside Evan near the doorway. Do you think they're okay? Mara wanted to answer immediately. Mothers were supposed to make certainty out of fear, but the previous day had taken away her ability to pretend. I think they're alive, she said. For now, that has to be enough. I'll carry Kai to his bed when he passes out, Evan whispered, and then placed an arm around Lily and drew her against him. Mara reached across the bed, resting one hand on Noah's arm and the other on Kai's. Kai dreamed of fire, At first, he thought he was back inside the apartment building. Heat pressed against his face, smoke filled his lungs, and voices shouted somewhere beyond the flames. Then the ceiling above him disappeared, replaced by a dark sky stained orange by a burning city. He stood on a battlefield beneath walls taller than any structure he had seen in the modern world. Fires spread across wooden towers and rooftops beyond them, sending black smoke over the city. Men fought beneath the gates in bronze armor, their shields marked by blood and soot. The ground was crowded with the dead, and the living climbed over them to continue the battle. Kai looked down at himself. Bronze armor covered his chest and shoulders. A round shield hung from his left arm, and a long spear rested in his right hand. Blood streaked both, though none of it appeared to be his. Someone shouted behind him, "Achilles!" The name struck him with the force of another memory. Achilles. Not a story, not a man he had once known. Him. Kai turned toward the voice. A soldier stood several feet away, breathing hard beneath a damaged helmet. "The western gate is ours," the man said. "Agamemnon orders you to hold the breach until the others enter." Kai remembered the order. He also remembered ignoring it. "Where is she?" he demanded. The soldier hesitated. "The king gave you a command." "I asked where she is." "The palace guard took the royal household toward the upper city. If Helen is still alive, she will be there." Kai looked beyond the broken gates. The streets of Troy rose toward a palace built into the highest part of the city. Soldiers flooded through the breach, killing anyone who tried to stop them. Flames moved from building to building as men carrying torches forced open doors. She was somewhere inside. He had not crossed the sea for Agamemnon, Menelaus, or any oath sworn before kings. He had come because he knew Apollo was in Troy and because he had Helen. Kai started toward the city, but the soldier caught his arm. "Achilles, the line will break if you leave. Then tell Agamemnon to hold it himself. You swore to follow his command." "I have followed enough commands," Kai screamed. The soldier tightened his grip. "If you abandon the breach, he will have you dragged back in chains." Kai looked at the hand on his arm. The soldier released him. Chains would not hold Kai, but fighting his own army would cost time he did not have. Agamemnon had already delayed the assault twice, more concerned with who would control Troy after it fell than with those trapped inside it. Kai needed the army to believe Achilles was no longer capable of receiving orders. An archer appeared along the wall above them. He raised his bow toward the soldiers entering through the gate. Kai saw the arrow as it left the string. He could have moved. Instead, he shifted his foot into its path. The arrow struck the back of his heel and drove through the flesh above his sandal. Pain traveled up his leg, sharp but familiar. Kai released his spear and fell to one knee. The soldier beside him shouted for help. Kai pushed the arrow deeper before anyone could see the wound closing around it. Blood filled his sandal and ran across the stones. Another arrow struck his shield. Kai let the impact carry him backward and collapsed. "Achilles is down!" The cry spread faster than he expected. Men gathered around him, raising shields above his body while the battle continued at the gate. Kai stopped breathing and allowed his eyes to remain open. He had learned long before that people believed death more easily when they could see it in a man's face. A captain dropped beside him and touched the wound near his heel. The arrow found the weak place. Kai almost opened his eyes at the stupidity of the statement. He had been stabbed through the heart, burned alive, drowned, and crushed beneath fallen walls. The idea that a wound to his heel had killed him would have been insulting if it had not served his purpose. "Carry him back," the captain ordered. "The men cannot see him like this." 4 soldiers lifted Kai onto a shield and carried him away from the gate. He remained still as they moved through the confusion below the walls. Men shouted his name, some in grief and others in disbelief. By the time they reached the abandoned camp outside the city, the story had already begun. Achilles had fallen. Achilles had been struck in the only place where he could be killed. Kai waited until the soldiers placed him inside his tent and left to return to the fighting. Once he was alone, he sat up and pulled the arrow through his heel. The wound closed before he finished removing his armor. He changed into a dark tunic and wrapped a cloak around his shoulders. The armor stayed behind with the blood-covered arrow resting across it. If anyone entered the tent, They would find enough evidence to continue believing what they had seen. He slipped through the rear of the camp and returned to Troy by a narrow section of collapsed wall away from the main assault. Without the armor, no one looked twice at him. The streets were filled with soldiers, servants, prisoners, and terrified citizens attempting to escape the fires. Kai moved among them, following the pull that had led him across the sea. Helen. The name carried memories of sunlight on white stone, quiet conversations in rooms crowded with people, and a young woman who had never been permitted to decide what her life should become. Kings had called her a prize, armies had called her a cause, and poets would eventually call her the face that launched ships. None of them had known her. Kai had. He climbed toward the upper city while fighting spread below. The closer he came to the palace, the stronger the feeling became. Fear tightened around his chest. What if he was too late? 2 soldiers guarded the steps leading into the palace. Kai killed the first before the man raised his sword. He caught the second by the throat and drove him against the wall. "Where is Helen?" he spoke, emphasizing every word with a tighter squeeze of his hand. The soldier struck at him with a knife. Kai twisted his wrist until the weapon fell. "Where?" "The eastern chambers," the soldier gasped. "The god took her." Kai's grip tightened. "What god?" The man looked at him as if the answer should have been obvious. "Apollo." Kai broke his neck and let the body fall. Then he ran. The palace corridors were filled with smoke and fleeing servants. Kai pushed through them, moving toward the eastern side of the building. He heard stone collapsing somewhere behind him, followed by the screams of people trapped beneath it. Kai had known Apollo under other names in other places, though Apollo was the one he preferred in Troy. He enjoyed being worshipped. He encouraged temples, sacrifices, songs, and fear. Where Kai had hidden among armies and allowed men to mistake him for one of their own, Apollo stood above them and demanded they kneel. Apollo created followers and discarded them when they were no longer useful. He whispered into the ears of kings, turned families against each other, and treated mortal lives as pieces in games only he understood. This war carried his touch. Kai reached the eastern chambers and found the doors torn from their hinges. 2 guards lay dead outside. He entered with his sword raised. The chamber beyond was wide and open, with painted walls and a row of narrow windows overlooking the burning city. Curtains moved in the hot wind. Broken furniture and shattered pottery covered the floor. Apollo stood near the center of the room. He wore polished armor that had not been touched by the battle. His golden hair fell across his shoulders, and no smoke stained his face. He held Helen by the hair with one hand and a spear in the other. Helen struggled against him. Blood ran from a cut along her temple, and part of her dress had torn at the shoulder. Apollo smiled when he saw Kai. "You took longer than I expected." "Let her go," Apollo grinned. "You were supposed to be dead." "Achilles is dead?" Apollo laughed. "An arrow through the heel? That is what you chose?" "It worked. For mortals, perhaps. They will tell that story for generations." "I don't care what they tell." "No, you never do." Apollo pulled Helen's head back, forcing her to look at Kai. "You fight their wars, spill their blood, and then pretend you are better than those of us who accept what we are." Kai lowered the sword slightly. "This is between you and me. It became about her when you chose her." Helen's eyes found Kai's. Fear filled them, but so did recognition. "Achilles," she whispered. Apollo's smile disappeared. "That is not his name." "Let her go," Kai repeated. "You crossed an ocean for a mortal woman. I crossed it because you took her. I offered her more than any mortal man could give. You offered her a cage. I offered eternity. She said no." Apollo's fingers tightened in Helen's hair. "Mortals do not know what they want. They live for a moment and believe that makes their choices sacred." Kai stepped forward. Apollo raised the spear until its point rested against Helen's stomach. "Stop," Kai froze. Outside the windows, part of the city wall collapsed. The impact shook the chamber, and dust fell from the ceiling. Apollo watched Kai's face. "You have always believed they choose you because you love them. They choose you because you kneel beside them and pretend their lives have meaning. They do. They die. So do we." Apollo's expression hardened. "I return. So have I, every time you've tried to kill me. This is not about killing you. No, it's about hurting me because you can't make her choose you." Helen twisted in Apollo's grip. "I would choose death first." Apollo looked down at her. "If I cannot have her," Apollo said, "no one will." He drove the spear through her stomach. The blade emerged from her back. Helen's body jerked and the breath left her in a broken gasp. Apollo released her hair and pulled the spear free, allowing her to collapse onto the floor. Apollo threw the spear toward him and ran for the open balcony. Kai knocked the weapon aside, but the delay gave Apollo enough time to leap over the railing. By the time Kai reached the opening, he was gone. Kai turned back. Helen lay on her side with both hands pressed against her stomach. Blood spread beneath her, filling the cracks between the stones. He dropped beside her and rolled her onto her back. "Helen?" Her eyes moved toward him, though they struggled to focus. "You came," she whispered. Kai pressed both hands over the wound. The spear had gone completely through her. Blood poured between his fingers no matter how hard he tried to stop it. "I'm here. They said you were dead?" "Only for a little while." A faint smile touched her face, but it disappeared as pain tightened her features. "Don't speak," Kai said. "Save your strength." "For what? I'm dying." "I'm going to help you." "You can't," she whispered. "Your blood doesn't work on me." "Stay with me," he said. Helen's breathing became shallow. Her fingers found his wrist, but she no longer had the strength to hold it. "Kai?" The name stopped him. No one in Troy called him that. "Don't let him win," she whispered. Her eyes began to close. "No." Kai leaned closer. "Helen, look at me." Kai searched the chamber for cloth, medicine, or anything that might slow the bleeding. There was nothing. Even if there had been, he knew it would not be enough. For all the battles he had survived and all the deaths he had overcome, he was powerless to save the woman in his arms. Then a deep voice came from behind him. "You cannot mend what has been taken from her." Kai knew the voice. He had heard it before kings claimed thrones, before men raised temples to gods whose names would eventually be forgotten. He did not turn. His hands remained pressed against Helen's wound as her blood ran between his fingers. "Father," Kai said, his voice breaking, "please save her." The chamber disappeared. Someone was calling his name. A hand gripped his shoulder and shook him. "Kai, wake up." He opened his eyes to darkness. For a moment, he could still feel Helen's blood between his fingers and hear the voice behind him. His heart hammered against his chest as he reached for a sword that was no longer there. A figure leaned over the bed dressed entirely in black, with cloth covering the lower half of their face. Only their eyes were visible beneath a hood pulled tightly around their head. A short blade rested against their forearm, and another was strapped across their back. "Kai," they whispered, "you need to wake up." Chapter 4. The Intruder. The voice came through the cloth covering the intruder's face, low enough that Kai could not tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. A gloved hand rested on his shoulder, shaking him with more urgency than force. He opened his eyes with memory of Helen's blood still warm between his fingers. For an instant, the burning chamber in Troy remained more real than his bedroom. The masked figure leaning over him became another threat standing between him and the woman dying in his arms. Kai seized the intruder's wrist before they could pull away and twisted hard, dragging them across the bed. The intruder turned with the movement and landed on one knee rather than striking the floor. Kai rolled from the mattress and reached for a short blade he noticed strapped along their forearm. They caught his hand before he could draw it, and a shoulder drove into his chest, forcing him backward into the dresser. The lamp toppled, and 2 framed photographs shattered against the floor. The sound seemed to startle the intruder more than the attack had. Their eyes moved toward the open bedroom door, as if their first concern was that someone else might enter. Kai used the distraction to catch their arm and force it behind their back. He drove the intruder against the wall and pressed his weight into them before they could turn. "I came here to warn you, not fight you," the intruder said, keeping their voice deliberately muffled beneath the mask. "If you stop trying to break my arm, I can explain. You climbed through my window carrying knives." Kai tightened his grip when they shifted beneath him. "That makes the explanation less important than finding out who sent you." "No one sent me. I came because I heard what happened at the school, and because waking you through the front door would have created questions neither of us needs." The intruder hooked one foot behind Kai's ankle while speaking. Their weight shifted suddenly, taking his balance from him. Kai hit the floor but kept hold of their arm, pulling them down with him. They rolled across his chest and reached for the second weapon strapped behind one shoulder. Kai caught their elbow before the blade cleared its sheath. The intruder drove a knee toward his ribs, but he twisted enough to take the impact against his side, then caught their leg and threw them toward the desk. They rolled beneath it, came up on the opposite side and drew the short blade. Kai rose carefully, expecting an attack that did not come. The intruder held the weapon low and angled away from him. Their free hand remained open, and despite several clear opportunities, they had not cut him. "You're defending yourself," Kai observed, keeping the bed between them. "You could have used that knife before now. I have spent too much time trying to find you to stab you 5 minutes after succeeding." Frustration roughened the intruder's voice. "You have always been difficult when startled, but this is excessive even for you." The familiarity in the words made Kai study the narrow strip of skin visible between the hood and mask. "You speak as if you know me." "I did know you." The intruder lowered the blade another inch. "Better than anyone." Kai felt no recognition. There was only the unease that came whenever someone claimed knowledge of a life he could no longer remember. "Drake knew me too," he said. "He also claimed we had a history." The intruder's eyes hardened immediately. "Do not compare me to Drake. Whatever you remember of him, it is not enough to understand what he took from us." He lunged across the bed. The intruder anticipated the move. Instead of retreating, they stepped inside his reach, caught his arm, and turned with his momentum. Kai struck the mattress, rolled, and grabbed for their ankle. They twisted free before he could pull them down. The knife passed close enough for him to feel air move against his shoulder, but the intruder deliberately turned the blade aside. Kai noticed the restraint again. They knew how he moved. More than that, they knew what he would do before he did it. Each time Kai thought he had forced them into a mistake, they shifted into the exact position needed to avoid harming him. He grabbed the desk chair and threw it. The intruder ducked beneath the chair, but Kai followed directly behind it. He caught them around the waist and drove them into the wall hard enough to knock the knife from their hand. They struck twice beneath his ribs and forced his head back with the heel of one palm. Kai absorbed both blows, caught their remaining wrist, and pinned both arms above their head. The intruder stopped resisting. Kai expected another trick, but their body had gone still beneath his hands. Something changed in the eyes above the mask. The anger faded, leaving behind a hurt that he didn't understand. "I told you I don't remember you," Kai said. He heard the accusation in his own voice, though he was unsure which of them it was directed toward. "If we knew each other, then tell me who you are." "I know you don't remember." The intruder's answer came quietly, stripped of the deliberate roughness that had hidden their voice. "I thought I was prepared for that. Apparently, I was wrong." The pain in the words made Kai hesitate. His grip loosened just enough for the intruder to turn away. They did not attack. They only tried to regain distance. Kai caught the edge of the hood as they moved, pulling it backward. Long, pale hair spilled free, but the cloth across the lower half of the face remained in place. The intruder reached for it. Kai caught the covering first and pulled it down. The bedroom disappeared. For a heartbeat, Kai stood again inside a chamber overlooking the burning city of Troy. Apollo held a young woman by the hair, his spear pressed against her stomach. Kai saw the weapon pass through her body and remembered blood flowing between his fingers as he tried to hold her together. The woman before him carried centuries that the girl in Troy had not. Her face had sharpened, and whatever gentleness had once lived openly in her expression had been hidden behind something harder. The years had not aged her, but they had changed her. He knew her name before he understood how. Helen. The recognition struck her more deeply than the fight had. Helen's mouth parted, and the armor in her expression broke. Relief, grief, and something dangerously close to hope crossed her face before she forced all three back behind practiced control. "You remember me." Her voice was unmistakably female now, softer than it had been beneath the mask. Kai released her wrists and stepped away. "I remember Troy, Apollo drove a spear through you, and I held you while you died." "I nearly died," Helen corrected. She lowered her arms slowly, watching him as if any sudden movement might cause the memory to disappear. "There is a difference, though it was a narrow one. You told me my blood wouldn't work on you. It didn't." Kai remembered the voice that had come from behind him, deeper than any mortal voice had a right to be. He had known it without turning. Even now, the word he had spoken in the dream felt natural in a way nothing else from his past did. "My father saved you." Helen's expression tightened at the reference. "He did, though saving me was not as simple as you hoped it would be." "You knew him after Troy?" "I knew him well enough." She looked toward the damaged room and then toward the hallway, recovering the matter-of-fact tone she used as armor. "The rest should wait until everyone is here. Your family heard that fight, and I doubt they are going to accept a brief explanation through the door." Footsteps sounded in the hall almost as soon as she finished. Evan appeared in the doorway holding the wooden baseball bat he kept beside his bed. Noah stood behind him wrapped in a blanket, looking pale and exhausted, but far too interested to remain in his room. Evan took in the broken photographs, the overturned chair, the knife near the wall, and the unfamiliar woman dressed entirely in black. He stepped farther into the doorway and placed himself between Noah and the room. "Move away from Kai and keep your hands where I can see them," Evan ordered, tightening his grip on the bat. His voice remained controlled, but the fear beneath it made the warning more dangerous. Helen looked at the weapon, then at Kai. "The bat will not do much if I intended to harm either of you, but I understand why he needs to hold it." Noah leaned around his father to see her more clearly. His eyes traveled from Helen's pale hair to the fitted black clothing and then to the blades strapped across her body. The alarm vanished from his face beneath immediate fascination. "There is a smoking hot girl in Kai's room." Evan turned his head enough to glare at him. "Noah, this is not the moment." "I know the moment is serious," Noah replied, pulling the blanket tighter around his shoulders. "I am only acknowledging an important detail that everyone else seems determined to ignore." Helen looked toward Kai with one eyebrow raised. "Is he always like this?" Kai glanced at Noah. "This is actually restrained." Noah pointed toward him with clear satisfaction. "Thank you. At least one person in this house recognizes my effort." Evan motioned for him to remain behind him. "The effort I would prefer is for you to stop commenting on the armed intruder's appearance and return to bed. I heard someone drive Kai through a wall. Sleep stopped being an option." Kai looked at Helen, uncertain how much weight to place on a memory that had ended only moments earlier. "Her name is Helen. I remember her from Troy, but I don't remember anything that came after." Noah stared at the woman again, this time with historical fascination competing against the earlier kind. "Helen, as in Helen of Troy?" Helen's expression closed at the familiar title. "People have called me that for thousands of years, and I have disliked it for nearly as long. Troy was a place where I was held, not something that belonged to me. I like that name no more than Kai liked being called Achilles." Noah nodded solemnly, appearing to accept the correction. Then he looked toward the hall. "I should check my room?" Evan frowned. "Why would you need to do that?" "Because Kai has a smoking hot, immortal woman dressed like a ninja climbing through his window. It is possible there is another one in my room, and I would rather not leave her waiting." "Noah, cut it out. I'm only saying he has all the luck. He finds out he is thousands of years old and wakes up to the Helen in his bedroom. I woke up hungry and nearly fell down the stairs." Helen studied him with a faint trace of amusement. "You would not have survived long in Sparta." Noah smiled. "I am choosing to hear that as admiration." "It was not intended as admiration. That has never stopped me before." Despite herself, Helen almost smiled. The expression vanished quickly, but Kai saw it. He also saw the way her attention returned to him as soon as Noah stopped speaking, as though everyone else in the room existed at the edge of her awareness. Evan did not lower the bat. "You entered through the window. You are carrying at least 2 knives, and you clearly know more about Kai than he knows about you. Start explaining." Helen looked toward the hallway again. "I will, but not here. Mara and Lily deserve to hear the same explanation, and repeating myself is a habit I lost patience for several centuries ago." "You know their names." Evan shifted his stance, placing the head of the bat between Helen and the doorway. That means you have been watching this house. I have been watching Kai. Helen met Evan's suspicion without flinching. Watching the house was necessary because he lives in it. For how long? Several months, when I could remain close without drawing attention. Kai stared at her. You found me months ago and chose not to come inside? Helen's eyes moved back to him. The hardness remained, but it weakened around the edges. You were safe. You had people who cared for you, and you appeared happy. The last time I knew you, those things had become rare. You could have told me who you were. I could have entered your life, announced that we spent thousands of years together, and demanded that you trust memories you no longer possessed. Helen folded the mask into one hand, keeping her voice flat despite the emotion beneath it. I have watched people break under less. You already had enough strangers telling you what you were supposed to remember. Kai heard the truth beneath her bluntness. She had stayed away not because he meant little to her, but because he meant enough that she had accepted being forgotten rather than risk hurting him. Kai felt the beginning of a smile, though the questions in his mind quickly overwhelmed it. Helen noticed the expression and went still. You used to make that face whenever you were trying to solve too many problems at once, she said. The observation came with an intimacy that made the rest of the room seem briefly absent. What face? The one you are making now. You think if you stare at a problem long enough, the answer will surrender out of exhaustion. You remember things like that? Helen's control slipped for the second time. I remember everything about you. The admission remained between them. Helen lowered her eyes, clearly regretting that she had allowed the words to escape. When she looked up again, the emotional wall had returned. Noah turned toward his own room once they stepped into the hall. Evan caught his blanket again. Downstairs. I only need a quick look. If there is a ninja in there, ignoring her would be rude. You were sleeping in that room before the fight. A lot happened during the fight. Helen glanced back at Kai as they approached the stairs. He truly does not stop. No, Kai told her. He only becomes quieter when unconscious. I can still talk while unconscious, Noah objected. Lily has complained about it. Mara and Lily were waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Mara held the cold pack against her swollen nose, while Lily stood beside her with her phone raised and ready to call for help. Their eyes moved first to Helen, and then to the knives in Evan's hands. Lily studied Helen's face, then looked toward Kai. Who is she? Kai struggled to find a way to explain someone who belonged to a life he could not remember. Her name is Helen. He paused for a beat. From Troy. Mara waited for him to elaborate. When he did not, understanding slowly crossed Lily's face. From Troy? Helen closed her eyes briefly. Yes, that Helen, though I would prefer not to spend another 3,000 years being introduced by the city where Apollo held me prisoner. Mara looked between Helen and Kai. Yesterday I learned one of my sons is thousands of years old. Today, a woman from the Trojan War entered his bedroom through a window. I need everyone to sit down and start explaining. That is probably wise, Helen replied. Her attention settled on Mara's bruised face. You broke your nose to conceal the blood in the classroom. Mara's expression sharpened. How could you possibly know that? The amount of blood described by witnesses exceeded what your injury should have produced, and Kai would have placed himself between the gun and everyone else. Helen's explanation was calm and direct. Once I knew he walked out without a wound, the rest was not difficult to determine. You learned all of that from the news? I learned enough. I have also known Kai long enough to recognize what must have happened. Mara pressed the cold pack back against her face. Breaking into my house was still a poor way to introduce yourself. I agree. The immediate answer caught Mara off guard. Helen looked at her injury again. Breaking your own nose was also reckless. Though I understand why you did it, I would not have allowed anyone to take him either. Something passed between the two women. Helen's manner remained rough, but Mara appeared to recognize the protectiveness beneath it. Evan placed the knives on the fireplace mantel before pointing Helen toward one end of the couch. Sit there. Kai stays across from you, and you explain everything from the beginning. Helen sat as directed, though she did so with the composure of someone choosing to cooperate rather than obeying. Mara and Lily took the opposite couch, while Noah lowered himself into the armchair and wrapped the blanket more securely around himself. Kai remained standing. From across the room, he studied the woman who claimed to remember nearly every century of his forgotten life. Helen's face revealed little now, but her eyes returned to him again and again, checking that he remained where she could see him. Evan remained beside the mantel with his arms crossed. "You have everyone's attention. Start with why you climbed into my son's room." Helen looked around the Callahan living room before settling her gaze on Kai. "The simple explanation is that the shooting made remaining hidden impossible," she began. "The longer explanation starts after Troy, when Kai's father saved my life and changed it forever." Noah leaned forward despite his exhaustion. "That sounds like a very long explanation." Helen gave him a flat look. "It is. If you interrupt every 30 seconds, it will become longer." Noah settled back into the chair. "Understood?" Evan looked toward him. "I am done now," Noah promised. After a moment, he added, "Probably." Helen ignored him and returned her attention to Kai. For the first time since entering the house, the hardness in her expression softened without disappearing entirely. "You asked who I am," she told him. "The answer is that I was beside you for almost every life you can no longer remember." Kai lowered himself into the chair across from her, though every instinct told him to remain standing. Sitting made the conversation feel less like an interrogation, and he was not yet ready to accept that the armed stranger who had climbed through his window belonged anywhere else. "Then tell me what happened to us," he said. Helen's gaze stayed on him for several seconds before moving toward the others. Mara and Lily sat together on the couch, while Evan remained beside the fireplace with Helen's knives within reach. Noah had curled into the armchair beneath his blanket, looking exhausted despite his determination not to miss anything. "The story of us will make little sense without the story of what we are," Helen explained. "Most of what humans remember has been distorted into myth or stories told to frighten children. Sometimes we encourage that to stay hidden." Evan crossed his arms. "Start with the part where two people from the Trojan War are sitting in my living room. There were immortals before Troy." Helen delivered the correction without arrogance, as though she were explaining a basic fact everyone else had overlooked. "Long before cities, written language, or any city whose name you would recognize, there were two brothers. I never knew their original names. I am not certain anyone still living does." Kai remembered the deep voice behind him in the chamber. He could still hear it telling him that Helen's wound could not be mended. She turned to Kai. "You called one of them father. He is the one who created you." Helen leaned back slightly, although the tension never fully left her body. "Among our kind, he is usually called the first giver. Some shorten it to the giver. His brother is the first taker." Noah shifted beneath the blanket. "Those names are a little obvious." "They were descriptions before they became titles," Helen replied, giving him a flat look. "People had fewer words when the titles began." Mara adjusted the cold pack against her bruised face. "What exactly do they give and take?" "Life," Helen answered. "The giver can restore it, preserve it, and under certain circumstances make it permanent. The taker cannot create life. He must consume it to maintain his own." The room became quiet as the meaning settled over them. Evan glanced toward Kai. "When you say the giver created him, do you mean he is Kai's biological father?" "Not in the mortal sense. Kai may have had mortal parents before he was changed, though I never met them, and he rarely spoke of that life. The giver placed his blood inside him and remade what was there. From that moment forward, Kai became part of his bloodline." Kai looked down at his hands. "His son. That is what you called him, and how he regarded you, which he only did for a few of those he created. Most he changed and left to live out their immortality as they wanted." Helen's voice softened despite her attempt to remain detached. "You were among the first he changed, but even you were never certain how many came before you." Lily leaned forward. "Does that make every immortal on the giver's side related?" "We refer to one another as his children, though most of us were born centuries apart and shared no mortal blood." Kai looked up sharply. "He made you immortal after Troy." Helen nodded. Your blood could not save me. You had already tried it once before on a non-life-threatening wound, and my body rejected it. When Apollo wounded me, you knew pouring more of your blood into the wound would only make my death more painful. That was why you told me it wouldn't work on you. You refused to accept it until your father arrived. Helen's expression grew distant as she returned to the memory. You begged him to save me. He warned you that I might not survive the change and that, if I did, I would never again live as a mortal. You told him you did not care what it cost. Kai felt a weight settle in his chest. Did you care? No one asked me. The blunt answer silenced him. Helen saw the guilt reach his face and immediately regretted the sharpness of her response. She looked toward the windows before continuing in a quieter voice. I was dying, Kai. There was no choice that left me with the life I had before. Your father gave me another one, and whatever anger I carried in the beginning did not last. I had centuries to decide whether I wished he had allowed me to die. And did you? For a while? Helen's fingers tightened together in her lap. Immortality sounds like a gift to people who have not lived long enough to understand it. I watched my family die, then their children, and their children after them. Every place I called home changed until there was nothing left that remembered me. Her eyes returned to Kai. You were the reason I learned to survive it. Kai did not know how to answer. The affection beneath her words was more difficult to face than her anger. He could respond to a threat, but he had no defense against being important to someone he did not remember. Mara broke the silence. If both brothers can make immortals, why are there two different sides? Because they create different things. Helen's composure returned as she shifted back into explanation. Those made directly by the giver do not need to take life to survive. Our bodies restore themselves, and age has little effect on us. We can be killed temporarily, but given enough time, we return. Even if you're badly injured? Evan asked. Helen looked toward Kai. You have already heard some of what he has survived. Blades, fire, drowning, crushing wounds, and burial have all failed to keep him dead. We believe there are limits, but we never discovered them. Noah pulled the blanket higher. That feels like something you should have tested over several thousand years. We tried not to kill each other solely to satisfy curiosity. Reasonable. The taker's line is different, Helen continued. The first taker cannot sustain himself without consuming life. Blood is the most direct means, though it is not the blood alone that feeds him. He takes what is carried within it. Lily's expression tightened. Like a vampire? The stories of vampires came from encounters with his descendants. As usual, humans remembered a fraction of the truth and added whatever details frightened them most. Most can survive on a carnivore diet. Evan did not. Where does Drake fit into this? Drake is one of the first direct children of the taker, just as Kai is one of the first direct children of the giver. Helen's expression hardened at the name. That makes him older and stronger than most of his side. Unlike the giver's children, the taker's offspring can create more of their own, Helen continued. The taker's children can deliberately pass a weakened form of their condition to others. Those new descendants can then create more, with each generation becoming less stable than the one before it. What do you mean by less stable? Mara asked. They heal more slowly. They need life more often. Some lose control of the hunger and become little more than animals. Others can live indefinitely if they feed, but they can be permanently killed through enough damage or deprivation. They are eternal rather than truly immortal, as Kai knows when he turns them into dust. She looked to Kai. I see you are still using that awful "from the dust we came" speech when you kill one of them. Evan glanced toward the fireplace where Helen's knives rested. And how many of them are there? No one knows. Perhaps thousands spread across the world. Some live quietly. Others form groups around older members of the line. A few have built entire organizations without the humans working for them understanding what they serve. Mara looked toward Kai. And all of them are enemies? No. The lines have fought each other many times, but allegiance is not always determined by blood. Some of the taker's descendants reject what made them and don't take life needlessly. Some of the giver's children have caused suffering while claiming they were protecting humanity. Apollo, Kai said. Helen's face tightened. Apollo is one of ours? He was created by the Giver? Lily asked. Yes, the same blood that made Kai and me also made Apollo. The ability to preserve life does not make someone good. Helen's voice remained controlled, though hatred sharpened every word. Apollo believed immortals should rule openly. He treated mortals as temporary possessions and considered their consent meaningless because they would die while we remained. Kai remembered Apollo gripping Helen's hair. He said mortals didn't know what they wanted. He repeated that argument for centuries whenever someone refused him. Helen's expression became colder. He changed names whenever the old ones stopped serving him, but his nature never changed. Mara lowered the cold pack into her lap. How many immortals are on the Giver's side? Far fewer than the Taker's descendants. Only the Giver can create one of us, and he has always been selective. There may be fewer than 100 left. Left? Evan repeated. We don't know if one of us can truly be destroyed, Helen said. But sometimes one of our kind simply disappears. Decades pass. Centuries. No word, no sign of them. Maybe they chose to vanish. Maybe something happened to them. We have no way of knowing. She glanced toward Kai before continuing. What we do know is there are ways to prevent an immortal from recovering. Methods that can leave someone trapped in a state indistinguishable from death for so long that for all practical purposes, they may never return. Her expression tightened, and over the centuries, some of those methods were devised specifically for him. Kai heard the concern she tried to hide. By Apollo? Apollo helped. Drake did too, though the two rarely worked together willingly. Kai has made enemies on both sides. Mara gave Noah a tired look before turning back to Helen. You said immortal blood doesn't always heal people. Why did it heal Noah but not you? No one knows. Helen's matter-of-fact answer carried an old frustration. The Giver's blood can close wounds, restore damaged organs, and sometimes bring back someone whose body has only just died. Yet with other mortals, it does nothing. The blood may disappear into the body without repairing a single injury, or the body may reject it violently. Is it genetic? Evan asked. We considered that. Family members do not always react the same way. Age, health, character, and cause of injury appear to make no consistent difference. But what about the shooting? The police think the gun contained blanks, Evan said. The police are not the people who concern me. Helen looked toward the front window. Her body remained relaxed, but Kai recognized the awareness beneath it. She was listening to the street, the house, and every movement outside. The shooting has been reported nationally. Images of Kai leaving the school are already circulating. People have searched for him for centuries, using old paintings, descriptions, burial records, military accounts, and stories dismissed as folklore. Modern cameras have made hiding more difficult. Facial recognition made it worse. Kai felt exposed despite the walls around them. You think they recognized me from the news? I know some of them did. Helen turned toward him. Within hours of the shooting, messages began moving through channels I have watched for decades. No one agrees on what happened, but several groups believe Achilles has returned. Noah's blanket slipped as he sat straighter. Returned from where? Most believed he had been destroyed or imprisoned. Others believed he chose to disappear. When Kai dropped off the map several decades ago, Apollo wasted no time telling anyone who would listen that Kai abandoned his own kind. Kai looked at Helen. What do they want? That depends on who arrives first. Some will want your help. Some will want revenge. Others will want your blood, especially after rumors spread that someone died in the classroom and walked out alive. Mara's face tightened. How could anyone know that? People talk. Students posted messages before the police finished clearing the building. The foolish boy Trent claimed Kai was hit 4 times. Those posts disappeared, but not before they were copied. Evan looked toward the windows. Are we in danger? Yes. Helen did not soften the answer. Mara sat straighter. From whom? I cannot give you a complete list because I do not know who is already moving. Drake will come if he believes Kai has recovered more of his memories. Apollo will come if he learns Helen of Troy is with him again. Noah looked between them. That phrasing makes it sound as if the two of you caused problems together. We caused many problems together, Helen replied. For the first time, pride briefly replaced the hardness in her face. Noah got up and wandered into the kitchen. returning a moment later with a bowl of cereal. He dropped back into his seat and began eating, each crunch somehow louder than the last. Evan shot him an incredulous look. "Really, son? You think now is a good time for breakfast?" Noah grinned around another spoonful. "What? I'm hungry, and this story is taking forever." A soft clicking of nails came from the hallway before Cerberus wandered into the living room. The massive Anatolian shepherd paused when he saw Helen, but instead of barking or placing himself between her and the family, he approached with his tail moving in a slow, uncertain sweep. Helen held one hand near her knee and allowed him to inspect her. Cerb sniffed her fingers, then calmly licked the back of her hand as though the armed immortal were an invited guest. Noah stared at him. "Excellent work, Cerb. A stranger breaks into the house carrying 3 knives, less, and our guard dog welcomes her like she brought treats." Cerberus glanced toward Noah, gave a quiet huff and settled beside Helen's feet. Helen rested a hand against the dog's broad head. "He has good instincts." "He is famously afraid of plastic shopping bags," Noah replied. "I wouldn't put too much faith in his judgment." Kai almost smiled, although the expression faded as quickly as it came. "What do we do now?" "You stay inside until I know who has arrived. No school, Lalad, no public appearances, and no speaking to reporters. We secure every entrance and establish watches through the night." Evan glanced toward the fireplace. "We?" Helen met his skepticism without reacting to it. "You may dislike how I entered, but I have protected Kai longer than your family name has existed. I know the people who will come for him, and I know how they fight." "That does not mean you make decisions for this house." "No," Helen agreed. "It means I tell you what will keep the people inside it alive, and you decide whether pride matters more than survival." Evan's jaw tightened, but Mara spoke before the disagreement could grow. "Where do you plan to stay?" "In Kai's room," Helen answered as though the arrangement required no discussion. "The window offers a clear view of the side yard and the roof above the porch. I can watch the street without being seen, and anyone entering from the rear of the house would have to pass beneath me." Mara stared at her. "You may both be older than every person in this neighborhood, but I am not having a girl sleep in Kai's bedroom." The declaration seemed to surprise Helen more than Evan's bat had. "I intend to stand watch," Helen clarified. "If I sleep, it will be briefly and near the window." Mara replaced the cold pack across her nose. "There is a couch down here." A faint smirk appeared on Helen's face. It was the first expression that made her look anything like the young woman from Troy rather than a warrior carrying centuries of loss. "The situation is not as improper as you believe," she told Mara. "Technically, Kai and I are still married." Noah's spoon slipped from his hand and struck the ceramic with a sharp clatter. He stared at Kai with open admiration. "Nice, dude." Kai turned toward Helen so quickly that the movement nearly overturned a chair. "We're what?" Helen's smirk deepened as the emotional wall around her cracked just enough to reveal that she had been waiting for this moment. "Married," she repeated. "Several times, depending on which civilizations you consider legally binding." Noah recovered his spoon but made no attempt to continue eating. "You forgot an immortal wife and she still came back for you. You officially have all the luck," Evan pointed at him. "Not another word." Noah looked at Kai, lowered his voice, and failed to hide his grin. "Still nice dude." Chapter 5. Changed. No one in the Callahan house had slept much. Mara had tried, but every sound from the hallway pulled her awake. Evan spent most of the night checking windows and doors, despite Helen's repeated assurance that anyone capable of finding Kai would not be stopped by a deadbolt. Lily gave up shortly after 3 and joined him downstairs. Noah and Kai slept for several hours, though both woke repeatedly complaining of hunger. By morning, the kitchen looked as though someone had emptied half the refrigerator onto the table. Kai sat at one end with a plate piled high with eggs, bacon, toast, and the remains of 2 pancakes. He ate steadily, barely pausing between bites. No one found that unusual. Since arriving at the Callahan house, he had always eaten enough for 2 people, sometimes more after an injury. Noah sat beside him, matching him plate for plate. He had already finished 3 eggs, 4 pieces of toast, several strips of bacon, and an entire bowl of cereal. Now he was scraping the last of the syrup from his second helping of pancakes while watching Evan prepare more. Evan glanced over his shoulder as he poured batter into the pan. Trying to become Kai is not a competition, Noah. You don't have to copy everything he does. Noah swallowed before answering. I'm not copying him. I'm hungry. You have been hungry since you woke up. I was hungry before I went to sleep too. That usually doesn't happen when someone spends the night eating. Noah pointed his fork toward Kai. No one complains when he does it. That is because Kai has been eating like this since the day we met him. You normally complain that chewing breakfast takes too much effort. Noah looked toward his brother for support, but Kai was too occupied with a piece of toast to help him. Helen sat across the table with a cup of coffee she had not touched. She had removed the black outer clothing from the previous day and now wore a plain gray shirt Lily had loaned her, though several weapons remained hidden beneath it. Her pale hair was pulled back, and the hard expression she wore most of the time had returned after standing watch through the night. Evan's comment made her pause. She looked at the empty dishes surrounding Noah, then at the fresh plate he was already reaching toward. Does he normally eat this much? Noah took the plate before Evan could answer. Everyone is making a lot out of breakfast. Mara sat at the opposite end of the table. No, he does not normally eat that much. Until yesterday, getting him to eat before noon required threats. I prefer lunch food, Noah explained. Breakfast is too early. Helen ignored the defense and studied him more carefully. When did the hunger begin? Noah shrugged as he cut into the pancakes. After the hospital, I guess. I've just been hungry lately. Lately meaning since the shooting? I wasn't tracking it. Kai stopped eating. He recognized the change in Helen's posture before anyone else did. She no longer appeared merely curious. Every part of her attention had settled on Noah. Helen looked toward Mara. The news reports said no one was injured by gunfire, and I figured Kai was shot, but no one else was injured. Mara and Evan exchanged a glance. Lily answered from the counter, where she was pouring another cup of coffee. That wasn't entirely true. Helen's eyes moved toward her. Explain. Lily carried the mug to the table and sat beside Mara. Eli fired 5 times. 4 bullets hit Kai. 1 missed him and struck Noah. Helen turned slowly toward Noah. Where? He lowered his fork. I'm fine now. That was not what I asked. Her voice remained calm, but the controlled tone made Noah sit straighter. How badly were you injured? The bullet went through his stomach, Mara said. The words still caught in her throat. He lost too much blood. His heart stopped. Helen's gaze shifted to Kai. You restored him? Kai nodded. I cut my wrist and pressed it into the wound. My blood went inside him and his body healed. How long was he dead? A minute. Maybe less. Helen stared at Noah again, her eyes narrowing as she considered something none of them understood. Evan set the spatula beside the stove. You said yesterday that Kai's blood can heal mortals. Why does any of this surprise you? Because the effects should have faded by now. Helen leaned back, though her attention never left Noah. The blood of the giver's line does not remain active indefinitely in a mortal body. It repairs the immediate damage and then disappears, usually within a few minutes. Noah looked down at his hands. What does disappear mean? It means the blood is absorbed or broken down until nothing remains capable of changing the body. Mara lowered the cold pack. But Noah is still hungry. Helen looked toward Kai. You have never restored someone from complete death before. Not that I remember. Evan moved away from the stove and sat beside Mara. You told us only the giver can create immortals in your line. He is the only one who ever has. Helen folded her hands on the table. Those made by the first giver can heal mortals, but we cannot change them. That ability belongs to the other bloodline. The taker's descendants, Lily said. Noah glanced between Helen and Kai, so I'm definitely not immortal? I did not say that. His fork stopped halfway to his mouth. Mara's expression tightened. What are you saying? I am saying something may have happened that should not be possible. Helen spoke with the same matter-of-fact calm she had used while describing ancient wars and immortal bloodlines. Kai did not merely heal a wound. Noah was dead and Kai called him back. If enough of whatever heals us moved through Kai's blood in that moment, it may have done more than repair mortal tissue. Kai looked at Noah, guilt and fear appearing together on his face. I changed him. I said it is possible. Noah put down his fork. Changed me into what? Helen watched him for another moment. There is only one way to know. She reached across the table and closed her hand around the steak knife beside Evan's plate. Kai realized what she intended a fraction too late. Helen seized Noah's wrist, pressed his palm flat against the table, and drove the knife through his hand. Noah screamed. Mara's chair scraped backward as she surged to her feet. "What did you do?" Kai crossed the distance before the knife stopped moving. He caught Helen by the throat and lifted her from the chair, slamming her against the refrigerator hard enough to rattle everything inside. "You tricked us." His grip tightened as he stared into her face. "You said you came to protect." Helen showed no fear. "Look at his hand." Evan had already reached Noah. He grabbed a dish towel and started to wrap it around the wound, but Noah pulled away. The knife remained embedded through his palm, pinning his hand to the table. Blood spread around the blade in a thin circle. Lily stood frozen beside Mara. "Get it out!" Helen's voice remained steady despite Kai's hand around her throat. "Pull the knife straight back. Do not twist it." Evan wrapped one hand around the handle. "This had better be what you think it is." He pulled. Noah cried out again as the blade slid free. Mara caught his shoulders and pulled him against her while Evan pressed the towel over the wound. "I'm taking him to the hospital," Mara said. Her voice shook with rage and fear. "And then I'm calling the police." "No, you're not." Helen looked toward Noah rather than Mara. "Remove the towel." Evan stared at her. "You stabbed him through the hand." "I am aware." Noah suddenly stopped struggling. His eyes widened as he stared at the towel wrapped around his palm. "Dad," Evan looked down. "What? It doesn't hurt anymore." The room became still. Mara loosened her hold enough for Evan to unwrap the towel. Blood covered Noah's palm and fingers, but the wound beneath it had already closed. There was no hole where the knife had passed through, no torn skin, and no mark except a faint pink circle that vanished while they watched. Kai released Helen. She landed lightly and drew a breath before straightening her shirt. There was no anger in her expression, only confirmation. "I thought so." Noah turned his hand over several times. The skin on both sides was unbroken. "You stabbed me?" he said, still sounding unable to believe it. Helen touched her throat where Kai had gripped her. "And you healed. I needed a wound deep enough to prove more than accelerated clotting. A paper cut would have been a good opening test." Helen looked at him with open impatience. "A paper cut proves nothing. Mortal bodies close superficial wounds without immortal blood. You could have poked me with a needle. That would only test the epidermis and superficial dermis." Noah held up his hand. "So your next idea was to nail me to the kitchen table?" "I placed the blade between the second and third metacarpals," Helen explained, as though the precision should comfort him. "I avoided the superficial and deep palmar arches, the flexor tendons, and the major digital nerves. Even if you had not healed, the injury would have been painful, but unlikely to cause permanent damage." Noah stared at her. "You said all of that like stabbing someone between the bones is normal. For me it is. You could have warned me. You would have moved." "Of course I would have moved. Someone was trying to stab me." Helen folded her arms. "You are behaving like a child." "I had a knife through my hand. For less than 30 seconds. That is 30 seconds longer than I wanted one there." Lily lowered herself into the chair beside him and took his hand, examining both sides. "There really isn't a mark." Mara did not share her amazement. She stepped between Noah and Helen, her bruised face making the fury in her eyes appear even darker. "You will never do anything like that to one of my children again." Helen met her anger without retreating. "If I had asked permission, none of you would have given it." "That should have told you not to do it." Helen glanced toward Kai, perhaps expecting him to defend the necessity of the test. He did not. Kai placed himself beside Mara. "She's right." A flicker of hurt crossed Helen's face before she concealed it. "I needed to know what happened to him," she replied. "So did I," Kai said. "That does not give you permission to hurt him." Helen looked toward Noah. The injury was controlled. Noah lifted his healed hand. "I would like the family record to show that I agree with everyone except the person who stabbed me." Evan took the weapon from the table and carried it to the sink. "No more tests without discussion. That is not a request." Helen's jaw tightened, but she nodded once. "Understood." Mara returned to Noah's side and continued checking his hand, though there was nothing left to examine. What does this mean? Helen's attention shifted back to the impossible evidence before her. It means Kai's blood did not simply heal him. The ability remains inside Noah and has altered the way his body repairs itself. Is he immortal? Lily asked. I don't know yet, Noah groaned. You stabbed me for an answer you still don't have? I proved you have been changed. Determining the extent will require time. No more knives, Mara warned. Helen looked at Noah's unmarked hand. There are other methods. There will be no methods until we agree to them. Kai sat beside Noah and took his wrist carefully, turning the healed palm toward the light. This has never happened before? Not once in all the years I knew you. Helen's blunt certainty faded beneath genuine unease. The giver created our bloodline. No one else could continue it. If Kai has somehow passed the change to Noah, then the rules governing our kind are no longer what they were. Noah flexed his fingers again. I still feel normal. Helen studied the stack of empty plates in front of him. Your body is rebuilding itself. The hunger is part of that process, and the exhaustion may continue until the change stabilizes. How long will that take? I don't know. Noah looked toward Evan. I'm beginning to understand why that answer frustrates everyone. Evan returned to the stove and switched off the burner before the forgotten pancakes could burn. For now, you stay where we can see you. No leaving the house, no testing what you can survive, and absolutely no trying to prove this to anyone. Noah looked offended. Why does everyone assume I would test it? Lily stared at him. Because you once jumped off the garage roof to see if a pile of leaves would break your fall. Mara pressed a hand against her forehead, careful to avoid her broken nose. We are not adding immortal experimentation to this family's problems. Noah looked toward Kai. Did she call me immortal? No, Helen replied before Kai could answer. I said you have been changed. You may heal and still age. You may stop aging but remain vulnerable to certain injuries. You may recover only while Kai's blood remains active in your body. Noah's earlier humor faded. Or, Helen hesitated, Kai noticed. What aren't you saying? If the change is incomplete, his body may become unstable. Mara's hand closed around Noah's shoulder. What does unstable mean? I don't know, because this has never happened. Helen's expression softened as she looked at Noah, the harshness giving way to the concern she usually hid. That is why I needed certainty. His body is doing something no one in our line has ever survived long enough to study. Noah stared at his healed hand. The hunger no longer seemed funny. Kai tightened his grip around his brother's wrist, feeling the steady pulse beneath the unmarked skin. He had brought Noah back from death. Now they had to discover what else he had brought back with him. I did this to him. Kai released Noah and rose from the table, unable to remain still beneath the weight of what he had caused. I thought I was saving him, but I may have cursed him instead. Noah flexed his fingers before placing his healed hand flat against the table. Being alive feels like a strange curse. You don't know what this becomes. Kai moved toward the window, his reflection showing a 16-year-old face that concealed thousands of years he could barely remember. You don't know what it is to remain the same while everyone around you grows old. I brought you back because I couldn't let you die, but I never stopped to consider whether you would want to live forever. You had a few seconds to choose between bringing me back and leaving me dead, Noah reminded him. His usual humor softened when Kai did not respond. Whatever happens next, you made the right decision. Kai shook his head. You can't know that yet. Mara reached toward him from the table, though he remained beyond her grasp. Neither can you. We don't even know if he is immortal. There has to be some way to reverse it. Kai turned toward Helen with desperation sharpening his voice. If my blood changed him, then something should be able to change him back. Helen had remained near the refrigerator since the argument over the knife. She watched him for a moment before answering, her hard expression giving way to an understanding that seemed rooted in old pain. We searched for a way. Kai stepped closer. To reverse immortality? For many years. Helen folded her arms, but her gaze stayed on him. There were times when we wanted nothing more than the ability to become mortal again. We studied our blood, the giver's blood, and every account we could find of an immortal who disappeared. Mara lowered the cold pack from her face. You wanted to die? We wanted the ability to choose when our lives ended, Helen explained. That is not the same as wishing for death. Immortality feels like a gift when measured against one mortal lifetime. It becomes something else after you have buried everyone you loved. Her eyes moved briefly toward Kai. You believed you had come close to finding an answer. Not a proven cure, but a way to separate the giver's blood from a body it had altered. You kept your research in a notebook. Kai searched his broken memories, but found no trace of writing it. Where is it? It was taken from our home during the First World War. We were living in Europe under names that no longer matter, and the house was searched after you left to join the fighting. The soldiers took papers, weapons, and anything they thought might contain intelligence. You allowed them to take something that important? At the time, losing the notebook meant very little. You remembered every page. A faint sadness entered Helen's voice as she considered the abilities he had lost. You could recite every sentence, including the passages you crossed out. Neither of us imagined that one day the notebook might remember more than you did. Evan leaned against the kitchen counter. Do you know where it went? It passed through military archives, private collections, and at least one museum basement. The last person who claimed to have found it was Nick. The name produced no recognition in Kai. Who is Nick? One of the giver's children. Helen's guarded expression softened slightly. He appears far older than either of us, though that has never stopped him from treating you as a leader and, in many ways, a father. Kai frowned. Why would someone who looks older than me see me that way? You had already lived many lifetimes before he was changed. Nick never cared what age your face appeared to be. Helen's mouth shifted with restrained affection. He is deeply loyal to you. Even when he disagreed with your decisions, he never allowed anyone else to question you in his presence. What did we disagree about? Your methods. Nick believes patience can accomplish what violence cannot. He has always had a weakness for wayward children and people everyone else has abandoned. Over the centuries, he has helped more of them find homes, purpose, or a better path than anyone could count. Mara glanced toward Noah and Lily. He sounds unusually compassionate for someone involved with immortals. He is, Helen agreed. Do not mistake kindness for weakness. Nick is massive, stronger than most of our kind, and nearly impossible to move once he decides to stand between someone vulnerable and danger. Kai tried to imagine a man who looked older but regarded him as a father. You trust him? With my life, but more importantly with yours. Helen returned to the immediate problem. If Nick found the notebook, he would have protected it because he believed you might need it one day. Where is he now? Evan asked. The last reliable information placed him in Oklahoma City. He rarely stays anywhere forever, but he tends to remain where he believes someone needs his help. Evan looked at the distance on his phone. That isn't a quick drive. We could fly, Lily suggested, though her expression showed little enthusiasm for entering a crowded airport, assuming traveling under our real names is still safe. A public airport would provide more cameras and records than I would prefer. Helen's gaze moved toward the windows. Apollo may already be searching for Kai. He has carried a grudge since Troy, and the situation in Sparta made it far worse. Noah leaned forward. What happened in Sparta? Helen regarded him with the same calm she used whenever she deliberately withheld something interesting. A temple was destroyed, several armies were humiliated, and Apollo promised to tear Kai's heart from his chest. Noah waited, but Helen offered nothing more. You cannot mention all of that and then stop. We don't have time to go over every insult and every threat Apollo has made towards you. The word Sparta created pressure behind Kai's eyes. For an instant, he saw white stone, red cloaks, and a deep pit surrounded by armed men. The images disappeared before he could understand them. Helen noticed his reaction. Do not force the memory. It will return when it is ready. If Apollo is coming, I'm not leaving Mara and the others here. You will not. Helen looked around the table as though the matter had already been settled. Everyone will travel to Oklahoma City. Keeping the family together will make them easier to protect, and the notebook may provide the only explanation for what happened to Noah. Mara looked toward Evan. Getting away might do all of us some good. Not the immortal enemies or stolen research, but leaving this house for a few days. The school is closed, and you are not expected back at work immediately. Evan began searching for flights. I'll see what tickets are available. Helen dismissed the concern with a small movement of her hand. Transportation is already covered. Evan stopped scrolling. What does that mean? It means you do not need to purchase tickets. Noah looked between them. Are we stealing an airplane? Helen appeared genuinely offended by the suggestion. No. Then we're using fake identities? No. Evan waited for more, but Helen lifted her untouched coffee instead. You will understand when we leave. Pack enough clothing for several days, bring anything you cannot afford to lose, and keep the bags light. Noah glanced toward Kai. She has mysterious private transportation and refuses to explain it. That usually means illegal or extremely sketchy. Helen took a drink without answering. The next hour filled the house with hurried movement. Mara supervised from the hallway while Lily carried bags downstairs. Evan gathered medication, chargers, and identification, checking each item against a list on his phone. Noah packed enough food to suggest Oklahoma had no grocery stores, while Helen removed half of it and replaced it with clothing. Kai tried to help, but his thoughts remained fixed on Noah and the notebook that might contain a way to undo what he had done. When the walls of the house began to feel too close, he slipped through the back door. The afternoon air was warm and still. Cerberus followed him into the yard, remaining near his leg as Kai sat on the back step and looked toward the trees beyond the fence. He tried to imagine the notebook. Somewhere in Oklahoma, pages covered in his forgotten handwriting might hold answers that his own mind could no longer provide. Cerb wandered several feet into the grass, sniffed the base of the fence and stopped. A low growl rose from his chest. Kai looked up. Cerberus was famously afraid of cardboard boxes, thunder, the vacuum cleaner, and a plastic skeleton Noah once hung from the porch for Halloween. Kai had heard him bark at squirrels, but never make the sound now rumbling from deep within him. The fur along the dog's back lifted. Cerb, Kai called quietly. The Anatolian shepherd backed toward him, without taking his eyes from the darkest shadows beneath the trees. A man stepped into the sunlight. Drake wore a dark, perfectly fitted suit despite the heat. He appeared in his normal fashion, composed and smiling as though he had arrived for a scheduled visit rather than emerged from the woods. My apologies for dropping in unannounced. Drake adjusted one cuff and looked toward the upstairs windows. I considered using the front door, but I understand Helen has already made that entrance unfashionable. Kai stood. Cerb remained in front of him, growling despite the tremor running through the dog's legs. What do you want? Drake's eyes moved toward the house. You may relax. I have all the blood I require for the moment. This visit concerns another matter. You don't have another matter with me. We have several, but I came today as a courtesy. Drake motioned toward the shadows behind him, and a thin figure emerged cautiously from between the trees. Eli Barrett wore the same oversized jacket Kai remembered from school. Dirt stained the knees of his jeans, and exhaustion had hollowed the skin beneath his eyes. He remained several steps behind Drake with his hands visible, his gaze moving anxiously between Kai and the house. Kai's body tightened. Eli stopped when he saw him. I didn't understand how you could still be alive. Drake told me a little, but I still don't understand what you are. Kai regarded him without sympathy. You shot me. I know. Eli lowered his eyes, his voice weakening beneath the admission. I was aiming for Trent. He wouldn't stop, Eli continued. Every day he found another way to humiliate me. He took my things, shoved me into lockers, and told everyone about my foster family. Teachers saw enough to know what was happening, but nothing they did lasted. I wanted him gone. Kai remembered finding Eli pressed against the trophy case while Trent scattered the contents of his backpack across the floor. He remembered recognizing the shame in the boy's face and then allowing Noah and Lily to pull him away. You intended to kill him. Eli did not deny it? Yes. Drake rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. The gesture appeared supportive until Kai saw Eli stiffen beneath it. I didn't mean to shoot you, Eli continued. You stepped between us. I panicked and kept pulling the trigger. And Noah? Eli's face tightened. I didn't see him behind you. I wasn't aiming at him. I wasn't thinking anymore. That didn't make him less dead. Eli's head snapped up. Dead? The word caught Drake's attention too. For one brief moment, his pleasant expression slipped. His eyes sharpened, and the fingers resting on Eli's shoulder became perfectly still. The surprise lasted less than a heartbeat before Drake concealed it behind his familiar smile. An interesting choice of words, he observed casually. Surely you mean the boy was badly injured. Kai watched him closely. Noah's heart stopped. He had no pulse and wasn't breathing. Drake regarded Kai with greater care than before. And yet I understand young Noah is currently inside the house, alive and apparently well. I brought him back. A silence followed. Drake's expression remained polished, but Kai saw the calculation beneath it. Until that moment, Drake had treated the visit as entertainment. Now his attention had narrowed entirely around Kai. You healed Immortal after death? He asked, making the question sound almost academic. I gave him my blood? And the boy recovered completely? Kai heard too much interest beneath the controlled tone. Why does that matter to you? Drake's smile returned more fully. Everything you do matters to me, old friend. I merely find it impressive. Your blood has accomplished something I was led to believe impossible. You look surprised. I am capable of appreciating novelty. Drake shifted his attention back to Eli, though the movement felt deliberate, as if he were hiding how much the revelation disturbed him. We can discuss Noah's remarkable recovery another time. Eli stared toward the house, the remaining color draining from his face. I killed him? For several minutes, Kai replied. I didn't know. Eli's voice cracked. I wanted Trent to pay for what he did, but I never meant to hurt Noah. I didn't mean to hurt you either. Kai stepped down from the porch. You carried a loaded gun into a school and fired until it was empty. You don't get to decide afterward which consequences you meant. Drake squeezed Eli's shoulder with false reassurance. The boy has endured several difficult days. Hiding from the police is terribly educational when one lacks money, shelter, or competent friends. Kai fixed his attention on Drake's hand. Take your hand off him. Drake smiled and complied. Protective already? How predictable. Why did you bring him here? I have developed considerable respect for young Eli. Very few mortals can claim they brought down the great Kai, even if they were aiming at someone else, and the accomplishment lasted only a few seconds. Eli looked uncomfortable with the praise, but Drake continued as though discussing a promising student. I am also down one follower. You remember the one I sacrificed to restore balance after Harold's unfortunate death. Eli is frightened, angry, alone, and capable of violence when pushed far enough. Those qualities have produced some of my most loyal children. Kai understood what Drake was proposing. You want to change him? In time, perhaps. Immortality should not be offered impulsively. Drake's smile sharpened at the hypocrisy of the statement. First, I wanted to ensure you had no objection. I would hate for there to be bad blood between our families. He allowed the pun to settle before adding, yes, that was intentional. Kai moved farther into the yard, placing himself between Eli and Drake. You are not taking him. Drake's amusement deepened. He entered a school intending to murder a child who tormented him. He shot you 4 times and killed your brother, however temporarily, yet your first instinct is still to protect him from me. Noah is alive. Because you accomplished something no one else has ever done. Drake's eyes flicked toward the house before he caught himself and restored his casual manner. That does not change Eli's intent toward Trent. Eli lowered his head. He's right. I meant to kill Trent. Kai looked at him. Eli had committed something Kai could not excuse, but he was also a frightened foster child standing beside an immortal who viewed his anger as something useful to cultivate. You need to answer for what you did, Kai told him, but I will not let Drake turn you into something worse. For several seconds, Drake merely stared at him. Then he laughed. The sound carried genuine delight across the yard. Cerberus backed closer to Kai, though he did not stop growling. Something worse? Drake repeated. You called me a murderer earlier, and now you speak as though violence would be foreign to your own family. You kill people to survive, and you killed because you decided your reasons were righteous. Drake walked closer, untroubled by Kai's anger. Do you know how many gods of war were created from stories about you? Ares, Mars, Tyr, Thor, and names buried so deeply that even Helen no longer remembers them all. Entire civilizations saw you on their battlefields and decided no ordinary man could kill with such ease. I fought to protect people. You fought because you decided one group deserved protection and another deserved death. Images stirred at the edge of Kai's memory. Fields covered in bodies, cities burning beneath siege engines, men fleeing while others shouted his name as though it belonged to a god. Drake watched the recognition disturb him and pressed harder. Did you believe those legends formed because you never killed anyone? You have more blood on your hands than every other immortal combined. The only force that has taken more human lives than you is old age. They were tyrants, killers, and armies preying on innocent people. And how many were soldiers following orders? Drake asked, his voice becoming almost gentle. How many were conscripts who knew refusing would condemn their families? How many stood between you and a king simply because that was where someone ordered them to stand? Kai said nothing. You called them evil, and perhaps many were. That does not make killing them anything other than killing. Drake's smile faded. You need the moral distinction because without it, you and I are more alike than you can tolerate. We are nothing alike. No, Drake agreed. I remember what I am. Drake turned toward Eli, who stood with his shoulders hunched and his eyes fixed on the ground. When Drake spoke again, his tone suggested the matter had been settled. Fine, the boy is yours. Kai stared at him. What do you mean? You object to my taking him, so I will honor the objection. Consider it another professional courtesy between old friends. Eli looked toward Drake in alarm. You said you would help me, and I have. Drake gestured toward Kai. I brought you to the one person alive who cannot resist collecting wounded children. He needs to turn himself in, Kai said. That will not be possible. The warmth disappeared from Drake's expression. I promised Eli that no harm would come to him. Prison, execution, experimentation, or whatever frightened authorities decide to do after examining the evidence would violate that promise. He fired a loaded gun in a school. At a boy who tormented him after every adult in his life failed to intervene. Your justice system enjoys discussing intent and mitigating circumstances. I suggest you do the same. Kai looked at Eli. The boy was pale, exhausted, and clearly afraid of both choices before him. He had done something terrible, but Kai also remembered walking away when he might have prevented it. Drake followed his gaze. If you take him, he becomes part of your group and falls under your protection. You hide him from the authorities, teach him your tedious rules, and accept responsibility for whatever he becomes. And if I refuse, then Eli remains free to make his own choice. He can run alone, or he can return with me and become part of my family. I will not force him either way. Eli looked between them, trapped between two lives he did not understand. You planned this, Kai said. Of course I planned it. Arriving without a plan is how people end up stabbed through the hand at breakfast. Kai's attention sharpened. How do you know about that? Drake glanced toward the house. The curiosity he had shown over Noah's resurrection returned for an instant before he hid it. Give Helen my regards. It has been far too long. Before Kai could move, the shadows beneath the trees seemed to deepen around Drake. He stepped backward into them, his dark suit disappearing first, followed by the pale curve of his smile. His voice reached the yard one final time. Choose carefully, Kai. The boy has already learned what happens when no one chooses him. Then Drake was gone. Cerberus stopped growling, but remained pressed against Kai's leg. His attention stayed fixed on the place where Drake had vanished. Eli stood alone near the trees. Kai looked toward the house, where his family was packing for a journey to recover answers from a life he had forgotten. Then he looked at the frightened boy who had entered a classroom intending to kill his tormentor, and instead killed someone who had never harmed him. Eli rubbed his hands against the sides of his jacket. Are you going to turn me in? Kai did not answer. Eli looked more like the frightened boy from the hallway than the one who had held the gun. You should, he whispered. I think I would. Chapter 6. Family Crest. Kai entered the house with Eli several steps behind him. The conversation in the living room stopped almost immediately. Mara had been checking the contents of a travel bag on the couch, while Evan stood near the front window, speaking quietly with Helen about the safest route to the airport. Lily was carrying chargers down from the second floor, and Noah sat at the dining table finishing another plate of food. Every person in the room turned toward the back door. Noah noticed Eli first. The color drained from his face as recognition settled in. Mara's reaction came a moment later. She dropped the shirt she had been folding and reached for her phone. "What is he doing here?" Eli remained close to the door with his shoulders pulled inward. He had looked frightened in the yard, but the sight of the Callahan family made him appear smaller. His attention moved briefly toward Noah before falling to the floor. Kai crossed the room before Mara could unlock her phone. He placed one hand over the screen, preventing her from dialing without taking it from her. Drake brought him. That explanation only made her grip tighten. Then Drake can tell the police where to find him. Mara tried to pull the phone free, but Kai kept his hand over it. "Move your hand, Kai. I can't let you make that call yet." Mara stared at him. The bruising around her eyes hadn't faded, but anger darkened her face in a way the injury never had. "He walked into my classroom with a loaded gun. He tried to murder a student, shot you, and killed Noah. I am calling the police." Eli flinched at the word killed, though he did not attempt to defend himself. Kai lowered his voice, hoping calm would accomplish what force could not. Drake promised that nothing would happen to him. He said turning Eli over would violate that promise. Drake's promises are not our responsibility. They become our responsibility when he decides to enforce them. Evan moved away from the window. He looked at Eli for several seconds, and Kai saw the conflict begin before he spoke. Evan had spent years working with children who came from dangerous homes. He knew what neglect, humiliation, and repeated failures by adults could do to someone. He also knew that understanding those things did not erase what Eli had chosen to do. "You brought the gun to school knowing it was loaded," Evan said. He did not raise his voice, but the disappointment behind it made Eli look even less able to meet his eyes. "You intended to kill Trent," Eli nodded once. "Yes, sir. You emptied it in a classroom." "I know. No, I don't think you do." Evan stepped closer, stopping several feet away. Knowing means understanding that Noah would be dead if Kai had not done something no one knew he could do. Knowing means understanding what Mara, Lily, and Kai saw on that floor. You don't get to stand here and use 2 words to cover all of that. Eli swallowed and looked toward Noah. "I don't know what else to say." Noah set down his fork. He had been silent since Eli entered, his normal instinct to make a joke held back by the memory of the gunshots. "You could start with why you're in my house?" "Drake found me," Eli explained, though his voice barely carried across the room. "He said the police were closing in and that he could protect me. Then he brought me here and told Kai he had to decide what happened next." Lily came down the final stair slowly. She remained near the railing rather than entering the room, watching Eli as though he might still have the gun hidden beneath his jacket. "Do you have it with you?" Eli shook his head quickly. "I don't even remember picking it up off the floor before I ran from the room. I was still holding it when Drake found me. Drake took it." Helen's attention sharpened. "He still has the weapon?" "I think so. It was a revolver. That means he has the casings, the gun, and whatever evidence remained on it." Helen looked toward Mara. Calling the police now would not be as simple as handing them the shooter. Eli would tell them Kai survived 4 bullets and Noah returned from death. Even if they dismissed the story, Drake could ensure enough evidence appeared to force them to investigate. Mara pulled her phone away from Kai, but she did not dial. "You're suggesting we hide him. I am explaining the situation you already occupy." Helen's blunt delivery drew a glare from Mara, but she continued without softening it. "You removed blood-soaked clothing from a crime scene and lied to the authorities about 2 gunshot victims. Whether those choices were justified no longer matters. The police discovering Eli in your home and then receiving evidence from an outside party would connect every part of the story you concealed." Evan gave Helen a hard look. "That does not make keeping him here the right thing to do." "No, but it makes the decision more complicated than calling a number and waiting for a patrol car." Kai sighed. "I'm not saying Eli should escape what he did. He should answer for it, but Drake gave me two choices. I could take responsibility for him, or leave him free to return with Drake. Mara looked toward Eli again. And what did he choose? Eli stared at the floor. Kai didn't give me a chance to choose. I wasn't going to let Drake turn you. You don't know that I would have agreed. Kai stepped closer. Would you? The question forced Eli to look up. Fear and shame filled his face, but something else moved beneath them. Drake had offered protection, power, and a place where Eli's anger would be treated as potential rather than failure. I don't know, Eli admitted. Drake said I wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. He would make fear the only thing you understood? Eli's expression tightened. Maybe that would be better than being weak. Noah pushed himself away from the table. His movements were quicker than they had been before the shooting, though no one except Helen seemed to notice. You brought a gun to school because you didn't want to feel weak. How did that work out? Eli lowered his eyes again. Helen moved to the edge of the couch and studied him. Her expression revealed little, but Kai recognized the same guarded concern she had shown when speaking about lost children throughout history. Nick may take him. Kai looked toward her. You think he would? Nick has spent centuries collecting people everyone else decided were beyond saving. Eli is exactly the sort of stray he would insist was merely lost. Eli glanced at her, uncertain whether the description was an insult. Helen noticed. It was not meant kindly, but it was not meant cruelly either. Nick will not excuse what you did. He will make you face it every day until you understand why it happened and what you intend to become afterward. Mara remained unconvinced. And until then, he travels with us? We cannot leave him here. And Drake has ensured surrendering him creates danger for everyone in this house. Helen looked toward Evan. Nick can keep him hidden while we decide whether the authorities can be approached without exposing Kai and Noah. Evan rubbed both hands over his face. He had opened his home to children with histories that frightened other foster parents. He had argued that a child could not be reduced to the worst thing done to them or the worst thing they had done. None of those children had arrived after shooting two of his sons. I have spent half my adult life telling people that children deserve another chance, he said. His eyes remained on Eli. I never imagined having to say it about someone who killed one of mine. I didn't mean to shoot Noah, Eli whispered. Evan's expression hardened. You meant to kill Trent. Do not ask us to be comforted because you hit the wrong person. Eli nodded and said nothing more. Mara looked toward Noah. What do you want? The question caught him off guard. He looked at Eli, then at Kai before turning his healed hand over on the table. I don't know. I don't want him living with us, and I don't want Drake turning him into whatever his followers become. Noah drew a breath and let it out slowly. I also don't know what turning him in does to Kai. The police already think the gun had blanks. Eli telling them the truth would make every lie we told worse. Lily stepped away from the staircase and joined them. Then he comes to Oklahoma. This Nick person decides whether he can help, and we figure out the rest later. That doesn't mean we forgive him. No, Mara agreed, her voice still tight. It does not. Eli remained near the door as the decision settled around him. No one invited him farther into the house. Kai finally motioned toward the chair beside the kitchen entrance. You can sit while we finish packing. Eli lowered himself onto the edge of the chair but kept his jacket on. His hands remained clasped between his knees, and he watched every movement around him with the alertness of someone expecting the decision to change. It still might. Helen's transportation arrived 20 minutes later in the form of two black sport utility vehicles with dark windows and drivers who did not ask questions. The journey to the airport passed in uneasy silence. Mara and Evan rode in the first vehicle with Lily, Eli, and Cerberus. Kai sat in the second beside Helen and Noah, watching the city move past the window. They did not approach the public terminal. The driver followed signs toward private aviation, passed through a guarded gate, and continued along a service road bordering the runways. Beyond the fence, commercial aircraft moved slowly toward distant terminals, but the buildings ahead were smaller, quieter, and separated from the crowds. Noah leaned toward the window as they entered the private tarmac. You could have mentioned we weren't flying like normal people. Helen remained focused on the aircraft outside. I did mention that transportation was handled. You made it sound like you knew someone with a discount code. I have never used a discount code. That may be the most unbelievable immortal thing you've said. The vehicle turned around the corner of a hangar, and the private jet came fully into view. It was larger than Noah expected, with a polished white body, dark windows, and silver lines running along its length. The engines sat high near the tail, and a set of stairs had already been lowered to the pavement. Near the rear of the aircraft, an ancient crest had been painted in black and gold. Kai stared at it. He had seen the same symbol carved into the base of the Black King Drake left in the alley after the school dance. At the time, it had felt familiar despite stirring no clear memory. Here, enlarged against the side of the aircraft, it carried the same weight. I know that crest. Helen followed his gaze. I would hope so. It belongs to your family. Kai looked at her. My family? Ours, technically. It predates every country whose registration appears on this aircraft. Helen adjusted the strap of her bag and started toward the stairs. You used it before people understood what a family crest was. Later generations altered the design, but the center has remained the same. Kai remembered turning the stone chess piece in his hand, feeling the symbol beneath his thumb. Drake left it on a chess piece. He was reminding you that he knew who you were before you did. Helen's mouth tightened as she looked at the crest. He also enjoyed using your own symbols to unsettle you. The first vehicle stopped beside them. Mara stepped out and stared at the jet while Evan opened the rear door for Cerberus. Several attendants emerged from the hangar. They wore dark uniforms bearing the same crest and approached Helen with the practiced respect of people who had served her for years. One took her bag without being asked, while another spoke quietly about the flight plan and weather. An elderly member of the ground crew came last. He moved slowly but straightened when he saw Kai. The man stopped several feet away. Emotion crossed his weathered face before he lowered his head in a formal bow. Sir, it is very good to see you again. Kai glanced toward Helen, uncertain how to respond. The elderly man remained bowed until Kai finally acknowledged him. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I don't remember meeting you. The man raised his head without appearing offended. I was told that might be the case. It is enough to see you standing here. Helen rested a hand briefly against the attendant's shoulder. The gesture lacked her usual distance. He served us as a young man before you disappeared. His family has managed our aircraft for 3 generations. Kai looked at the man again. Then I hope I was worth serving. The attendant's eyes warmed. You were, sir. Noah stepped from the second vehicle and stared openly at the jet. He gets bowed to now? This trip keeps improving for him. Evan opened the cargo area of the first vehicle and brought out their bags while Cerberus leaped down to the pavement. The dog took one look at the aircraft, lowered his body, and backed against Evan's legs. Helen pointed toward the baggage crew. Stow the mutt with the cargo. Make certain the compartment is climate-controlled and that someone checks on him during the flight. Noah turned toward her in alarm. Serb is not luggage. He weighs more than some luggage, sheds more than all of it, and will panic the first time the aircraft changes altitude. He panics when grocery bags move. That is not a reason to put him in cargo. One of the attendants crouched beside Cerberus and offered him a treat. The dog abandoned Noah's defense immediately and approached with cautious interest. The animal compartment is pressurized and temperature-controlled, the attendant assured them. One of us will remain with him until the doors close and check him as soon as we level off. Serb accepted the treat and allowed himself to be led toward the aircraft without looking back. Noah watched him go with disgust. Traitor! Helen started up the stairs. He has good survival instincts. He licked your hand after you broke into our house. His instincts are questionable. Inside, the jet looked less like an aircraft than a narrow luxury apartment. Cream-colored leather seats were arranged in pairs around polished tables. A long couch ran along one wall near the back, and a private cabin stood beyond it. Wood cabinets lined the forward section beside a small galley filled with drinks and food. Noah stopped in the aisle. This is Batman rich. Helen handed her coat to an attendant. Did you believe Kai and I lived for thousands of years without learning to invest? I assumed you had money. I didn't know you had secret jet with a family CREST money. Noah ran his fingers near the edge of a polished table without touching it. This is not ordinary rich. This is comic book rich. If Bruce Wayne required a loan, he would come to Kai and me. Noah stared at her. You know he isn't real, right? Helen's expression remained perfectly serious. That explains why he never repaid us. Lily laughed as she moved past him toward a seat. Even Mara smiled before the movement reminded her that her nose was still healing. Eli entered last. He paused at the top of the stairs, clearly uncertain whether he was permitted to touch anything. While everyone else chose seats, he took the one nearest the entrance and held his bag against his legs. Kai watched him, but did not tell him to move. The engines began to turn, sending a low vibration through the floor. An attendant closed the cabin door and directed everyone to fasten their seatbelts. Helen sat beside the window, with the ease of someone who had made the trip hundreds of times. As the jet moved toward the runway, Noah continued looking around the cabin. You own this plane? Helen glanced toward Kai before answering. Kai and I own several companies, trusts, properties, and assets accumulated under many names. The plane belongs to one of those companies. Kai looked toward her. I own part of this? You own part of nearly everything I own. And you didn't think to mention that? You were upset about accidentally making your brother immortal. Your investment portfolio seemed less urgent. Noah leaned across the aisle. I disagree. Learning Kai is richer than God feels extremely urgent. The plane accelerated before Helen could answer. Noah pressed back into his seat, his eyes widening as the ground fell away beneath them. Eli gripped both armrests but remained silent. Once they reached cruising altitude, the attendants moved through the cabin with food and drinks. Noah accepted another meal despite having eaten shortly before leaving the house. Kai did the same. Evan stared at both of their trays. At this rate, the flight is going to cost more in food than fuel. Kai continued eating without embarrassment. Noah pointed toward him as if his brother provided justification for everything. My body is rebuilding itself. Helen said so. She said you may be rebuilding yourself. She did not say you needed to eat the entire plane. If I'm not immortal and starve to death, everyone will feel terrible. Helen looked over from the seat across the aisle. You would not starve before Oklahoma. Eli watched the exchange from the edge of the group. He had accepted a sandwich but had not opened it. Noah noticed after several minutes and looked toward him. You can eat. No one poisoned it. Eli examined the wrapper. I wasn't worried about poison. Then you're doing a convincing impression. Eli slowly unwrapped the sandwich, though he did not take a bite. Noah studied him with an expression that had lost most of its humor. You know, dude, you shot me. That was not cool. The directness drew everyone's attention, but Evan did not interfere. Eli looked toward Noah's stomach. I'm sorry. I know saying it doesn't fix anything. It really doesn't. We tried to help you. Eli's eyes rose to his. Kai tried to help me. Noah started to argue, but Eli continued before he could. You saw what Trent was doing in the hallway, and you wanted to keep walking. Kai was the one who stopped. You looked uncomfortable, but you still let Lily pull you away. Noah leaned back in his seat and stared at the unopened drink on his table. That is a fair point, he admitted after a moment. I should have done more. A lot of people should have. Eli nodded but did not use the concession to excuse himself. Noah looked at him again. Still shooting people? Come on, there were about 1,000 steps between being bullied and unloading a gun in a classroom. I know that now. You should have known it before. I did. Eli's fingers tightened around the sandwich wrapper. I just didn't care until I saw Kai go down. Noah's expression changed. Anger remained, but the answer denied him an easy target. Eli was not pretending he had made a mistake. He understood that he had chosen something terrible, and that regret only arrived after the damage. Well, I care, Noah replied, especially since I'm the one who got the extra hole. Eli lowered his eyes. I'm sorry. Noah looked toward Kai, then back at Eli. You're going to have to do more than keep saying that. I know. The conversation ended there. Eli finally took a bite of the sandwich, though he appeared unable to taste it. Noah remained quiet for several minutes before his attention shifted toward Helen. He watched her speak with one of the attendants, then narrowed his eyes as if trying to align her face with a memory. "I've seen you before." Helen dismissed the idea without looking at him. "I have lived for thousands of years. Many people have seen me. No, I mean recently." Noah leaned into the aisle for a clearer view. "You were somewhere around us." Helen turned from the attendant. "I told you I watched the house? This was before that?" He stared at her for another moment before snapping his fingers. "Harold's funeral." The name changed the air around Kai. He stopped eating and looked toward Helen. Noah continued as the memory returned. "You were standing away from most of the crowd near the cemetery. I only saw you for a second. You had dark hair then, or maybe a hood, but it was you." Helen regarded him with new interest. "You are more observant than your behavior suggests. I can usually pass unnoticed when I choose." "I notice attractive women who look like they are hiding from funeral guests." Evan looked up from his phone. "Noah, that was relevant context." Helen ignored the comment. "Yes, I attended Harold's funeral. I had seen Kai before then, but that was the first time I remained close enough to observe him for long." Kai thought of standing beside Harold's grave after the crowd thinned. Helen had been there, somewhere beyond his attention, watching him mourn a man she must have known through another part of his forgotten life. "Why didn't you approach me?" "You were grieving." "Introducing myself would have transformed Harold's funeral into another crisis about your past." Helen looked toward the window, where clouds stretched beneath the aircraft. "I decided to wait and observe. For months. Yes, I hoped this phase of running through burning buildings, stopping criminals, and attempting to save everyone in reach would run its course." Noah laughed. "You knew him for thousands of years and thought that might be a phase?" Helen's mouth tightened. "Hope does not have to be rational." Kai looked at her. "Why were you at the funeral if you didn't plan to speak with me?" "Harold was important to you." Her answer came without hesitation. "That made him important to me." Helen's expression hardened as her thoughts shifted toward the cause of Harold's death. Drake frightened him, manipulated him, and pushed an old heart beyond what it could endure. "The next time I see Drake, I may turn him to ash for that alone." Eli stopped chewing. Noah glanced toward him. "You picked a terrible person to ask for help. He found me. That is probably worse." Helen returned her attention to the window, but Kai saw the anger held beneath her stillness. She had never met the old Harold he knew, yet she carried his death as another injury against Kai. An hour into the flight, the cabin grew quieter. Lily stretched along the couch with headphones over her ears. Evan reviewed messages from the school and local authorities, while Noah ate again and pretended not to watch Eli. Mara moved toward the rear of the plane, where two seats faced each other beside a smaller window. Helen joined her after checking the cockpit and confirming that their route had not changed. For several minutes, Mara said nothing. She studied Helen with the careful attention of a mother attempting to understand the woman who claimed to have shared thousands of years with her son. "When did you and Kai get married?" Helen's expression showed that she had expected the question eventually. "The first ceremony was more than 1,000 years ago. There were others afterward because countries vanished, laws changed, and neither of us had much respect for governments declaring an older marriage invalid." Mara rested her hands in her lap. "You said you were technically still married. Why weren't you together when he disappeared?" "Kai and I wanted different things." The answer sounded too practiced, and Mara waited rather than accepting it. Helen looked through the window before continuing. "He always wanted a family, not followers, soldiers, or people who worshipped him. He wanted children and a home that lasted longer than the wars outside it." "And you didn't?" "I did for a time." Mara heard the change in her voice. "What changed?" "We got what we wanted." The statement carried no triumph. Mara looked toward the front of the plane where Kai sat beside Noah. "You had children?" "3. Surprise crossed Mara's face before she could conceal it. "I thought immortals might not be able to." "We can have children. The cruelty is that our children are mortal." Helen's hands remained folded, but her fingers pressed tightly together. "The blood of the giver can heal strangers from injuries and diseases that should kill them. It can close wounds, restore organs, and sometimes preserve a life that would otherwise end." She paused before completing the thought. It cannot heal our own children. Mara stared at her. Why? No one knows. Our children are immune to the blood. It passes through them without changing anything, as though their bodies recognize it and refuse the gift. Helen's voice remained matter of fact, but the wall no longer concealed the grief beneath it. They also appear unable to have biological children of their own. Every child born to one of the giver's immortals has been mortal and unable to continue the line. What happened to yours? Helen looked toward Kai before answering. Our first was a little girl. She became ill when she was still young. Her skin bruised without injury. She grew weak, and fever returned no matter what we did. We know now that it was leukemia. At the time, physicians had no word for what was happening inside her blood. Mara's hand rose toward her mouth. We tried everything. My blood, Kai's blood, medicine from every healer we could reach, and prayers to gods we already knew were frauds. Nothing worked. Helen's gaze remained fixed on the front cabin. Kai could survive every wound men inflicted on him, but he could not save his daughter from her own body. How old was she? Helen's expression closed slightly. Young enough that the answer still angers me. Mara did not press. Our second daughter lived, Helen continued. She married, though she could never have children. She and her husband adopted several instead. Their home was rarely quiet, and she claimed that was exactly how she wanted it. A trace of warmth entered Helen's face. It made the grief that followed more visible. She lived to 105. Her body became frail, her hearing faded, and eventually she slept more than she woke. I held her when she died. Mara reached across the space between them and rested a hand over Helen's. Helen looked down at it, but did not pull away. Kai was missing by then, she said. He never knew she died. I searched for him, but by the time I found any trace, it was already years too late. Now, even if I tell him, he will not remember the little girl she was or the woman she became. Mara glanced toward Kai. He deserves to know. He does. That does not mean he is ready to carry the grief of children he cannot remember loving. What about your son? Helen's fingers shifted beneath Mara's hand. He died during the Second World War. How? That is a story for another time. The finality in her tone stopped Mara from asking again. Helen looked toward Noah and Lily. Kai never stopped wanting a family, even after everything it cost us. I began to believe wanting one was an act of cruelty. Every child we had would age while we remained the same. Every generation would end in our arms. Mara understood more than she wanted to. The memory of Noah bleeding against the classroom floor returned with enough force that her chest tightened. She saw Kai fall again, his body motionless beneath the torn shirt. For several minutes she had believed 2 of her children were dead. I watched Noah die, Mara said. I watched Kai die too, or believed I did. There is nothing I would not have done to change those moments. Helen met her gaze. But the thought of living through it again, Mara continued, and again, knowing I might have to bury all of them while I stayed the same. I understand why you stopped wanting that life. Helen's eyes lowered to their joined hands. Kai never did. He believed the time with them was worth the ending. Maybe that is why he found us. Perhaps. Helen looked toward the front cabin again. Or perhaps he has always found families because being alone frightens him more than losing them. Kai rose from his seat near Noah and moved toward the back of the plane. He had not heard every word, but the expression on Helen's face told him enough to know they had discussed something painful, and he had picked up on the gist of their conversation. He stopped near them. Were you talking about our children? Helen looked at Mara before answering. I should have remembered how good your hearing is. Yes, we were discussing them. Kai lowered himself into the empty seat across the aisle. He wanted to ask questions, but each one seemed to demand memories he did not possess. I'm sorry. Helen's expression tightened. For what? For forgetting them. For forgetting you, for whatever happened that left you carrying all of it alone. You did not choose to lose your memory. That doesn't change the burden you had to carry. Helen looked away before he could see too much. Kai glanced toward Noah, who was opening another package of food. Now I may have given him the same life. Noah may be immortal, but that does not mean he will be like you. You said the change came through my blood. So did mine, indirectly, and I am not like you. Helen leaned back, recovering enough composure to explain. No immortal has ever been exactly like you. Some become stronger or faster after the giver changes them. Others gain sharper senses, greater endurance, or an intellect that develops beyond what they possessed as mortals. Those gifts remain within the broad boundaries of humanity. Mara frowned. Broad boundaries? An immortal may become as strong as an elite weightlifter or as fast as an Olympic runner, but not impossibly so. Some are brilliant, though many mortals remain more intelligent. Eternal life gives us time to study, but our minds still possess limits. Kai looked toward Helen. We forget. Eventually, a human mind cannot retain every detail forever. New information replaces old memories. Languages fade when they are unused. Faces blur. Skills weaken when centuries pass without practice. Helen studied him. That is true of every immortal except you. Why am I different? No one knows. Mortals have names for fragments of what you can do, but no single condition explains it. Mara waited for her to continue. Hyperthymesia allows some mortals to recall enormous portions of their own lives, often organized by dates and events. Eidetic imagery allows a few to hold unusually detailed visual impressions. Savant abilities can produce remarkable memory, calculation, music, or spatial skill in narrow areas. Observational learning allows the brain to map another person's movements and reproduce them through practice. Helen gestured toward Kai. You possess all of those abilities without their limitations. Before your memories were damaged, you remembered every day you had lived, not merely the important events. Every page you read, every language you learned, every face you saw, and every mistake you made remained available to you. Kai thought of the notebook Helen said he could once recite word for word. Perfect memory. More than that, memory alone would make you knowledgeable, not dangerous. Helen leaned forward, her attention settling completely on him. When you observe an action, your mind converts it immediately into a complete motor pattern. You do not merely see a sword swing. You understand the balance, timing, angle, muscle sequence, and transfer of weight required to repeat it. Noah had stopped eating and was listening from several seats away. Helen continued. A mortal can watch an expert perform a technique and gain a rough model of it. They still need months or years to train their muscles, reflexes, and judgment. Kai needs to see it once. Noah pointed toward him. That explains the martial arts videos. I showed him styles he had never heard of, and he performed them perfectly after one clip. Helen gave Kai a knowing look. He may not have remembered the styles consciously, but his body retained access to what his mind had lost. It is also possible he truly had never seen those particular variations. It would not matter. Kai looked down at his hands. If I can see something, I can do it. If the human body is capable of the movement, yes. Your body also exceeds normal limits in ways the others do not, which allows you to reproduce techniques that would injure most people attempting them. Helen paused before adding, You retain the skill permanently. Watching is not imitation for you. It is acquisition. Mara looked unsettled. That is why he became a warrior. It is why he became the most dangerous warrior our kind has ever known. Helen's tone contained no pride in the title, only certainty. Kai traveled everywhere. He trained with soldiers before their methods had names, studied every weapon he encountered, and sought out cultures whose fighting styles contradicted his own. He learned from generals, duelists, monks, hunters, assassins, physicians, engineers, sailors, and thieves. Kai felt fragments move behind his eyes. A wooden staff striking his forearm beneath a mountain temple, curved swords flashing under desert sun, bare feet moving across snow without sound. Helen saw the memories disturb him. Most warriors master one tradition, she said. Kai accumulated all of them. Each new technique remained beside every earlier one, available without decay. He could recognize how a person had been trained after watching them move once and choose from thousands of methods designed to defeat them. Noah looked impressed despite the seriousness of the conversation. So he is basically every fighter who ever lived combined. Many of the legendary fighters in history were actually him. That is somehow even more unfair. Kai looked toward Noah. And you may have inherited that. Helen shook her head. Do not assume it. Noah's change is unprecedented, but Kai's abilities may come from something the giver placed in him directly. Healing does not give perfect memory, instant skill acquisition, or Kai's physical strength. Noah appeared relieved and disappointed at the same time. So I may have gotten immortality and a ridiculous appetite without any useful abilities. You came back from death, Mara reminded him. That is useful enough. Kai continued watching his brother. We still need the notebook. If there is any chance it contains a way to reverse this, Noah should have the choice I took from him. Noah leaned back in his seat. I have told you several times that I prefer this to being dead. For now, Noah agreed, recognizing that Kai needed the possibility more than he did. Helen looked through the window as the clouds began to thin below them. Far in the distance, the land stretched toward Oklahoma City, and an immortal Kai no longer remembered, but who had apparently spent centuries regarding him as a father. Somewhere ahead was the notebook that might restore Noah's mortality. It might also contain pieces of the warrior Kai had spent thousands of years becoming. He looked down at the crest sewn into the leather beside his seat. Drake had used the same symbol to remind him that the past was never as buried as it seemed. Now Kai was flying toward it. Noah remained turned in his seat after Helen finished explaining what made Kai different from every other immortal. The empty food tray rested across his lap, forgotten for the moment. If Kai is the greatest warrior any of you have ever seen, how close are you? He asked. You handled yourself pretty well when he tried to throw you through his bedroom wall. Helen glanced toward Kai, who had returned to the seat across the aisle. No one is as good as Kai. There are immortals who are stronger than he is and several who are faster, but none of them can match the number of skills he accumulated. Noah appeared disappointed by the admission. You climbed through a second-story window carrying 3 knives. I expected a little more confidence. My confidence is not the problem. Your question was too broad. Helen shifted in her seat, considering how to explain the difference. Kai and I learned to fight for different purposes. He was most comfortable facing an army directly. He would enter the center of a battlefield, draw every opponent toward himself, and keep moving until there was no one left willing to challenge him. Kai frowned as fragments of battlefields moved at the edges of his memory. That sounds reckless. It was exhausting to watch, Helen agreed. You believed that if every sword was pointed toward you, fewer would be pointed toward the people you were protecting. Mara looked from Kai to Helen. And what did you do while he was taking on entire armies? I found the person commanding them. Helen's answer carried no pride or shame. It was simply the role she had chosen. Kings, generals, priests, informants, and anyone else keeping the army together. Kai broke the force in front of him. I removed the mind directing it. Noah leaned back, understanding settling across his face. So Kai charges through the front gate, and you climb through the bedroom window. That is an oversimplification, but not an inaccurate one. You're an assassin. Helen considered the word before accepting it. When necessary, I prefer a single precise death to 1,000 soldiers killing one another because a ruler is too proud to retreat. Eli sat several seats away, still holding the sandwich he had barely eaten. He looked toward Helen with new unease, though she did not seem to notice. Noah did. You probably shouldn't threaten anyone while she's on the plane. I wasn't planning to, Eli muttered. Good, she has already established that she skips paper cuts and goes directly to knives through the hand. Helen ignored him and looked toward Kai. You were capable of patience when you chose to be. You simply chose it less often than I would have preferred. Kai studied her face. She spoke of the person he had been with equal parts frustration and affection. Every story revealed another piece of a life she remembered alone. Is that why we weren't together anymore? The question changed her expression. Helen had faced Kai's attack in the bedroom without fear and discussed killing powerful men without hesitation. Now she looked toward the window, watching clouds pass beneath the wing, as though the answer might be somewhere outside the aircraft. We wanted different things, she said eventually. You wanted to keep building a family. I could no longer survive losing one. You told Mara we had 3 children. Helen glanced toward Mara, realizing how much had already been overheard. Then you know more than I intended to tell you today. I know one of our daughters died young, and another lived to be 105. I know our son died during the Second World War. Kai leaned forward, struggling to keep accusation from entering his voice. I don't know his name, what he looked like, or what happened to him. You will. When? When I can tell you without watching you accept blame for events you do not remember and could not prevent. Kai's eyes remained fixed on her. You have carried those events alone for decades. I can survive hearing them. Helen's composure tightened. Surviving something does not mean you are ready for it. You cannot keep deciding what I'm ready to know. Helen looked away again, but Mara recognized the retreat and intervened before the disagreement deepened. You don't have to tell him everything, she said gently, but avoiding the subject seems to be hurting both of you. Helen remained silent long enough for the engines to fill the space between them. Our son's name was Alexander, she said at last. He preferred Alex after the world became less formal. He had your curiosity but very little of your interest in war. Kai repeated the name silently, trying to force it into the empty place where a face should have been. Nothing came. Was he a soldier? No. He was a scientist. Helen's expression softened as she spoke of him, allowing pride to emerge through the grief. He studied medicine, chemistry, and eventually the properties of immortal blood. He believed the answer we had spent centuries seeking could be found through science rather than legend. The cure. He disliked that word. He said a cure implied there was something wrong with us. The corner of Helen's mouth lifted at the memory. He called it restoration. He wanted to restore the natural progression of the body so that we could age again. Mara watched her carefully. Was he working with Kai? For years. Kai supplied blood, journals, and every memory he possessed of the giver. Alex designed experiments that could not have existed in earlier centuries. Helen looked toward Kai. The notebook Nick may have is partly your work and partly his. The later pages contain theories you developed together. That gave the stolen book a new weight. It no longer represented only Kai's forgotten research. It was one of the few pieces of his son that might still exist. What happened during the First World War? Kai asked. Alex disappeared. Helen's fingers tightened in her lap. We were living in Europe when the war began. Alex had been traveling between hospitals, studying how the body responded to blood loss and trauma. At first, we believed he had joined a medical unit without telling us. Then his letters stopped. You searched for him. You entered the war to find him. Helen met Kai's gaze again. You fought under several uniforms because borders mattered less to you than access. Whenever one army closed an area, you found a way into another. You followed rumors through field hospitals, prisons, laboratories, and camps. And I failed. We both failed. Helen did not allow him to claim the guilt alone. We found evidence that a group had taken him because of his research, but every trail ended with another empty building or another person who knew only part of the story. When the war ended, Alex was still missing. Lily had removed her headphones and now listened from the couch. He was held for all those years? Yes. Helen's voice lost its earlier softness. By the time the Nazis rose to power, fragments of Alex's research had reached men obsessed with creating superior soldiers and extending their own lives. Hitler surrounded himself with people who collected anything associated with the occult. Most of it was nonsense, but Alex's work was real. Evan lowered his phone. They found him. They inherited him. Helen's eyes hardened. The organization that abducted Alex did not survive the years between the wars, but its records did. Nazi officials moved him to a secure laboratory and forced him to continue his research. Kai felt sick. Why didn't he escape? He was mortal, brilliant and stubborn, but still mortal. They threatened other prisoners whenever he resisted. He understood that escaping alone would condemn people who had no value to his captors beyond controlling him. That sounds like something Kai would do, Noah said quietly. Helen nodded. Alex knew exactly whose son he was. Kai looked down at his hands. When did we locate him? Near the end of the Second World War, Nick found references to an unnamed scientist whose blood research had continued for decades. There was nothing in the records to suggest the man himself was unusual, but the work was. It dealt with healing, regeneration, aging, and properties of blood that mirrored what we knew about our own immortality far too closely to be coincidence. Helen's expression tightened. Nick became convinced the scientist was Alex. Hope must have existed then. Kai could almost feel it despite having no memory of the moment. You knew where he was. We narrowed it to a facility controlled directly by men close to Hitler. You and I were moving toward it when the regime began destroying evidence. Helen's voice became quieter. The calm made the account more painful, rather than less. Hitler knew the war was ending. He ordered laboratories emptied, records burned, and prisoners killed before they could tell anyone what had been done to them. Alex and the other captive scientists were taken to a camp facility and locked inside one of the crematorium furnaces. Mara closed her eyes. Helen stared straight ahead, no longer seeing the cabin. They burned them alive and destroyed most of their work with them. The same machinery used to erase the bodies of people murdered throughout the camps was used to keep Hitler's remaining secrets from reaching the Allies. Kai could not find words. He possessed no memory of Alexander's childhood or the years they worked together, yet the manner of his death created grief without memory to support it. How did you know he was inside? We arrived after the facility was abandoned. Most of the remains could not be identified, but Alex wore a metal pendant you gave him when he was a child. It had survived in the ash. Helen reached beneath her shirt and withdrew a thin chain. A darkened piece of metal hung from it, warped by heat, but still bearing a faint impression of the family crest. Kai stared at the pendant. You carry it. Always. The cabin remained silent, except for the engines. Evan eventually spoke. What did you do after you found him? Helen returned the pendant beneath her shirt. The grief left her face, replaced by something colder than anything Kai had seen from her before. What do you think we did? Evan held her gaze. History says Hitler killed himself in his bunker. A faint smile touched Helen's mouth, but there was no warmth in it. You do not actually believe a bunker or any dark hole on this earth could have kept me from him after I found what remained of my son. Noah stopped chewing. Mara's voice was barely above a whisper. You killed Hitler. He intended to kill himself. Helen looked toward the window as though the event deserved no more importance than the death of any other murderer. The pistol was within reach, and he had already made arrangements for his body to be burned. I reached him before he could use it. How? Evan asked, though part of him appeared uncertain he wanted the answer. At first I made it as slow and painful as I could. Then I put a blade through his throat and remained beside him until he stopped moving. Helen's expression did not change. The men still loyal to him created the version of events the world eventually accepted. A suicide was easier to explain than admitting someone entered a guarded bunker, tortured him, killed him, and disappeared. There was no satisfaction in her voice. Revenge had not restored Alexander or eased the decades of grief that followed. Kai watched her carefully. Where was I? Trying to find the remaining prisoners and records. By the time you reached the bunker, it was finished. Was I angry that you killed him? You were angry that I went alone. Helen's mouth shifted faintly. You had no objection to the result. The answer revealed the ruthless part of her that the Callahan family had only glimpsed. She could comfort a frightened dog, recognize a mother's sacrifice, and spend months protecting Kai without asking to be remembered. She could also cross a collapsing city to slit the throat of the man responsible for her child's death. Mara understood both parts. What happened between you and Kai afterward? Helen's gaze moved toward the front of the cabin, where the crest was worked into the wooden wall. Kai found a way to continue. He always did. Eventually, Harold came into his life, and Kai raised him. The mention of Harold brought another ache to Kai's chest. Helen continued before he could interrupt. I could not begin again. We still had our daughter, but she was already growing older. Every year changed her while Kai and I remained the same. I could look at her and see the child she had been, the woman she had become, and the death that would eventually take her. You left them? Lily asked. Helen did not take offense at the question. I remained close enough to protect them, but I stopped pretending I could live as though loss were not coming. Kai believed loving them for whatever time we had was worth the pain. I began to believe creating families we were destined to bury was selfish. Kai heard the distance between their choices. So I raised Harold while you stayed away. You made a new life. I watched when I could, but I no longer knew how to stand inside a family and wait for it to end. Did you stop loving me? Helen looked directly at him. No. The answer contained no hesitation, but she did not leave it alone as a clipped declaration. That was never the problem. I loved you enough that watching you create another family terrified me. I knew what would happen when they died, and I knew you would endure it because you always believed a few years of love were worth centuries of grief. Kai glanced toward Mara, Evan, Noah, and Lily. I still believe that. I know. Helen's voice softened. That is why I stayed away when I found you. You had finally built the life you kept searching for. I could not ask you to leave it, and I did not know whether I could survive becoming part of it. Mara thought of Helen standing watch through the night and calmly allowing Cerberus to sleep against her feet. Despite everything she said, she had already begun stepping back inside. You came into the house anyway, Mara observed. Helen's attention settled on Kai. He was in danger. Some habits are stronger than fear. Noah broke the heavy silence by shifting in his seat. This may be a bad time to return to my original question, but I would still like to see which of you is the better fighter. Mara stared at him. What? Noah asked. Everyone was sad. I was trying to redirect. Helen shook her head, though there was faint gratitude in her expression. Kai would defeat me in a fair fight. Noah considered her qualification. And in an unfair one? I would avoid allowing him to realize we were fighting until it was over. That is a very assassin answer. It was an assassin question. Kai leaned his head against the seat. The emotional strain of the past several days had finally begun to overcome even his body's ability to continue. He had slept only in fragments since the shooting, and every recovered memory seemed to take something from him. Helen noticed his eyes closing. You should rest. I dreamed about Troy the last time I slept. The memories are returning because your mind is ready to find them. Or because someone keeps mentioning places where Apollo tried to kill me. That list is too long to avoid forever. Kai looked at her one final time. The woman before him had been his wife, the mother of his children, and the person who remained beside him through thousands of years he could no longer access. He tried to hold on to that thought as exhaustion pulled him under. The engines faded. The cool air of the aircraft became hot wind carrying dust, blood, and smoke. Kai opened his eyes at Thermopylae. Bodies covered the narrow pass. Spartan shields lay broken among Persian spears, and the red cloaks of the 300 were scattered across the stones. The Allied troops who had remained with them were dead as well, their bodies forming uneven walls where the living had fought until there was no room left to retreat. Beyond them, the Persian army filled the road and the hills. Thousands waited beyond bowshot, their armor reflecting the afternoon sun. Fresh ranks pressed toward the pass, while officers shouted orders from behind them. Every assault left more bodies among the rocks, but another line always replaced the one before it. Only 4 defenders remained standing. King Leonidas held the center of the pass. Blood covered one side of his face, and the bronze rim of his shield had been split nearly in half. Several wounds darkened his armor, but he remained upright with his spear braced against the ground. Kai stood to his right, bareheaded and covered in injuries that had already begun to close. His sword had broken near the middle, forcing him to use the remaining length like a heavy knife. Helen stood to Leonidas's left. Her hair was bound behind her head, and 2 curved blades rested in her hands. She had abandoned her shield hours earlier after deciding it slowed her down. Drake occupied the ground several paces ahead of them. His pale armor remained strangely clean despite the battle, and he rested the point of a Persian spear against the stones as though waiting for a conversation rather than another assault. Leonidas surveyed the bodies of his men before looking toward Kai. I remain unconvinced that you are not Spartan, the king told him. Weariness roughened his voice, but humor survived beneath it. No foreigner should be capable of ignoring death with such determination. Kai wiped blood from his eyes with the back of one hand. I've been called worse things than Spartan. A horn sounded from the Persian lines, and hundreds of soldiers advanced into the pass with their shields locked and their spears angled forward. They stepped over the men who had fallen before them, while officers shouted from behind, driving them toward the 4 remaining defenders. Drake watched the formation approach with the mild disappointment of a man studying an unappealing meal. So many bodies, and I am forbidden from enjoying any of them, he remarked. Traveling with you has become unnecessarily restrictive. Kai adjusted his grip on the broken sword. You promised. I promised to survive on animal flesh while we traveled together. I did not promise to enjoy the indignity. Drake glanced at the advancing soldiers. Do you understand how disappointing it is to stand before an entire army while pretending they are not food? You have eaten enough goat and cattle to keep yourself alive. Alive, yes. Satisfied, no. Drake straightened the sleeve of his pale armor, maintaining his usual formal composure despite the army bearing down on them. You also promised several vials of your blood after the battle. I expect you to honor that agreement, assuming Apollo leaves enough of you to fill them. Helen looked between them with open disbelief. You agreed to feed him your blood? It keeps him from feeding on the soldiers. Drake inclined his head toward Kai. He is remarkably generous when attempting to control me. Leonidas kept his damaged shield raised while studying Drake. You speak of drinking his blood as though discussing wine. Kai's blood is considerably more valuable than wine, although his personality has grown no less bitter with age. Helen turned toward Kai. I continue to question why you permit him to travel with us. Because the arrangement works. Drake looked toward the army. For now. The Persian line entered the narrowest portion of the pass. Kai moved first. He charged directly into the center before the soldiers could brace their spears. His shoulder struck the first shield hard enough to throw its bearer backward into the men behind him. Kai seized the spear shaft, tore it free, and drove the base into another soldier's throat before turning the point toward the advancing line. Leonidas followed with a roar. His ruined shield forced two weapons aside, while his spear found the opening beneath an enemy's armor. Helen did not enter the center with them. She moved along the rocky edge of the pass, slipping past the shields while every soldier focused on Kai. An officer lifted his sword to order the next formation forward, but Helen reached him before the command left his mouth. One blade passed across his throat, and she was already moving toward the next leader before the body fell. Drake remained still. Three soldiers rushed him at once, apparently mistaking his calm for hesitation. The first thrust a spear toward his chest. Drake shifted less than an inch out of its way, caught the shaft, and redirected the weapon into the soldier approaching from his left. His polite expression disappeared. The transformation was immediate. The elegant man who complained about his diet vanished beneath something older and far more dangerous. Drake broke the spear with one hand, drove the splintered end through the first attacker's throat, and took the second man's sword before the body reached the ground. He did not fight like Kai. Kai overwhelmed armies through strength, endurance, and the accumulated skill of thousands of years. He drew every attack toward himself, broke formations apart, and survived wounds that would have ended any other warrior. Drake killed with economy. Every movement ended a life. He did not block when he could sever the hand holding the weapon. He did not force an enemy backward when he could step inside the man's guard and drive steel beneath the jaw. The formal restraint that governed his voice and manner dissolved completely, revealing the ruthless precision beneath it. A Persian swung at his head. Drake ducked beneath the blade, opened the man's stomach, and continued moving without watching him fall. He drove his shoulder into another soldier, used the man's body to stop two incoming spears, then twisted the dead weight aside and cut both attackers down before they could recover. There was no anger in his face. There was pleasure. Not the hunger he had promised Kai to control, but the release of a nature he usually concealed beneath manners, tailored clothing, and careful speech. The soldiers were not food. They were merely obstacles, and Drake removed them with frightening efficiency. Leonidas saw him tear through the Persian flank and stared despite the battle pressing around them. I have decided, the king shouted toward Kai. He is not merely irritating, he is a demon. Drake caught a sword arm, broke it at the elbow, and used the stolen blade to kill the man behind its owner. I appreciate the recognition, though your timing could be improved. Helen drove one blade beneath an officer's ribs and glanced toward Kai. He appears happier now. He enjoys being allowed to stop pretending, Kai replied as he forced a cluster of soldiers backward. Drake heard him despite the clash of weapons. You make restraint sound dishonest? For you, it usually is. Another group surrounded Drake. He looked at them with a smile that no longer carried any trace of civility. Come closer, he invited. Kai has forbidden me from eating you. He said nothing about how quickly I may kill you. They attacked together. Drake moved through them like a blade given human form. One soldier fell with his throat opened. Another dropped when Drake drove a knee through the side of his leg and forced him onto the sword intended for someone else. Drake caught the last man by the face, turned him into an approaching spear, and released him only after both bodies collapsed together. The Persian formation broke within minutes. Those who survived retreated over the bodies of those who had not. Kai started after them, but Helen caught his arm before he left the protection of the narrow pass. Let them go. Apollo wants you in the open. Kai looked beyond the fleeing soldiers toward the Immortal waiting above the army. He will continue sending them until no one remains. Then we will continue killing them until he is forced to come himself. Drake wiped the sword clean on a fallen cloak. His breathing had not changed, but blood covered his armor and hands. The lethal expression gradually receded as he straightened and restored the composed posture he wore outside battle. Or, he suggested, we could stop pretending these men matter and go directly to Apollo. Kai looked at the bodies surrounding him. They matter. They came here to kill us. They came because their king ordered them forward. Drake examined the edge of his sword. Your compassion becomes increasingly inconvenient when directed toward men attempting to place spears through my body. You healed before the last spear left you. That does not make the experience pleasant. Leonidas pulled his weapon from a fallen soldier and looked between Kai and Drake. You are both impossible to kill, yet one of you fights as if every life matters and the other as if none do. Drake gave the Spartan king a courteous nod. At last, someone understands us. Kai ignored him and turned toward the platform beyond the Persian ranks. Apollo watched from above the army in gold armor, untouched by blood or dust. For 2 days he had sent mortal soldiers into the pass, allowing wave after wave to weaken Kai before risking himself. Helen followed Kai's gaze. He is still afraid to face you. He is patient, Kai replied. He expects exhaustion to accomplish what he cannot. Drake rested the bloodied sword against his shoulder. His plan would be more effective if Kai were capable of remaining dead. He is the strongest of the Giver's children, Helen reminded him. Apollo knows that better than anyone. Drake's expression sharpened. Strength is not the only measure of danger. The battlefield around them proved his point. Kai stood wounded but unbroken amid the remains of the formation he had shattered. His strength, endurance, and perfect understanding of combat made him the greatest warrior the Giver's bloodline had produced. Drake stood among a different pattern of death. The bodies around him had fallen with precise wounds, each movement designed to end resistance immediately. He did not possess Kai's perfect memory or ability to master every technique after seeing it once, but he did not need them. The Taker's blood had shaped him for another purpose. Kai survived battle. Drake ended it. Helen looked from one immortal to the other. You are both dangerous. Only one of you pretends to be civilized. Drake glanced at the blood covering his hands. His pleasant smile returned as though nothing beneath it had ever changed. I do not pretend. I simply appreciate civilization when it is available. A movement passed through the Persian ranks. Apollo had left the platform. He descended through the army while soldiers moved out of his path. Unlike the mortals he sent forward, Apollo showed no exhaustion, fear, or injury. Sunlight reflected from his golden armor, making him visible to every soldier beneath him. Helen's face hardened. He finally decided to stop hiding. Drake watched Apollo approach, then looked toward Kai. I assume the promised blood remains available if we survive this. You're thinking about payment now? I have upheld my side of the agreement. Not one soldier was consumed. Helen surveyed the dead around him. Your restraint is inspiring. I found it deeply unpleasant. Apollo stopped beyond the reach of a thrown spear. His attention passed over Leonidas and Drake before settling on Helen. You continue choosing the losing side. Helen's expression became colder than the blades in her hands. I chose my side in Troy. You chose a man who failed to protect you. He reached me after you drove a spear through my body. Apollo spread his hands as though the act had been an unfortunate disagreement. You were mortal then and incapable of understanding what I offered. I would have made you eternal. You would have made me obedient. I would have made you a queen. Helen glanced toward the Persian bodies covering the pass. You still confuse standing above frightened men with ruling them. Apollo's jaw tightened, but his attention moved toward Kai. You filled her mind with your weakness. Helen stepped closer to Kai, allowing her shoulder to touch his. The gesture was deliberate, and Apollo understood it immediately. For 2 days, Helen and Kai had fought without needing words. Kai drew the army toward himself, trusting his strength to hold the pass. Helen moved where he could not, removing commanders and threats before they reached him. Each depended on the other without hesitation. Drake watched the silent exchange inside. This is the part where Apollo insists Helen secretly belongs to him, he explained to Leonidas. He has repeated it for centuries. It has never become more convincing. Leonidas kept his shield raised. Does he always speak this much? Unfortunately, Helen replied without looking away from Apollo. Apollo ignored them. Come to me, Helen. When Kai falls, I may still forgive your defiance. Helen moved even closer to Kai. Her expression softened when she looked at him, revealing the affection she usually protected behind discipline and violence. The army, the dead, and the certainty that the pass would fall seemed to disappear for that moment. Kai returned the look. Helen had been offered safety, power, and a place beside Apollo. Instead, she remained beside Kai in a pass filled with bodies, facing an army neither of them could save. She turned back toward Apollo. I chose Kai when I was mortal, and I chose him again after his father gave me eternity. I will continue choosing him for as long as either of us exists. Apollo's control finally broke. The sunlight around him intensified, reflecting from his armor until the nearest soldiers shielded their eyes. You believe that makes your choice permanent? No, Helen replied. I make it permanent every day. Drake rolled one shoulder and adjusted his grip on the captured sword. The polished man was already beginning to disappear again as the Persian ranks advanced behind Apollo. Touching, he said. Now that everyone has declared their feelings, may we return to killing these fools? Leonidas looked toward Kai. You are certain he is not the reason every army wishes to destroy you? I have considered it. Apollo drew his sword. Kai shifted the broken weapon into his right hand, and Leonidas braced the remains of his shield against his shoulder. Helen raised both blades, positioning herself beside Kai. Drake stood slightly ahead of them. His smile widened as the last trace of restraint left his face. Apollo entered the pass with an army behind him. The 4 defenders moved forward to meet them. Chapter 7. The Search. Kai woke when the wheels struck the runway. The impact pulled him out of Thermopylae with enough force that his hand closed around the armrest. For several seconds, he could still smell blood and hot stone. Leonidas's broken shield remained at the edge of his vision, and Apollo's golden armor flashed against the Persian army advancing behind him. Then the jet settled onto the runway, and the roar of the engines replaced the clash of weapons. Helen sat across the aisle watching him. You remembered something, she observed, studying his face for signs that the memory had harmed him. Thermopylae. Leonidas was there. So were you and Drake. Kai loosened his grip on the armrest as pieces of the battle continued settling into place. Apollo kept sending soldiers into the pass because he wanted them to weaken me before he fought me himself. That was Apollo's way. You chose me in front of him. A subtle tension entered Helen's expression. She glanced toward the window as the aircraft left the runway and began taxiing toward the private terminal. I chose you long before Thermopylae, she told him. That battle merely ensured Apollo could no longer pretend otherwise. Noah stirred in the seat ahead of them and turned around. His hair was flattened against one side of his head, and several crumbs remained on his shirt. Did I miss another ancient memory? Kai nodded. Sparta. Noah immediately became more alert. Was it the temple situation? No. That means there are at least 2 significant Sparta stories. There are considerably more than 2, Helen replied as she watched the private terminal draw closer. You will have to survive Oklahoma before hearing any of them. The jet slowed as it approached a hangar separated from the commercial airport. Two black limousines waited beyond the security gate, their engines running beneath the morning sun. Helen unfastened her seatbelt. "Nick has been using the name Chris recently. Ask for Chris when we begin looking for him." Kai searched for any reaction to the alias. Nothing came. "Where do we start?" "Homeless shelters, church kitchens, and food distribution centers. Chris prefers spending time around people who have nowhere else to go. He could live anywhere he wished, but he often chooses a small room above a shelter or a cot among the men staying there." Mara looked back from the seat ahead. "An immortal with access to you and Kai's fortune lives in homeless shelters? He does not remain there because he lacks a home. He stays because other people do." Helen's gaze shifted toward Eli, who sat alone near the rear of the plane. Chris believes someone should be present when a lost person finally decides to ask for help. Eli lifted his eyes but quickly looked away when he realized she had noticed. "We may have to ask around," Helen continued. "People living on the streets tend to know who provides food, protection, or a place to sleep without demanding anything in return. They also recognize authorities and wealthy strangers before either group realizes they have been noticed." Noah looked around the private jet. "We might have difficulty passing as people who aren't wealthy. That is why we will not approach them dressed like this." Helen's attention moved to his shirt. It was bright red, one of the few clean options Noah had thrown into his bag. "You need to change." Noah looked down at himself. "What's wrong with my shirt?" Chris has developed a dislike for red over the past several decades. "What kind of dislike?" "The kind that will make him less cooperative if you arrive wearing it." Noah glanced toward Kai. "Does every immortal have a random color they hate?" "I don't remember." "You dislike orange," Helen told Kai. Kai frowned. "Why?" "You wore it during a siege and were struck by 14 arrows before reaching the wall." "That sounds more like a problem with the archers." "It was an ugly tunic. The arrows improved it." Noah smiled as he pulled the hem of his shirt away from his body. "I'll change after we land. I'm not taking my shirt off in front of the entire flight crew." Helen looked toward the closed cockpit. "They have seen far worse. That raises questions I don't want answered." The aircraft rolled to a stop beside the hangar. As the engines powered down, Helen turned toward Kai. "You also need to control yourself while we are in the city." Kai recognized the warning in her tone. "Control what?" "The compulsion to involve yourself in every crisis within sight. We cannot afford another photograph or video of you circulating." Helen leaned closer, lowering her voice as the attendants prepared to open the cabin. "If someone is robbed, chased, threatened, or foolish enough to begin a fight, you keep walking." "What if someone is in danger?" "Someone is always in danger. You are not responsible for every mortal who makes a poor decision." Kai's expression made it clear he did not agree. Helen sighed. "If an old woman walks in front of a bus, allow the bus to hit her. She was likely going to die soon anyway." Noah stared at her. "That may be the coldest thing anyone has ever said while discussing an old lady." Helen slowly turned toward him. Her expression did not change, but Noah glanced through the window at the airport vehicles moving beyond the fence and pulled his seatbelt across his lap again. "On further reflection," he said, "the bus was probably already committed to the lane." Evan looked toward his son. "Do not antagonize the immortal assassin." The cabin door opened, and sunlight spilled across the aisle. Several attendants entered to collect the bags, moving first toward Helen and Kai before helping the others. Helen spoke quietly to the senior attendant who had bowed to Kai before the flight. "The larger safe house will need to be opened. Take Mara, Evan, Lily, and the dog there. Use the second vehicle to follow them until they are inside." The elderly man inclined his head. "And the two boys? Noah and Eli are coming with Kai and me." The decision drew immediate reactions from both sides of the cabin. Mara stood from her seat and looked first at Noah, then toward Eli. "Why is Eli going with you?" "Because I want him near me," Kai answered before Helen could. "Drake brought him to me, and I accepted responsibility for him. I'm not sending him away with the rest of you when none of you are comfortable being alone with him." Evan did not deny the discomfort. His eyes moved toward Eli, who remained seated with his hands clasped between his knees. I would rather he stayed where Kai can see him, Evan admitted. I understand why he did what he did. That does not mean I am ready to sit in the back of a car with him while Noah is somewhere else. Lily folded her arms. I'm not either. Eli accepted the statements without looking offended. Shame seemed to have taken the place where anger might once have been. I can stay here, he offered quietly. No, Kai replied. You stay with me until we decide what happens next. Helen studied Kai for a moment before supporting the decision. Chris may also be more willing to reveal himself if Eli is present. Wayward children tend to attract his attention. I'm not a child, Eli muttered. You brought a loaded gun into a school because a bully made you feel powerless, Helen replied. You are a child who made an adult decision without understanding its consequences. Eli's jaw tightened, but he did not challenge her. Mara turned toward Noah. You should still come with us. He needs to remain near Kai, Helen explained. Until we understand what the change is doing to him, separating them would be unwise. If Noah's condition becomes unstable, Kai's blood may be the only thing capable of helping. The explanation ended Mara's objection, but did not ease her concern. Helen returned her attention to the attendant. No one is to be told that Kai has returned. The man's eyes moved briefly toward Kai before he nodded. Of course. Not the household staff, the local contacts, or the others. No messages through the old channels until I give permission. Evan caught the deliberate vagueness. Who are the others? Helen lifted her bag from the seat. People who have waited a very long time for Kai to return. The attendant accepted the instruction without asking for clarification. The drivers have been told that no names are to be entered into the transportation records. Good. Move the aircraft into the hangar and remove the current flight information from every private system you control. Yes, ma'am. His unquestioning response reminded Kai that Helen had not merely accumulated money. She had built networks of people who served her, trusted her, or feared disappointing her. Some families had apparently done so for generations. They descended to the tarmac. Cerberus emerged from the animal compartment several minutes later, pulling an attendant behind him with enough force to suggest he had spent the flight planning his escape. The instant he saw Evan, the enormous dog dragged the attendant across the pavement and pressed against Evan's side. Noah crouched beside him. There you are. Did the cargo hold teach you anything about loyalty? Serb licked his face. That is not an apology. Helen motioned toward the first limousine. Put the mutt with the family. The attendant holding Cerberus's lead looked uncertain. He may not fit comfortably in the passenger area. He can ride on Lily. Lily gave Helen a flat look. Helen's expression remained unchanged. That was a joke. Noah watched her closely. Was it? Mara took Cerberus's lead before the discussion continued. She turned toward Kai and rested a hand against his cheek, momentarily unconcerned that the attendants were watching. Do not disappear. Kai covered her hand with his. I won't. Helen accepted the distrust without offense. I will return all four of them to the safe house. Mara's eyes moved toward Ally. All four. Yes. Evan opened the limousine door for Mara and Lily. Before entering, he looked at Kai. Keep Noah close. I will. Evan's gaze shifted toward Ally. And keep him closer. Ally lowered his eyes. Lily climbed into the vehicle and moved to the far side so Cerberus could take most of the floor. The dog immediately stretched across the available space, blocking everyone's feet. The limousine pulled away with a second black vehicle following behind it. Eli watched it disappear through the gate. They hate me. No, Kai told him. They are afraid of you. That is worse. It can be, but fear changes more easily than hate. Noah shoved his hands into his pockets. For the record, I'm still angry, not afraid. Eli glanced toward him. You should probably be both. Helen started toward the remaining limousine. We are wasting time. The driver opened the rear door. Helen entered first, followed by Kai. Noah climbed in beside Kai, leaving Eli to sit across from them beside Helen. Eli settled against the door and kept his hands visible as though he expected someone to accuse him of reaching for another weapon. The interior had enough space for 6 people, but the silence made it feel smaller. Noah broke it first. This is awkward. No one asked you to describe it, Helen replied. I thought acknowledging it might help. It did not. Helen gave the driver an address, and the limousine left the private airport. Oklahoma City stretched around them beneath a clear sky. Glass buildings rose in the distance, but Helen directed the driver away from downtown and into a commercial district filled with older stores, small restaurants, and wide parking lots. Eli watched the city through the window. "What happens if we find Chris?" "He may take responsibility for you," Kai answered. Eli looked toward him. "You mean you're giving me away?" "I mean Chris may know how to help you better than I do." "You don't know him." "Apparently I did." "That doesn't sound reassuring." Helen looked toward Eli. "Chris will not excuse what you did or hide you merely because you had a difficult life. He will force you to understand every decision that led to the classroom, including the moments when you could have stopped." Eli swallowed. "And if he doesn't want me, then Kai will continue trying to save you despite having no idea how." Kai looked toward her. "You make that sound foolish?" "It frequently is." Noah leaned toward Eli. "You get used to it. He tried to save the person you were aiming at, and still somehow decided you needed protecting afterward." Eli looked down. "I don't understand why." Kai watched him for a moment. "Neither do I yet." The limousine eventually turned into a secondhand store parking lot. Noah looked through the tinted window at the large blue sign. "We arrived in a private jet and took a limousine to this." The limousine stopped near the entrance. Several shoppers turned to watch as the driver stepped out and opened the rear door. Helen remained seated. "Drive around the block and return in 40 minutes. Waiting in front of the store would attract attention." The driver nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Noah climbed out and looked at the people staring at the limousine. "I think the attention part already happened." Helen walked into the store without waiting for them. Kai motioned for Eli to stay beside him. Eli obeyed, keeping close as they entered behind Noah. Rows of donated clothing stretched beneath bright fluorescent lights. The air smelled faintly of detergent, old fabric, and furniture polish. Helen moved directly toward the men's section and began examining shirts with the concentration she had shown while evaluating weapons. Noah followed reluctantly. "What exactly are we looking for?" "Clothing that appears worn, inexpensive, and forgettable." Kai lifted a faded brown jacket from the rack. One sleeve was longer than the other, and a stain marked the pocket. Helen nodded. "That will work." Noah stared at it. "That jacket looks like it lost a fight with a lawnmower." "Then no one will study the person wearing it." Helen selected loose jeans for Kai and added an old baseball cap bearing the logo of a plumbing company that no longer appeared to exist. Kai examined the cap. "Why do I need this?" "Your face is becoming recognizable. Keep the brim low." She turned toward Eli and looked over his dirty jacket and worn jeans. "You require less work." Eli glanced down at himself. "I've been sleeping outside." "That explains the authenticity." Helen selected a faded hooded sweatshirt and handed it to him. "Your jacket resembles the one shown in the news reports. Leave it here." Eli clutched the old jacket closed. "It's the only thing I have." Kai noticed the panic beneath the objection. "We'll replace it with something similar." Helen studied Eli for a moment, then chose a dark coat from the rack. It was worn at the elbows, but thick enough for cold weather. "This will draw less attention and keep you warmer." Eli accepted it cautiously. "Do I get the old one back later?" "No. Police throughout the country have your photograph. Sentiment becomes less important when attached to identifying evidence." Eli looked as though he wanted to argue, but eventually nodded. Noah held up a green polo shirt several sizes too large. "What about this? It makes you look like you were dressed by someone who dislikes you. So it's perfect." Helen took it from him and returned it to the rack. "Too clean." She found him a faded gray sweatshirt with a torn cuff, worn jeans, and a pair of scuffed shoes. Noah examined the tag inside the sweatshirt. "I have never heard of this brand." "That is an advantage. This morning we were on a jet with a family crest. Now I'm wearing whatever this crap is." Noah looked around the store as though trying to understand how quickly his life had declined. "We have fallen farther in 40 minutes than most empires do in a century." Helen continued sorting through clothing without sympathy. "You are wearing soft fabric, flat shoes, and trousers that allow you to breathe. You are in no position to complain. The sweatshirt has a stain shaped like Florida. Until someone forces you into a corset 3 sizes too small and nearly breaks your back pulling the ties closed, I have no interest in your discomfort. Noah paused with the sweatshirt halfway over one arm. 3 sizes too small? Fashion was frequently designed by men who did not have to survive wearing it. Eli looked toward her. You wore corsets? Helen gave him a flat look. No, I have spent hundreds of years forming opinions about them without ever encountering one. Eli lowered his eyes. Right. Kai found a dark coat and handed it to her. Did you allow people to dress you like that? Helen took the coat and checked its seams. Allow is not the word I would use. In certain courts, refusing the expected clothing attracted more attention than enduring it. Noah looked toward Kai. Did you have to wear anything equally terrible? He once spent 14 years in powdered wigs and insisted they made him look distinguished. Kai frowned. Did they? Not even close. I don't remember that, Kai said. You should be grateful. Helen selected a faded scarf and wrapped it around her pale hair, hiding most of it beneath the fabric. She then looked toward Eli's shoes. Those will work. Scuff the new coat against the ground before we leave. It should not appear freshly purchased. Noah watched her direct them. You have done this before. I have entered cities under siege, prisons, camps, royal courts, and military compounds without being recognized. Dressing poorly is among the simpler disguises. From private jets and limousines to this, Noah said as he held the gray sweatshirt against himself. Whatever brand this is, I think it was manufactured as punishment. Helen chose a long, worn coat for herself and exchanged her boots for older shoes with flat soles. Even dressed in donated clothing, she carried herself with enough authority that no one would mistake her for vulnerable. She caught Kai watching her. What? You don't look homeless. Neither do you. Posture is more difficult to disguise than clothing. She stepped closer and placed both hands on his shoulders, pushing them forward slightly. You stand as though you expect everyone in the room to attack. Relax your hands, shorten your stride, and stop watching every reflection. That seems unsafe. It is how ordinary people move. Noah pulled the gray sweatshirt over his head. He has been ordinary for less than a year. Give him time. Helen looked him over. The sweatshirt hung loosely around his frame, and the damaged cuff covered part of his hand. She removed the expensive watch Evan had given him and placed it in her bag. Noah immediately objected. That was a gift. You can have it back later. A boy sleeping in shelters would not wear a watch worth several $100s. What about my phone? Keep it hidden unless we need it. Helen turned to Kai and reached for the necklace she had worn since their son's death. For a moment, she held the pendant in her palm, her thumb brushing across its familiar surface. I've carried this long enough, she said softly. Maybe it belongs with you now. Maybe in time it will help you remember. She stepped closer and slipped her arms around him, fastening the chain behind his neck. Her scent surrounded him for those few seconds, stirring something deep inside, an emotion without a memory attached to it, familiar enough to ache. Helen drew back and looked at the pendant resting against his chest. Then she tucked it beneath his shirt, hiding it from view. The crest cannot be seen. Kai touched the place where it rested against his chest. Would Chris recognize it? He would recognize you without it. Then why the disguise? We are not hiding from Chris. We are hiding from everyone else who may be searching for him. Helen then looked toward Eli. His posture was already closed and guarded, but she adjusted the hood so it shadowed more of his face. You are the most recognizable among us. Keep your head down and allow Kai to speak whenever possible. Eli pulled the hood lower. People might recognize Noah too. His picture was on the news. They know Noah as a victim. They know you as the armed fugitive they are searching for. Noah looked toward Eli. That was harsh, but accurate. Eli did not answer. The reminder returned the danger to what had briefly felt like an unusual shopping trip. Helen carried their purchases toward the registers. Before reaching the counter, she stopped Noah and pointed toward a rack of shirts beside them. Replace the red one now. Do not put it in the bag with the clothing we are taking. Noah pulled the gray sweatshirt higher. You still haven't explained what red did to Chris. I am not going to. Did he lose a war while wearing it? No. Did Apollo wear red? Occasionally. Did Chris invent another color and become bitter when red became more popular? Helen gave him the same expression she had used when discussing the imaginary old woman and the bus. Noah removed the red shirt beneath the sweatshirt, without another question, and dropped it into the nearest donation bin. Eli watched him. "Does she always threaten people without saying anything?" Noah nodded. "Apparently, she is extremely efficient." They paid in cash and carried the bags toward the restrooms to change. When they returned, the transformation was imperfect, but effective. Kai's faded jacket and low cap hid much of his face. Noah looked like a teenager who had slept in his clothing for several nights, though his clean hair and healthy skin still worked against the disguise. Eli blended more easily. His exhaustion, unwashed hair, and wary expression required no performance. Without the jacket shown in the news reports, he became another frightened teenager in worn clothing. Helen had changed the most. The scarf concealed her pale hair and the old coat altered the shape of her body. She had removed all visible jewelry and adjusted her posture until she appeared older and more tired. The authority remained in her eyes, but only someone studying her carefully would notice it. Noah looked her over. "That is unsettling." "What is?" "You went from being rich enough to own the airport to looking like you sleep behind it." "I have had practice." The limousine returned to the edge of the parking lot. Helen stopped before they reached it. "We cannot arrive at the shelters in that." Noah looked at the expensive vehicle. "So what was the point of changing? We are taking a bus from here." He stared at her. Helen began walking toward the public transit stop at the end of the shopping center. Noah hurried after her. "This morning, you said an old woman should be allowed to get hit by one. Now we're riding one?" Kai lowered the brim of his cap and motioned for Eli to walk beside him. Eli looked toward the limousine as it drove away. "You really trust me around Noah?" "No," Kai answered honestly. "I trust myself to stop you if I need to." Eli absorbed the answer without offense. Noah shoved his hands into the torn pockets of his sweatshirt. "That is somehow less comforting when I'm the person who got shot." "You said you weren't afraid," Eli reminded him. "I contain contradictions." They continued toward the approaching bus. Ahead waited the shelters, food kitchens, and people who might know where to find an immortal called CREST, a man who collected abandoned things, protected wayward children, and maybe possessed a notebook containing pieces of Kai's forgotten life. Kai looked at Eli walking beside him. Perhaps CREST would help Noah understand what he had become. Perhaps he would help Kai recover part of the life he had lost. Perhaps he would also know what to do with a boy everyone else was afraid to keep. Helen glanced back and saw the hope beginning to show on Kai's face. "Do not look heroic," she warned. "It ruins the disguise." Kai pulled the cap lower. Noah examined his mismatched clothing. "Don't worry. The jacket makes him look like he lost a fight with yard equipment." Helen looked over all three boys before turning toward the bus. "It is an improvement." The bus left them several blocks from the first shelter on Helen's list. They stepped onto a broad street lined with pawn shops, laundromats, small restaurants, and buildings whose upper windows had been covered with plywood. Kai kept the brim of his cap low while Helen led them away from the bus stop. Noah and Eli followed several paces behind, both wearing their hoods despite the warmth. Helen had barely finished reminding Kai not to draw attention when a woman screamed across the street. A man had trapped her against the wall beside a closed pharmacy. One hand gripped the strap of her purse, while the other shoved against her shoulder, holding her in place as she fought to keep her belongings. Kai stepped off the curb without thinking. Helen caught the back of his jacket and pulled him to a stop before he entered the street. "We have been in Oklahoma for less than a day," she said quietly, "and you are already trying to become a hero." "He is hurting her. He wants the purse. She will lose money, cancel several cards, and survive the experience." Helen tightened her grip when Kai tried to pull away. "You cannot save everyone." The words struck harder because he had heard them before. Noah had said nearly the same thing when Kai stopped to help Eli in the school hallway. Kai had ignored him, and days later, Eli entered a classroom carrying a loaded gun. Noah was alive only because something impossible had happened on the floor of that room. Helen saw the hesitation reach him. "You stopped for one frightened boy," she continued, lowering her voice so the others could not hear. Look where that decision brought all of you. Compassion does not guarantee a good ending. Kai watched the mugger wrench the purse free. The woman struck the wall and nearly fell, but she remained standing. "You're right," he admitted. Helen released his jacket, surprised by the concession. The mugger ran toward the next intersection with the purse beneath one arm. Kai bent, picked up a stone from the gutter, and weighed it once in his palm. Helen recognized his intent. That was not agreement. It was compromise. Kai threw the stone. It crossed the street faster than Helen could follow. The rock struck the back of the fleeing man's head with a dull crack. His legs folded beneath him, and he collapsed across the sidewalk, unconscious before the stolen purse slid from his hand. Noah stared at the distance between them and the fallen man. "You can throw like that?" Kai pulled the brim of his cap lower. "Apparently." Helen looked from the rock to Kai. "You may have fractured his skull." Kai motioned toward the woman, who had already retrieved her purse and was backing away from the unconscious man. "She is safe, and no one saw us." Several people had stopped near the corner, but their attention remained on the fallen mugger. No one looked toward the four poorly dressed figures continuing down the opposite sidewalk. Helen resumed walking. "You incapacitated a man from half a street away with a stone. No cameras were pointed toward us. You checked?" "I checked before throwing it." A reluctant trace of approval entered her expression. "That is an improvement." Noah hurried to catch up. "I thought the plan was to let people suffer so we could remain inconspicuous." Eli had remained quiet throughout the exchange. His eyes followed the injured woman as she disappeared around the corner. "You could have stopped Trent that easily," he said. Kai slowed. Eli immediately seemed to regret speaking, but he did not withdraw the words. "You could have thrown something at him in the hallway or scared him enough that he never came near me again." Kai looked toward him. "I could have done many things differently." "So could I," Eli replied. The admission held no request for forgiveness. Eli lowered his head and continued walking. They reached the first shelter shortly before noon. A line had formed outside the entrance, though no one recognized the name Chris. The second location knew several men with that name, but none matching Helen's description. At a church kitchen 3 streets away, an elderly woman carrying boxes of canned goods paused when Helen asked again. "You mean Big Bear?" Helen's expression changed almost imperceptibly. "Possibly. Describe him." The woman set the box on a folding table. "Older white fellow, huge shoulders, white beard, looks like he could bend a steel door if it got in his way. Scares new volunteers until they see him hand half his meal to somebody else." Noah glanced toward Helen. "Big Bear sounds promising," the woman smiled. "Rough voice too. Always sounds angry even when he's asking if you need another blanket. Kids love him. Adults usually take longer." "Where can we find him?" Kai asked. "He comes through a few nights a week, but he works with kids during the day. Teaches boxing and wrestling at a gym somewhere south of here. Doesn't charge the ones who can't pay." Another volunteer joined them and added, "He also runs a group home, or oversees one. Nobody seems sure whether he owns the building, works there, or just shows up and starts fixing things." "Do you know the name of the gym?" Helen asked. Neither volunteer did. The elderly woman pointed toward a larger encampment beneath an overpass several blocks away. "Ask around there. Big Bear knows most of them, and most of them know where to find him when somebody's kid is in trouble." Helen thanked her and led the others toward the overpass. The encampment spread beneath the highway in uneven rows of tents, shopping carts, tarps, and makeshift shelters built from discarded wood. Smoke rose from a metal barrel near the center, and several people sat around it despite the warmth. Helen slowed before they entered. "Stay together. Do not display money, phones, or anything else that suggests our clothing is a disguise." Noah looked at his stained sweatshirt. "I think the shirt is doing most of the work." "You still stand like someone who expects to return to a safe home tonight." Noah glanced toward the tents. The joke disappeared from his face. Helen and Kai approached a group near the center, while Noah and Eli remained close behind. They asked for Big Bear and received several knowing looks, though no immediate answer. One man claimed Chris had left the city. Another said he had seen him that morning. A woman near the fire insisted he was at the gym, but refused to name it until Helen provided food for several people nearby. As Helen negotiated with her, Kai moved toward another man who claimed to know the group home. Noah stopped to examine a hand-painted sign nailed to a support column. Eli remained beside him, watching the camp with the wary attention of someone familiar with places where no one felt responsible for protecting anyone else. 3 men approached from between the tents. The first was thin, with an untrimmed beard and a heavy coat tied around his waist. His eyes moved over Noah's shoes, hair, and face before settling on Eli. "You boys lost?" Noah stepped away from the column. "We're looking for someone. That costs money. We don't have any." The man smiled without humor. "You have something. Kids who look that clean always do." Noah looked down at his sweatshirt. "This has a stain shaped like Florida. Your clothes are dirty. You aren't." The second man moved around them, blocking the clearest path toward Kai and Helen. "You're fed too well. Your teeth are straight and somebody cuts your hair. Both of you have people waiting for you somewhere." Eli pulled his hood lower. "Let us pass." The third man laughed. "That one's trying to sound dangerous." "We don't want trouble," Noah said. "Then give us your money." Noah reached slowly into his pocket and removed his empty hands. "No money." The first man shoved him. Noah stumbled but stayed upright. "That was unnecessary." The second shove came harder. Noah's heel caught against a broken section of pavement and he fell backward beside one of the tents. Eli moved before he appeared to think about it. A length of discarded 2x4 rested against the support column. He seized it with both hands and stepped between Noah and the 3 men. "Back away from him." His voice trembled, but the board remained raised. The first man looked Eli over and laughed. "You planning to use that?" Eli tightened his grip. "If I have to." Noah pushed himself onto one elbow, staring at him. He had expected Eli to run. The boy had fled the classroom after the shooting and spent days hiding from the consequences. Now he stood between Noah and 3 adults with nothing but a piece of wood. The second man stepped forward. "Put it down before you hurt yourself." Eli swung the board into the ground between them. The sharp crack stopped the man's advance. "I said back away." The noise drew attention from several nearby tents. It also reached Kai. He turned from the man he had been questioning and saw Noah on the ground. Kai crossed the distance before any of the men noticed he was coming. He caught the first by the shoulder and turned him away from Eli, with enough force to send him stumbling into the support column. Kai positioned himself between the men and the boys. "Step away." Helen appeared beside the second man. She caught his wrist when he reached beneath his coat and twisted until his knees bent. "You were told to step away," she said, her voice quiet enough to make the threat more effective. The third man raised both hands. "We were only asking for money." Kai placed himself in front of Noah. "You knocked him down." He said he didn't have anything. The man against the column took one look at Kai's expression and decided the argument was no longer worth continuing. He moved away without speaking. Helen released the wrist of the man she held, pushing him toward the others. They retreated into the camp, muttering beneath their breath but making no effort to return. Kai turned toward Noah and offered him a hand. "Are you hurt? My dignity may never recover." "You fell 3 feet. It happened in front of witnesses." Kai pulled him upright and checked the back of his head despite Noah's protest. Helen looked toward Eli, who still held the 2x4 at shoulder height. "You can lower that now." Eli seemed to realize what he was holding. He placed the board against the column and stepped away from it. Noah brushed dirt from his sweatshirt. "Thanks." Eli looked surprised. "For what?" "You grabbed a piece of wood and stood between me and 3 guys who probably smelled fear. I didn't think about it." "That may be the only reason you did it." Eli looked down. "I wasn't going to let them hurt you." Noah studied him for several seconds. "Thank you," he said again, more sincerely this time. "It does not make up for shooting me." Eli nodded. "I know, but it helps a little." Eli looked up, uncertain whether Noah meant it. Noah rubbed the back of his head. "A very little. You still put a bullet through my stomach." "I remember." "Good. I plan to bring it up whenever you become annoying." Kai watched the exchange without interfering. Eli had protected Noah without expecting forgiveness, and without having time to calculate what the action might earn him. It did not erase the classroom. It did suggest the boy who entered it was not the only person Eli could become. Helen approached, carrying a folded piece of paper. "We have an address." Noah looked toward the paper. The gym? Big Bear spends his afternoons teaching children at a boxing gym 6 blocks south. He goes to the group home afterward. Eli glanced toward the tents surrounding them. They trust him. They trust him because he returns, Helen explained. Most people offer help once and expect gratitude. Chris has been returning to places like this for longer than any of them can remember. Kai looked toward the address. Somewhere 6 blocks away waited an Immortal who appeared older than all of them, had the strength to earn the name Big Bear, and had spent centuries helping abandoned children find another path. Kai glanced toward Eli. They might have found exactly the person they needed. Chapter 8. Big Bear. The address led them to a renovated warehouse on the edge of a residential neighborhood. From the street, the building looked too clean and expensive to be connected to the shelters and encampments they had visited. Tall windows stretched across the front, revealing rows of heavy bags, padded training areas, and modern exercise equipment. A brushed steel sign beside the entrance displayed the gym's name without prices, membership levels, or advertisements. The moment Kai entered, he understood why. The facility rivaled anything he had seen online. A full-sized boxing ring occupied one side of the building, while an elevated cage stood at the other. Between them were wrestling mats, speed bags, weight machines, rowing equipment, and racks filled with gloves and protective gear. Cameras had been mounted near several training stations so students could study their movements on nearby screens. Nothing appeared secondhand or neglected. The people using it were different. Most were teenagers or young adults. Several wore clothing donated by the same kinds of stores they had just visited. Others had scars, gang tattoos, or the guarded posture of people who had learned to identify danger before entering a room. A few trained with the intensity of athletes preparing for competition, while others struggled through basic exercises under the patient direction of older coaches. No one looked as though they could afford to train there. Noah slowly turned as they approached the front desk. This is not what I pictured when they said Big Bear teaches underprivileged kids at a gym. Helen studied the building with visible approval. Chris has always believed that providing less than the best is another way of telling someone they matter less. Eli watched 2 boys his age practicing takedowns on a nearby mat. One of them laughed when the other landed awkwardly, then offered a hand and helped him up. The easy exchange seemed unfamiliar to him. A man behind the front desk looked up from a computer. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a shaved head, cauliflower ears, and a black polo bearing the gym's name. "Sorry," he said as they approached. "We aren't accepting new members." Helen rested one hand against the counter. "We are not here to join." The man's attention moved across their worn clothing. His expression softened, though the refusal remained firm. "This is a public service center for local youth and members of the underprivileged community. We don't sell memberships, and we don't allow people to drop in for private workouts." "We are here to see Chris," Helen explained. "Tell him some old friends have arrived." The man looked at Kai, Noah, and Eli before returning his attention to Helen. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Old friends?" Helen recognized what amused him. To the man behind the desk, they were 4 teenagers claiming an elderly man as an old acquaintance. "The relationship is older than it looks," she replied. "Tell him Helen is here with a surprise guest." The confidence in her voice weakened his amusement. He studied her face again, perhaps searching for some indication that the request was a joke. When he found none, he stood. "All right, I'll see if he's available. Feel free to look around while you wait, but stay clear of the trainers and anyone actively sparring." "We will." The man disappeared through a door behind the desk. Helen turned toward the training floor. "While we wait, Kai should teach Noah how to defend himself." Noah stared at her. "Why me?" "Because you're built like a toothpick and a strong breeze could knock you over." Noah immediately raised both arms and flexed. His sweatshirt hid most of whatever definition he was attempting to display, but that did nothing to lessen his confidence. "I am in excellent shape." Helen gave him a slow, appraising look. A smirk tugged at the corner of her mouth before she adopted an expression of exaggerated consideration. "Yes," she said. "Remarkable." Noah lowered his arms. Your tone is undermining your words. My words were not sincere. Kai stepped toward one of the unused heavy bags. She may have a point. Noah looked at him as if he had been personally betrayed. You eat 5 times as much as I do and still weigh about the same. I can fight. That feels unrelated. Helen folded her arms. You also have a big mouth and a very punchable face. Noah looked back at her. I'm starting to think this lesson has less to do with self-defense and more to do with everyone wanting an excuse to hit me. Around them, coaches directed groups through drills. One trainer worked with a boy whose forearms were marked by faded bruises. Another encouraged a girl through combinations on a heavy bag, correcting her stance without raising his voice. Near the cage, several older teenagers practiced controlled grappling, while a coach made them stop whenever tempers began to replace technique. The gym did more than teach them how to fight. It taught them how to stop. Kai positioned Noah in front of the heavy bag. Make a fist. Noah curled his fingers and raised both hands. Kai adjusted his thumb. Not inside your fingers. You'll break it. I thought immortality made that less important. We don't know if your bones heal fast enough to prevent pain. That is a persuasive argument. Kai turned Noah's shoulders and moved one foot behind the other. Your power doesn't begin in your arm. Push from the ground, rotate your hip, and let your shoulder follow. Keep the other hand near your face. Noah attempted the punch. His fist struck the bag with enough force to move it several inches. He stared at it. Kai did too. Noah looked toward Helen. Was that good? It was better than I expected. That is almost a compliment. Noah struck the bag again, this time throwing too much of his weight behind the punch. Kai caught his shoulder before his momentum carried him forward. Helen watched them for several seconds before shaking her head. You are beginning in the wrong place. Kai looked toward her. He needs to know how to throw a punch. He needs to know how to avoid throwing one. Helen stepped beside Noah and pushed his hands down. He is not built like you. Teaching him to stand in front of someone and exchange blows will encourage him to believe he can win that way. Noah glanced between them. I am standing close enough to hear both of you insulting me. Helen ignored him. Start with distance, movement, and recognizing when someone is trying to draw him into a fight. Teach him to dodge, escape, or talk his way out of it. Kai considered Noah. Talking might be his strongest skill. His mouth has caused more conflicts than it has prevented, Helen replied, but every dangerous trait can become useful with discipline. Noah placed a hand against his chest. I am really trying to like you. You make it so difficult. I was unaware that your approval was one of my goals. It should be. I am delightful. Eli stood several feet away, watching the training floor rather than joining them. Kai noticed his attention repeatedly returning to the older students near the cage. They moved with confidence, but none seemed eager to prove anything outside the drill. You ever train? Kai asked him. Eli shook his head. My foster father enrolled me in karate once. He stopped paying after 2 weeks. You can learn with us. Eli looked toward Noah. I don't think he wants me practicing how to hit people. Noah rested one forearm against the heavy bag. Honestly, I would prefer you learn when not to. That is what this place appears to teach, Helen said. Before Eli could answer, several gym members moved away from the cage and started toward them. There were 4 in the group, all older than Noah and Eli. The youngest appeared to be 17. The man leading them was in his early 20s, tall and heavily muscled, with close-cropped dark hair and hands wrapped for training. Sweat darkened the collar of his shirt, and a jagged scar ran across one eyebrow. The others gave him enough room to make the hierarchy clear. He stopped several feet from Kai. You were told to stay out of the way. Kai glanced around. We are beside an unused bag. You're distracting people. Noah looked toward the nearest training group. No one appeared to be watching them until the muscular man arrived. We were doing all right until you came over, he said. The man's eyes moved across Noah's narrow frame and oversized sweatshirt. You don't belong here. Noah looked down at his clothes. That is confusing, because everyone keeps telling us we look terrible. This place is for people who need it, not rich kids dressing up because they think poverty is entertaining. The accusation was closer to the truth than Noah expected. His humor faltered. Kai stepped forward before the man could continue. "We're waiting to see Chris." The muscular man's expression hardened. "No one walks in off the street and asks for Chris." "Helen already spoke to the front desk." "I don't care who you spoke to. Chris is off limits to punks who show up pretending to be something they aren't." Eli's posture changed. He had been quiet since they entered, but the contempt in the man's voice brought some of his old anger to the surface. "What's your problem?" The man turned toward him. "My problem is 4 strangers walking into a place built to protect people and acting like they own it." "We didn't act like we owned anything. You should shut your mouth before someone does it for you." Eli stepped closer. "Bite me." Noah looked at him. That seems like the wrong lesson to take from the last few days. The muscular man moved before anyone could say more. His fist came toward Eli's face in a short, practiced punch. There was no wild swing or empty threat behind it. His hips rotated, his shoulder followed, and his full weight drove the strike forward. Kai's hand shot between them. He caught the fist in midair. The impact cracked through the gym like a glove striking a heavy bag, but Kai's arm did not move. The punch stopped as though it had hit a stone wall. His fingers closed around the man's wrapped hand, holding it several inches from Eli's face. The man's eyes widened. For the first time, the confidence left his expression. He pulled, but Kai's grip did not shift. The muscles in his arm tightened as he tried again, using enough force that the tendons stood out along his wrist. Kai held him without visible effort. The gym had begun to grow quiet around them. Several students stopped training, and one of the coaches stepped away from the ring. Helen remained where she was. She watched Kai closely, waiting to see whether the hero she had warned at the airport would remember that breaking the man's hand would attract far more attention than catching it already had. Kai looked into the attacker's eyes. "Do not try that again." His voice remained calm, but there was no uncertainty behind it. He released the fist. The man pulled his hand against his chest and stepped back, staring at Kai as though the thin teenager in the faded jacket had become someone else while he was not looking. Kai moved between him and Eli. "We came to speak with Chris," he continued. "We are going to wait until he decides whether he wants to see us. You do not have to like that, but you will not try to touch either of them again." The man's face hardened beneath his embarrassment. "You have no idea who you're talking to," a deep voice answered from behind him. "His name is Caleb, and he has never learned when to stop making a bad first impression." Every person in the group immediately straightened. The 2 doors at the back of the gym opened together. A massive older man stepped through them. He stood at least 6'4", with shoulders broad enough to make the doorway seem too narrow. Thick muscle filled his black training shirt, and his forearms looked capable of bending the steel equipment arranged throughout the room. His white hair was cut short, while a close beard covered his jaw without hiding its hard lines. Age showed in his face, but not in the way he moved. His eyes were a clear, startling blue. The room changed around him. Students lowered their voices. Trainers paused long enough to acknowledge him. Even the older boys surrounding Caleb shifted aside without being told, creating a clear path across the gym. The man's attention settled first on Caleb. "What have I told you about threatening guests?" His voice was deep and rough, filling the open space without requiring him to raise it. Caleb held his injured hand against his chest. "They came in acting like they owned the place. They were standing beside an unused bag." The older man continued walking toward him. "You approached them, insulted them, and threw a punch at someone half your size. He told me to bite him. That explains the irritation. It does not excuse the punch." Caleb glanced toward Eli. "He's not as helpless as he looks." "No one is as helpless as they look." The man stopped directly in front of Caleb and examined his wrapped hand. "Did the smaller one break anything?" Caleb's embarrassment deepened. "He didn't hit me." Several students nearby exchanged amused looks. Caleb noticed and turned on them, but the older man's voice stopped him before he could speak. "Enough. Take your friends and finish your workout. Since you had energy to spare on guests, you can all add 5 rounds on the heavy bags before you leave." Caleb's jaw tightened. "Chris, 7 rounds." The argument ended. Caleb motioned sharply for the others to follow him. They moved back toward the training floor, though Caleb looked over his shoulder at Kai several times before reaching the bags. Chris watched until the first round began. Only then did he turn toward Helen. The authority in his face disappeared. "Helen!" His entire expression warmed as he crossed the remaining distance and wrapped both arms around her. Helen, who had faced weapons, armies, and Drake without yielding an inch, vanished against the size of him. "It is good to see you," Chris told her, lifting her briefly from the floor before setting her down again. "Far too long, even by our standards." Helen accepted the crushing embrace without complaint. "You have become larger. I have always been this size. You have become more difficult to avoid." Chris laughed, the sound carrying across the gym. "You still pretend you do not enjoy seeing me." "I enjoy seeing you. Breathing during the experience is more difficult." He released her, but his hands remained on her shoulders for another moment while he studied her face. The affection between them was immediate and uncomplicated, unlike the tension that followed most of Helen's reunions. Then Chris saw Kai. Everything else in the room seemed to fall away. The massive man went still. Light entered his blue eyes, followed by disbelief so open that Kai felt almost guilty for not recognizing him. Chris crossed the space between them in 3 long strides. "Kai?" Before Kai could answer, Chris wrapped him in both arms and lifted him completely from the floor. Kai had survived gunshots, blades, and armies, but the force of the embrace drove the air from his lungs. His ribs compressed beneath Chris's arms, and a sharp pain traveled through his back. "My old friend," Chris said, his voice thick with emotion. "My commander, it has been far too long." Kai attempted to return the embrace, though his arms were pinned against his sides. "It feels longer when I can't breathe." Chris immediately loosened his grip but did not set him down. "Still complaining when someone is happy to see you." "I don't remember complaining before. I lost most of my memories." The words changed Chris's expression. Chris looked toward Helen, who gave a small nod confirming it. "How much?" he asked. "Almost everything before the last several months." Pain passed through Chris's face, but he did not allow it to become pity. He placed both hands on Kai's shoulders instead, grounding himself in the fact that Kai was standing before him. "Then we will give you the stories again. Some will improve in the retelling." His smile returned, though more carefully this time. "Where have you been all these years? We searched half the world for you." "I don't know." Chris nodded as though accepting that the answer would have to wait. "It does not matter today. You are here." His eyes brightened again as another thought occurred to him. "And Harold? How is that boy doing? He must be nearly grown by now, though knowing him, he probably still finds reasons to avoid honest work." Helen's expression tightened. She shook her head once, trying to stop him before he continued. Chris noticed too late. The hope in his face faded as he read the answer in Kai's expression. "Oh." He released Kai's shoulders and lowered his gaze. For several seconds, the powerful man who commanded the respect of everyone in the gym looked deeply tired. "I am sorry," he said. "Harold was a good kid." Kai felt the familiar ache return. He was an old man when he died. Chris looked up and grief softened the hard lines of his face. "He was still a kid to me." Noah had been watching the reunion with open curiosity. His expression changed as he considered the statement. "Harold was in his 80s, he said. "You're talking about him like he was 12. Chris turned toward him. "He was considerably older than 12 the last time I saw him, but not by enough to make a difference." Noah looked toward Helen, then back at Chris. "She said you're immortal too." Chris's eyebrows rose. "Helen has become unusually generous with family information. I was shot, died, came back, hacked, and may also be immortal now. We passed ordinary introductions several days ago." Chris looked sharply toward Helen. She gave him another small nod. His attention settled on Noah with new seriousness. "We will discuss that somewhere more private." Noah gestured around the gym. "There are people being punched in every direction. This seems reasonably private." Chris turned back toward Kai. The warmth in his expression returned, though his gaze continued moving over him as if confirming that he was real. "This is my latest project." He spread one large arm toward the gym. "This and the group home." Kai looked across the training floor. "You built all of this?" "With help. Money is useful when used before someone decides it should remain in an account forever." Chris watched a trainer correct a young student's stance. Most of the children who come here have been told they are a problem. Some are homeless. Some are one bad decision away from joining a gang, and others are trying to escape one. We teach them to fight so they no longer need to prove they can. Helen glanced toward Eli. You still collect strays. Chris followed her gaze and studied him without asking who he was. So does Kai. That is currently part of the problem, Helen replied. Eli remained near Noah, visibly uncomfortable beneath Chris's attention. Chris did not press. Then he can explain when he is ready. Caleb returned before the conversation could continue. He had completed only one round on the heavy bag, and sweat covered his forehead. The other three boys followed several steps behind him. Chris, why are they here? Caleb demanded, looking toward Kai and the others. You always say people earn the right to train in this gym. They don't walk in because they know someone. Chris turned toward him with visible patience. They are not strangers who walked in, they are friends. Caleb looked at Kai's faded jacket and Noah's oversized sweatshirt. They aren't from the street, they're pretending. We are wearing disguises, Noah admitted. In fairness, mine is extremely uncomfortable. Helen looked toward him. It is a sweatshirt. Caleb ignored the exchange. This place is for real fighters. You said nobody gets a place here without sweat and blood. No laziness, no weakness. I did say that, Chris acknowledged. I also said strength without discipline makes someone dangerous to everyone around them. Caleb looked toward Eli. He ran his mouth. And you answered with your fist. Which one of you showed less discipline? The question irritated Caleb because he already knew the answer. He pointed toward Kai. He thinks he's better than us because he caught one punch. Kai's expression remained neutral. I didn't say anything about being better. You didn't have to. I saw the way you looked at me. I was deciding whether you would try again. Caleb stepped closer. Maybe I will, Chris laughed. The sound stopped Caleb more effectively than a warning. You believe they do not belong because they have not earned your respect, Chris said. That is easy to resolve. Spar with them. Caleb looked surprised. All of us? There are 4 of you and 4 of them. Noah pointed toward himself. I would like to clarify that I have received approximately 3 minutes of training. Eli glanced toward the cage. Helen folded her arms. I do not need a cage to deal with them. Caleb's friends bristled at the statement. Chris appeared amused. 4 against 4, then. Controlled sparring. Gloves, mouth guards, and no one attempts to prove anything permanent. Kai looked at the 4 young men, then toward Noah and Eli. Noah had only just learned how to form a fist properly, and Eli's only recent combat experience involved a firearm and a piece of discarded wood. No. Caleb smiled as though Kai had finally revealed fear. That's what I thought. Kai stepped toward the ring. 4 against 1. The smile disappeared. Noah looked at him. You heard the part where he called it controlled sparring? I heard it. Helen studied Kai with quiet recognition. You are going to make a point. They threatened Eli and Noah. They're just kids with big mouths, and a punch in Noah's face would probably do him some good. Chris placed one broad hand around Kai's forearm before he could pass. Even without squeezing, his grip felt immovable. Teach them some manners, he said quietly, keeping the words between them. Do not hurt them. Kai looked toward Caleb and the others. That depends on whether they listen. They are good kids. Chris's gaze moved toward Caleb, who was attempting to look fearless in front of the entire gym. Life made them raw before anyone taught them what to do with the anger. Caleb lives at the group home, and I would prefer not to explain to the missus how he was killed during a friendly sparring match. Kai turned toward him. The missus? Chris's expression became carefully innocent. Another conversation for another time? Helen's mouth curved into a faint smirk. You may want to listen. She would take it personally. Very personally, Chris agreed. He released Kai's arm and patted his shoulder with enough force to move him half a step. No broken bones, no destroyed joints, and no demonstrating techniques that require the medical staff to learn new terminology. Kai looked toward the ring. I'll be careful. Chris watched him walk away and called after him. Your version of careful, not the one Drake taught you. Kai climbed through the ropes. Caleb removed his training gloves and began tightening the wraps around his hands. The other 3 boys followed him toward the ring. their earlier confidence returning now that they had numbers on their side. Noah moved beside Chris. "Should we warn them?" Chris folded his massive arms across his chest. Pride and affection filled his face as he watched Kai test the ropes. "They would not believe us." Inside the ring, Kai lifted his hands and waited. Caleb climbed through first, followed by the other three. Around the gym, training stopped. Everyone wanted to see whether the thin stranger in the faded jacket had made a mistake. Chris knew better. For the first time in years, his commander stood in a ring again. Chapter 9. Outnumbered. Kai stepped through the ropes and moved toward the center of the ring, while Caleb and the other three young men gathered near the opposite corner. Eli watched from beside Noah, his attention shifting from Kai to the massive man standing near the ring. "Does anyone here ever spar with Chris?" Chris folded his arms across his chest. "Not anymore. Everyone learned early that it was a poor use of training time." Noah looked up at him. "Because you're too good?" "Because I am difficult to move, and most people become discouraged after spending 10 minutes striking what feels like a stone wall." "Then who trained you?" Chris nodded toward Kai. Pride softened his otherwise imposing expression. "He did, many years ago." Noah looked into the ring, where Kai appeared smaller than every man preparing to face him. "Of course he did." Caleb finished tightening his gloves and stepped away from his corner. The embarrassment from having his punch stopped still showed in the tension around his jaw, but inside the ring he carried himself with renewed confidence. "Which one of us do you want first?" Kai glanced across the four fighters before smiling faintly. "You misunderstood. I'll take all of you at the same time." Caleb released a quiet laugh and looked toward his friends, certain Kai was attempting to intimidate them. "You caught one punch. That doesn't make you invincible." "I didn't say I was invincible." Caleb motioned for the others to spread out. One moved toward Kai's left while two circled toward his right, already trying to surround him. Chris lifted one hand between them. "This remains controlled sparring. No one attempts to prove their worth by causing an injury that follows someone home." Caleb nodded without taking his eyes from Kai. Chris glanced toward his former commander, who had already adjusted his stance to account for all four opponents. "Kai, that includes you. I heard you the first time. The fact that you heard me has never guaranteed you listen." Helen stood near the ring with her arms folded. Her expression suggested she was less concerned about the fighters being injured than about Kai attracting attention in a building filled with cameras and witnesses. Chris ignored her warning stare and made a loud bell sound with his mouth. Ding! The four men charged. The first came directly at Kai, expecting the others to close from both sides. Kai moved into the attack rather than retreating. He caught the man's wrist, turned beneath his arm, and used the momentum to send him over one shoulder. The fighter struck the mat flat on his back, more surprised than injured. Caleb attacked from the right with a fast combination. Kai slipped the first punch, redirected the second with his forearm, and ducked beneath the third. His legs swept behind Caleb's ankles, but instead of taking him down, Kai used the contact to turn him toward the fighter approaching from the opposite side. The two nearly collided. Caleb's thigh pushed upward and flipped backward over the third man's outstretched arms. He landed behind him with enough control that his feet barely made a sound against the mat. The room fell quiet. Noah leaned closer to the ropes. "That looked like something from a movie." Helen's expression darkened. "Movies generally use wires." The third fighter turned and threw a wide hook. Kai leaned backward until the glove passed less than an inch from his face, then snapped upright and drove two fingers into a pressure point beneath the man's shoulder. The fighter's arm dropped uselessly to his side. "What did you do?" he demanded, staring at his hand when his fingers refused to close properly. "It will return in a few seconds." Kai stepped around him as the first man recovered and attempted a tackle. Kai sprawled just before contact, pressed both hands against the attacker's shoulders, and rolled forward across his back. He landed on his feet while the man continued beneath him and struck the ropes. Caleb came from behind. Kai seemed to sense him without looking. He dropped low, caught Caleb's arm, and rolled across the mat. Caleb's own momentum carried him overhead, but Kai maintained control of the joint and lowered him rather than slamming him down. Caleb twisted free and regained his feet quickly. Whatever amusement he had felt at the beginning had disappeared. He gestured sharply for the others to slow down and surround Kai properly. They approached from 4 directions. Kai turned slowly in the center, studying their breathing, footing, and the direction of their eyes. They had trained together long enough to recognize one another's intentions, but none of them could hide those intentions from him. The fighter behind Kai moved first. Kai spun into a kick that stopped a fraction of an inch from the man's face. The sudden halt made him recoil, and Kai redirected the same leg downward, hooking it behind his knee and dropping him to the mat. The man to Kai's left tried to capitalize on the opening. Kai caught his incoming fist with one hand, planted the other against his chest, and rotated. The fighter's feet left the mat as Kai sent him into a controlled roll. Caleb and the remaining fighter attacked together. Kai ducked beneath Caleb's punch and drove one shoulder into the other man's stomach. Rather than tackling him, Kai lifted him completely from the floor, turned and placed him across Caleb's shoulders. Both men collapsed beneath the unexpected weight. Noah stared into the ring. He stacked them. Eli watched with equal disbelief. "Is that an actual fighting technique?" Chris smiled. "It is now." The fighter whose arm Kai had disabled regained movement and rushed him again. This time, Kai stepped onto the lower rope, used its tension to launch himself upward, and turned in the air. His leg passed over the man's head before hooking lightly around the back of his neck. Kai used the rotation to pull him forward while landing on his feet. The fighter rolled across the mat and came to rest beside the others. Helen closed her eyes briefly. "He is using the ropes now." Chris appeared delighted. "He has always been resourceful. He is supposed to remain unnoticed. No one here will forget him." "That is precisely the problem." Caleb forced himself upright. Sweat ran down his face, and frustration had replaced whatever strategy he began with. He lowered his shoulders and charged with enough force to drive an ordinary opponent through the ropes. Kai waited until the last possible moment. He stepped aside, caught the back of Caleb's shirt, and redirected him toward the corner. Caleb managed to stop himself before striking the post and turned quickly, throwing a hard punch toward Kai's ribs. Kai trapped the arm beneath his elbow. His free hand pressed against 2 points along Caleb's neck and shoulder. Caleb's knees buckled immediately. Kai lowered him to the mat, released the pressure, and stepped away. Caleb blinked up at him. "What was that?" "A nerve cluster." "You knocked my legs out by touching my neck?" "Temporarily." The other 3 attacked again before Kai could explain further. For several seconds, his movements became too fast for Noah to follow. Kai shifted between fighting styles without pausing long enough for any of them to adjust. He used sharp, direct strikes when someone entered close, circular movements when they tried to surround him, and throws that allowed their weight to work against them. One moment, he moved with the controlled balance of a traditional martial artist. The next, he dropped beneath a kick, spun across one hand, and swept 2 fighters from their feet with both legs. He caught the third by the wrist while still rising, climbed 2 steps along the man's body, and flipped over his shoulder. The move made little sense outside a comic book. Kai landed upright. The fighter did not. Noah looked toward Helen. "Can everyone on the giver's side do that?" "No." "Can anyone else?" "No." Chris's smile widened. That particular maneuver was new. Helen stared at him. "Do not encourage this." Inside the ring, all 4 fighters had returned to their feet, but none rushed forward. They exchanged glances, each waiting for someone else to make the next mistake. Kai relaxed his hands. "You can stop." Caleb's pride refused. He wiped blood from a split lip, though Kai had never struck his face directly. "We're not finished. You are tired, your right knee is beginning to weaken, and your friend cannot fully close his left hand yet." Kai glanced toward the others in turn. "That one's balance is compromised from the pressure point beneath his ear, and other has been protecting his ribs since the second fall." The 4 men stared at him. Kai lowered his hands another inch. "Continuing will not teach you anything except how much worse this can become." Caleb breathed heavily as he looked toward his friends. None of them appeared eager to test that statement. He slowly raised both hands. The others followed. All right, Caleb conceded. We're done. Chris made the same mock bell sound. Ding! Kai stepped away while the four fighters sat or stretched out across the mat. No one appeared seriously injured, though their pride had suffered enough damage to require longer recovery. The gym remained silent for another moment. Then someone near the heavy bags began clapping. Several others joined in until the sound spread through the building. Kai looked around, suddenly aware of how many people had stopped to watch. Helen's stare became even colder. He left the ring before the applause could grow louder. Caleb remained behind long enough to help each of his friends stand. When he finally stepped through the ropes, the aggression had disappeared from his posture. He approached Kai without the others. "I'm sorry." Kai waited. Caleb glanced toward Eli and Noah. "I shouldn't have threatened them, and I shouldn't have thrown the punch. We get people coming in here sometimes who treat the place like entertainment. They take pictures, act impressed that poor kids know how to fight, and leave feeling good about themselves. I thought you were like them." "We aren't. I know that now." Caleb looked back at the ring, replaying the fight in his head. "That move where you stepped onto Marcus, flipped over him, and caught Luis on the way down. Where did you learn it?" Kai tried to follow the question into his memory. He could still feel every movement his body had performed, but he found no instructor, battlefield, or name attached to it. "I don't remember." Caleb frowned. "You don't remember who taught you?" "It came to me while we were fighting." "You invented that in the ring?" "I may have seen it before. My body remembered even if I didn't." Caleb stared at him as though that answer raised more questions than the fight itself. Chris approached and rested one massive hand on Caleb's shoulder. "Take the lesson offered and avoid demanding an explanation for every part of it." Caleb nodded. Before returning to his friends, he looked toward Eli. "I shouldn't have swung at you." Eli shoved his hands into the pockets of his borrowed coat. "I shouldn't have told you to bite me." "No," Noah agreed from beside him. "That was not your best attempt at conflict resolution." Eli glanced toward him. "You tell people worse things all the time?" "Yes, but I'm charming." Caleb almost smiled before heading back toward the ring. Kai turned and found Helen standing directly in front of him. She pressed one finger against his chest, low profile. Kai looked down at her hand and then toward the people throughout the gym who were still watching him. "They challenged us. You could have allowed them to win. That would not have taught them anything. You could have used 3 basic techniques, taken them down quietly, and stopped." Helen poked him again, harder this time. "Instead, you ran along the ropes, flipped over people, disabled limbs with pressure points, and performed movements that should require assistance from gravity. No one recorded it." Helen pointed toward the ceiling. Kai followed her finger to one of the training cameras mounted above the ring. Chris looked upward. "The footage is stored locally." Helen turned toward him. "Delete it." Several students protested from across the gym. Chris raised one hand, silencing them. "It will be removed." Noah looked disappointed. "Could we save one copy?" Helen stared at him. "For instructional purposes." Her expression made it clear that asking again would be unwise. Kai looked toward Eli. Caleb was going to hit him. Helen returned her attention to Kai. "Then you could have allowed him." Eli blinked. "You wanted me to get punched?" "The boy probably deserved it." Noah nodded with complete sincerity. "He does, several times." Eli looked between them. "I protected you at the camp, and I thanked you. That does not erase the shooting." "I'm beginning to understand how long you plan to mention that." Noah rested a hand against his stomach. "I was dead. You should expect at least a year." Helen ignored them and continued addressing Kai. "You are being searched for by Immortals on both bloodlines. Apollo may already know you survived, and Drake is watching closely enough to know what happened at breakfast. You cannot perform impossible feats every time someone behaves badly." Kai glanced toward Caleb, who was checking on his friends and listening as Chris quietly corrected the mistakes they had made in the ring. They needed to learn restraint. "So do you." Kai could not argue with that. Chris joined them, his broad smile suggesting he had enjoyed the fight far more than Helen believed appropriate. In his defense, he did not break anyone. Helen looked toward him. "Your standards remain unhelpful. I asked him to teach them manners without causing serious injury." He followed the instruction. He threw one of them over another person while standing on a rope. Chris considered the description. That was excessive. Thank you. It was also impressive. Helen closed her eyes. Noah leaned toward Eli and lowered his voice. She is going to kill both of them. Eli watched Helen poke Kai in the chest again. Can she? No idea. I'd still put money on her. Chris placed a hand on Kai's shoulder. Come. We should speak somewhere private before Helen decides that protecting your identity requires murdering everyone in the building. Helen looked around the crowded gym. It remains an option. The nearest students suddenly found reasons to resume training. Chris motioned toward the double doors at the back. My office is through there. We can discuss why you came, what happened to Noah, and why Kai has adopted another stray while I was not watching. Eli lowered his gaze. Kai stepped beside him before following Chris. I haven't adopted him. Helen walked past them. You brought him across the country, placed him under your protection, and threatened an Immortal to keep him safe. Noah followed her toward the doors. That sounds adopted. Eli looked toward Kai. Kai sighed and motioned for him to come along. We're still deciding. For the first time since entering the gym, Eli almost smiled. Chris led them through the double doors at the back of the gym and into a wide hallway lined with framed photographs. Some showed teenagers holding boxing trophies or standing beside college acceptance letters. Others captured former residents in military uniforms, work clothes, graduation robes, or family portraits of their own. Kai slowed as they passed them, struck by how many lives Chris had apparently guided through the building. His office waited at the end of the hall. It was larger than Kai expected, but far less polished than the gym. Books, folders, handwritten notes, and pieces of broken training equipment covered nearly every available surface. A heavy wooden desk stood beneath shelves crowded with medical texts, histories, training manuals, and old leather-bound volumes. Chris closed the door behind them and motioned toward the chairs. We should continue this discussion at the house. The missus will want to see Kai. She still asks about him from time to time, though she usually pretends she is only asking because I become distracted whenever his name is mentioned. Kai glanced toward Helen. Who is the missus? Helen lowered herself into one of the chairs without answering. The amusement in her expression suggested she intended to enjoy his uncertainty. Chris noticed. That introduction deserves more space than this office provides. She will explain herself better than either of us could, and she will be offended if I attempt to summarize several centuries of marriage in 5 minutes. Noah sat beside Helen. Is she immortal too? You have learned enough impossible things for one morning, Chris replied as he moved behind the desk. That sounds like a yes. It sounds like you asked too many questions. Helen leaned forward before Noah could continue. We did not cross half the country for introductions. We need Kai's notebook. Chris rested his forearms on the desk and gave the matter a moment's thought. That old thing? The last reliable information placed it somewhere in Europe. A private collector acquired a group of military documents and journals after an estate sale, but that was years ago. Helen's eyes narrowed. You told me you found it. I told you I found where it had gone. That is not the same as holding it in my hands. Chris looked toward Kai, and understanding reached him before anyone needed to explain further. Of course, you cannot simply reproduce it now. Kai shook his head. I don't remember writing it. Chris sat back, studying him with renewed concern. Their reunion in the gym had already revealed the memory loss, but the missing notebook gave the damage a scale that emotion alone had not. You once remembered every page you read and every word you wrote. If the notebook is gone from your mind, then whatever happened to you reached deep. I'm not sure what caused it. Kai remained near the bookshelves, uncomfortable beneath the weight of Chris's attention. It may have been the truck, but it could have happened before that. Noah raised a hand slightly. For context, his foster mother hit him with a fully loaded 25-foot moving truck while he was running across a road. Chris turned toward him. His foster mother? Mara? Noah pointed vaguely toward the direction of the airport, as though she might somehow hear them. She was not his mother then. She was driving the truck when Kai ran into the road. It was an accident, Kai added quickly. I've only known the Callahans for a short time. Mara became my foster mother after the accident. Chris looked him over again. You were struck directly? The truck crushed most of my body and head. I healed, but the memories never returned. Chris looked toward Helen. That might explain a traumatic disruption, but Kai survived far worse injuries without losing himself. That is why we cannot assume the truck caused it, Helen replied. The damage may have started long before Mara struck him. He mentioned Frank was involved in his disappearance. Chris's expression grew more serious. Frank. Kai heard the name and felt the familiar emptiness behind it. I was told he held me captive for decades and experimented on me. Chris went still. Then you remember where you vanished. I remember being told. Kai corrected him carefully. I do not remember most of the captivity itself. I don't know whether Frank held me continuously, whether I escaped and was taken again, or whether there were years when I was somewhere else entirely. There are fragments, but not enough to build a complete history. Chris rose from the desk and crossed the office. He placed one hand against the back of Kai's head, not because an injury remained, but because he seemed to need proof that Kai was physically present. What kind of experiments? Blood loss, injuries, drugs, isolation. I know he was trying to understand what I was and how much damage I could survive. Kai searched the few pieces that had returned to him. Some memories feel older than others, but I cannot always tell whether they are real, dreams, or things someone told me afterward. Chris's jaw tightened. And how did you finally escape? Drake freed me. Helen's reaction was immediate. Her posture stiffened, and the warmth that had remained after seeing Chris disappeared. Hatred sharpened her face at the mention of Drake's name, deep enough that even Noah stopped preparing his next question. Drake, she repeated as though the name itself offended her. Kai looked toward her. You knew he was involved. I knew he claimed responsibility for finding you. Helen folded her arms, forcing control back into her voice. That does not mean I believe he acted without serving himself. He still set me free. Drake never does anything without calculating what it will buy him later. The bitterness beneath her words went beyond their recent confrontations. Kai heard the weight of something older, but Helen closed the subject before he could ask. Chris noticed as well. His gaze moved between them, though he chose not to challenge her in front of the others. If Frank experimented on Kai's brain for decades, the truck may have been only the final injury, Chris said. Something could have been damaged, suppressed, or deliberately altered long before Mara struck him. Helen nodded. Which makes the notebook essential. It may contain his research, Alexander's work, and references to the giver's blood that no one else preserved. Noah held up his healed hand. It may also explain why I can heal like Kai now. Chris stared at the unmarked palm. You heal? Apparently. Noah glanced at Helen. She confirmed it by stabbing straight through my hand. Chris looked at her. You couldn't have started smaller? A shallow wound would have proven very little. Noah nodded toward Chris. Thank you. Finally, someone who understands there were options between nothing and impalement. Helen remained unmoved. The test worked. Chris stood. So would setting the building on fire, but we generally attempt less destructive methods first. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Noah's mouth. I like him. You like anyone who criticizes me, Helen replied. That is becoming a large group. Chris returned to the desk and began gathering papers into a worn leather case. If Kai's blood created another immortal, then the notebook matters more than I realized. I keep correspondence from the collector at the house, along with older records that may tell us where the collection went after his death. Helen rose. How far? 15 minutes, assuming Caleb is not driving. Noah glanced toward the door. He lives with you? He lives at the group home. Most of the trainers do, or did at one time. Chris closed the case. The gym teaches them control. The house gives them somewhere to return after they learn it. His gaze moved toward Eli. You will come as well. Eli remained close to the wall. I assumed I didn't have a choice. You always have a choice, Chris told him. You simply do not get to avoid the consequences attached to it. Eli lowered his eyes but nodded. Chris opened the office door and called for one of the trainers to supervise the gym. As they returned to the main floor, Caleb looked up from the heavy bag. His earlier aggression had disappeared, though he still watched Kai with wary respect. "We're going to the house," Chris told him. "Finish your rounds and bring the others when the evening sessions end." Caleb glanced toward Eli. "He coming with us?" "He is coming with me." The certainty in Chris's voice ended the question. Chris drove an aging passenger van that looked as though it had transported several generations of fighters, foster children, donated furniture, and groceries. The interior smelled faintly of disinfectant, leather gloves, and fast food. Noah climbed into the second row beside Eli, while Kai and Helen sat behind Chris. The van rattled each time it accelerated, creating a strange contrast to the private jet and limousine that had brought them into the city. Noah examined a strip of tape holding one air vent in place. "We went from an aircraft worth more than several buildings to a clown car that looks like it rolled down a mountain." Chris adjusted the rearview mirror. "This van has never failed me." A warning light glowed on the dashboard. Noah pointed toward it. "The van appears to disagree. That light has been on for 6 years." Helen looked around the worn interior. "You could afford something newer." "I could. Then I would spend money replacing a vehicle that still moves instead of helping someone who does not have one." Noah leaned toward Eli. "He and Helen approach wealth very differently," Helen heard him. "I fund shelters, hospitals, schools, and relief organizations across several continents. You also own a private jet with gold fixtures." "The fixtures were already installed." Chris laughed as he turned onto a broad road leading away from the commercial district. "You two have resumed arguing quickly." "We never stopped," Helen replied. "The city thinned around them. Stores and apartment buildings gave way to older neighborhoods, broad fields, and properties hidden behind lines of trees. After several miles, Chris turned onto a private road marked only by a weathered stone sign. The trees opened. Noah leaned forward between the seats. "That is not a group home." The property looked closer to a fortified college campus. Several large stone buildings stood around a central green, connected by covered walkways and paved paths. One resembled an old administration hall, with tall columns and wide steps leading to heavy wooden doors. Former dormitories extended along both sides of the grounds, while a gymnasium, dining hall, and smaller classroom buildings occupied the far end. Newer fencing secured parts of the property, but the original stone walls remained beneath it. Cameras watched the roads, and discreet security posts stood near the entrances. Young people moved between the buildings carrying books, laundry, sports equipment, and trays of food. Some appeared barely old enough for high school. Others were adults who might have stayed after aging out of the program. "You run a college-sized group home?" Noah asked. Chris guided the van toward the largest building. "The property was empty and we needed it. The dormitories were already divided into rooms. The dining hall could feed hundreds, and the classrooms gave us space for tutoring, therapy, and job training." Helen had been watching the grounds with growing recognition. A smile slowly appeared as they passed beneath an old stone arch. "I wondered whether anyone was still making use of this place." Kai looked toward her. "You know it?" Helen laughed softly and pointed toward the administration building. A crest had been carved into the stone above the entrance. It was the same symbol painted on the aircraft and carved into the chess piece Drake had left behind. Weather had softened its edges, but the design remained unmistakable. "We should know it," Helen said. "We built it." Noah turned toward her. "You and Kai built a college?" "Not personally. We funded the land, construction, staff, and first several decades of operation." Helen looked around the grounds, remembering a different version of them. "It began as a school for children who lost their families during war and disease. Later it became a small college before the institution relocated closer to the city." Kai stared at the crest. "We still own it?" "Technically. The property is held by one of the oldest trusts connected to our family." Helen's expression warmed as several children raced across the central lawn. "We have always allowed the others in our group to use the safe houses, schools, and estates when they needed them. Chris apparently decided one building was insufficient." Chris pulled the van beside the main steps. "The dormitories were being wasted. You took the entire property without asking. I left a note with Claire." "Claire? You left it with a caretaker who died 30 years ago?" "She was alive when I gave it to her." Noah looked from the crest to Kai with renewed appreciation. This explains why you're so smart. You already went to college. Kai glanced toward him. I don't remember attending college. You did more than attend, you built one. Noah looked back toward the stone buildings. That is a difficult academic record to compete with. Helen opened the van door. He never attended this college. That feels like a missed opportunity. He founded several schools and was banned from at least 2. Kai paused halfway out of the van. Why was I banned from schools I founded? You argued with their governing boards. About what? Everything. Chris stepped around the front of the van. Kai disliked rules written by people who never had to live under them. Noah nodded. That sounds like him. Eli remained in the vehicle a moment longer than the others. He studied the young people crossing the grounds and the open doors leading into the dormitories. The property was secure, but it did not resemble a detention center. Chris waited for him at the bottom of the steps. This is the group home? Eli asked. One of them. How many people live here? Children, teenagers, and young adults come and go, usually around 80 at a time, though we make room when someone needs it. Eli looked toward the dormitories. And they can leave? Some are here under court order, but when they are legally permitted, yes. Some choose to remain and work here. Others leave the moment they can and return years later to visit. Several young men near the entrance called to Chris. His rough face softened as he greeted each by name, asked one about an exam, and reminded another that skipping physical therapy did not count as healing. Helen watched him with quiet affection. Still collecting strays. Chris looked toward Kai. I learned from the best. Kai followed his gaze to Eli. The boy stood apart from the others, uncertain whether he was a guest, prisoner, or possible resident. He was now surrounded by people who understood what it meant to arrive angry, frightened, and unwanted. One of the younger boys crossed the lawn carrying a basketball. He slowed near Eli. You play? Eli shook his head. Not really. You can still help us. We need someone tall enough to make me look useful. The boy grinned and continued toward the court. Eli watched him go. Chris placed one heavy hand against the back of Eli's shoulder. The contact was firm without being controlling. Come inside. We will find food, clean clothing, and somewhere private to discuss what you did. Eli's expression closed again. And then what? Then you decide whether the worst choice of your life will also be the last meaningful one. Chris guided them toward the steps. Kai looked up at the crest above the doors. He had apparently built this place to shelter children who had lost their homes and families. Centuries later, it still served that purpose under the care of someone who considered him both commander and father. Helen paused beside him. You are trying to remember it. I feel as though I should. You will. Her gaze lifted toward the old crest. Until then, perhaps seeing what remained after you forgot is enough. Kai watched Chris lead Noah and Eli inside. Chris was still here because Kai had once chosen to help him. Whatever that decision had cost, whatever circumstances had brought them together, its effects had endured long after the memory of making it had disappeared. Chris had taken what Kai had given him and carried it forward, protecting this place and the children who passed through it. And those children had grown, built lives, formed families, helped others. Kai would never know most of their names. He began to understand that perhaps he did not need to. For thousands of years, he had moved through the lives of others, sometimes remaining for decades and sometimes only long enough to change the direction of a single moment. He had saved people, taught them, protected them, given them homes when they had none. Those people had gone on to touch other lives, and those lives had touched still more. The smallest act could travel farther than the person who began it would ever see. Kai had spent so much time searching for the life he had forgotten that he had never considered how much of it might still exist around him. Not in monuments, not in stories bearing his name, in people. The notebook might contain the research they needed, but the campus offered another kind of evidence. Proof that a life was more than the memories a person carried. Kai could forget what he had done, but that did not erase what those choices had meant to others. He looked again at the crest above the doors. Perhaps that was what remained when memory, time, and even the man himself were gone. A legacy. Chapter 10. Family Matters. The former administration building had been transformed into a home without losing the scale of what it once was. The main entrance opened into a two-story hall with stone columns, wide staircases, and tall windows overlooking the central lawn. The old admissions desk had become a long dining table, while offices along the walls had been converted into bedrooms, sitting rooms, and workspaces. Bookshelves filled the alcoves where prospective students once waited to register for classes. Despite its size, the building felt lived in. Shoes had been left beside the door. Framed photographs covered the walls, and several coats hung from hooks beneath the school's carved crest. The smell of bread and herbs drifted from somewhere deeper inside. A woman stepped out of one of the side rooms as Chris closed the door behind them. She appeared to be in her 30s, with soft brown hair pinned loosely behind her head, and a face that might have belonged to any century. She was beautiful, though not with Helen's sharp, commanding presence. Her beauty was quieter and warmer, the kind that made a room feel familiar before she spoke. She saw Chris first, then Helen. When her eyes reached Kai, her entire face brightened. "Kai?" She crossed the hall quickly and wrapped both arms around him. Kai had barely recovered from Chris's embrace at the gym, but hers was gentler. She held him with the affection of someone greeting family after an absence that had lasted far too long. "It is really you," she said as she stepped back and placed both hands against his face. "We searched for so long. Where have you been?" Kai looked into her expectant eyes and found no recognition. "I'm sorry," he told her carefully. "I don't remember you." The joy disappeared from the woman's expression. For several seconds, she seemed unable to understand what he meant. Her hands remained against his face as she searched his eyes for some sign that he was teasing her. "You don't remember me?" Kai shook his head. "I've lost most of my memories from before the last several months." She looked toward Chris and Helen. Chris's expression confirmed the truth before either of them spoke. "Oh, Kai," her eyes filled as she turned back to him. Rather than retreating from the rejection, she drew him into another embrace and rested one hand against the back of his head. "I am so sorry," she whispered. "You must feel as though everyone knows a version of you that you cannot reach." Kai stood stiffly at first. Her grief carried the weight of a relationship he could not remember, and he did not know how to respond without pretending. She seemed to understand. She loosened her hold but did not release him entirely. "You do not have to remember me today," she assured him. "You do not have to force anything for my sake. I remember enough for both of us until you are ready." The kindness in her voice made his chest tighten. "My name is Sarah," she continued, offering him a small, reassuring smile. "Chris is my husband, though I generally try not to admit that in public." Chris placed one broad hand against his chest, a cruel thing to say during an emotional reunion. Sarah looked toward him without releasing Kai. "You will recover." Noah studied the difference in their apparent ages before leaning toward Eli. He did not lower his voice nearly enough. "Big Bear is robbing the cradle." Chris heard him from across the hall. "It is actually the other way around. Sarah is nearly 500 years older than I am." Noah stared at her. Sarah finally stepped back from Kai, though she kept one comforting hand around his arm. "He enjoys telling people that whenever they assume I am the younger one." "You look 30, Noah said. "And Chris looks as though he remembers the invention of dirt." Chris sighed. "The welcome in my own home has become unexpectedly hostile." Sarah's attention returned to Kai almost immediately. "We will talk later when you are rested. I can tell you whatever you wish to know and nothing you are not ready to hear." Kai nodded, grateful that she did not demand a connection he could not yet give her. "Thank you. You never needed to thank me before." Sarah squeezed his arm. "You do not need to begin now." She crossed to Helen next and embraced her with the ease of someone who knew better than to ask permission. Helen returned the gesture without the stiffness she showed with most people. "It has been too long," Sarah told her. "It usually is." Sarah looked over Helen's shoulder toward the others. "You should have sent word before arriving. I would have prepared something better for dinner." Chris carried the leather case toward the old admissions desk. "You always prepare enough food for an army? Because you eat enough for one." Noah nodded toward Chris. "That appears accurate." Before Chris could respond, the front door opened behind them. A young man entered with his head lowered beneath the weight of several grocery bags. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with neatly cut black hair, a muscular build, and refined features that seemed out of place beneath his worn jacket. A long scar began beneath his left ear and disappeared beneath his collar. "I found the steaks you wanted," he announced in a clear British accent as he pushed the door closed with one foot. "Enough for everyone at the house, plus several for tomorrow. I also found a present for Chris that I am certain he will adore." He lifted his head. His eyes found Kai. Every bag slipped from his arms. Glass jars struck the floor, though none broke. Potatoes rolled across the stone, and a package of steaks slid beneath a chair. The young man backed rapidly toward the closed door with both hands raised. "Kai, please." His face had gone pale. "I know what this looks like, but I have changed. You have to believe me. I am not like them anymore." Kai stepped back, startled by the terror in his voice. "I don't know who you are." The answer did nothing to calm him. "You don't remember?" The young man's eyes moved toward Helen, searching for confirmation. "Is this some form of test?" Chris stepped between them before Kai could answer. "John, breathe. Kai's memories are gone." John continued backing away until his shoulders touched the door. "All of them?" "Most of them." Relief and alarm moved across John's face at the same time. "That does not necessarily mean his body has forgotten me." Helen tilted her head. "Considering you once attempted to remove his heart, that concern is not unreasonable. I was following orders. You hunted us across 3 countries. The orders were extremely specific." Chris raised one large hand between them. "No one is removing anyone's heart in my entrance hall." Sarah crouched and began gathering the fallen groceries. She appeared more inconvenienced by the mess than alarmed by the confrontation. Chris looked toward Kai and Helen. John served Apollo once. Kai's body reacted to the name, even though his mind supplied no memory of the man before him. His hands tightened at his sides. John noticed and lifted his palms higher. "Served is an uncomfortable word. I was associated with his people during a prolonged period of poor judgment." "You attempted to kill us repeatedly," Helen reminded him. "I did say prolonged." Chris gave Helen a look asking for patience before continuing. "About 10 years ago, Sarah and I encountered Apollo's group. There was a fight, and his people retreated without John." "They abandoned me," John corrected. "Leaving someone unconscious beneath a collapsed building is difficult to interpret otherwise." "You were relatively new to their group," Chris said. "They decided returning for you was not worth the risk." Kai looked toward Helen. "You said Apollo belongs to the giver's bloodline." "He does." Helen's attention remained on John. "John does not." John slowly lowered one hand and reached toward a package that had fallen from the grocery bag. He lifted the wrapped steaks and held them out as though presenting evidence in court. "I am from the taker's side," he admitted. "But I swear I only consume animals now. Beef, lamb, venison when Chris can find it. No human blood, no killing, and no draining unfortunate travelers on isolated roads." John looked toward Chris for support. "You know I have followed every rule." "You have," Chris confirmed. "John has lived here for nearly a decade. He helps at the group homes, teaches survival courses, and has not deliberately harmed a human being during that time." Sarah placed several cans back into a bag. "The incident with the poacher was an accident." John looked wounded. "He threatened a child." "You dropped him from a tree. He survived." Chris sighed. "That is enough." Kai continued studying John. He felt no clear memory of the events Helen described, but his body remained tense, as though some part of him recognized an old enemy. John saw it. "I understand why you do not trust me," he said. The refinement in his voice remained, but fear continued beneath it. "I would not trust the person I was either. Chris and Sarah gave me another way to live, and I have no desire to return to Apollo." Helen's expression revealed no immediate forgiveness. "Apollo rarely releases anyone completely. He did not release me. He left me to die. That may have been deliberate." John's mouth tightened. "Then it was the first useful thing he ever did for me." Chris rested one broad hand on John's shoulder and turned him gently away from the door. "Help Sarah with the groceries. Kai is not going to kill you." John looked toward Kai. "Could he confirm that?" Kai considered the terrified man standing behind Chris. "I'm not going to kill you." John hesitated. Today? Noah glanced at Eli. He has trust issues. Eli watched John with more interest than anyone appeared to notice. His gaze rested briefly on the wrapped steaks before returning to the scar along John's neck. Kai gave John the clearest answer he could. I don't remember what happened between us, but Chris trusts you. That is enough for me. Relief weakened John's knees enough that he caught the edge of a nearby table. Thank you. Helen looked toward Kai. You have become dangerously forgiving. He looks terrified. He should. John gathered the remaining groceries without responding. Dinner was served in the former admissions hall. The long table could seat more than 20, though only Chris, Sarah, Helen, Kai, Noah, Eli, and John occupied it that evening. Several residents passed through during the meal, taking plates upstairs or toward the dormitories before greeting Chris and Sarah on their way out. Sarah had prepared roasted vegetables, bread, potatoes, and enough steak to cover 2 large platters. John's meat had been cooked rare enough that red juices gathered beneath it, though no one commented. Kai and Noah ate with their usual appetite. Eli ate quickly at first, finishing most of his plate before the others had settled into conversation. Sarah noticed his empty bread plate and quietly passed him the basket without calling attention to it. He thanked her and took another piece. Eli had been hiding outdoors for days, and the clothing beneath his borrowed coat still hung loosely around him. A boy who had not known where his next meal would come from had every reason to eat while food was available. When Sarah offered him another serving of steak, he hesitated only briefly before accepting a smaller piece. John's eyes moved toward him from across the table. Eli seemed to feel the attention. He added a large portion of potatoes beside the meat and began asking Noah a question about the gym, redirecting the conversation before John could speak. Chris sat at the head of the table, consuming his 4th helping while discussing the collector who last possessed Kai's notebook. The correspondence is stored in the archive room beneath the east wing, he explained. I have not reviewed it in several years, but the collector's name and estate information should still be there. Helen cut into her steak. We will search tonight. Sarah gave her a patient look. You traveled across the country, searched half the city, and arrived after several days without proper sleep. You will search tomorrow. We may not have tomorrow. You have existed for thousands of years. You can wait until morning. Helen looked prepared to argue, but Kai placed another piece of bread on her plate. You should eat. Her eyes narrowed. Do not join them. You haven't finished anything since we left the plane. Helen looked down at the meal as though only then realizing it was there. Sarah hid a smile. John suddenly straightened. I nearly forgot Chris's present. Chris stopped chewing. The excitement in John's voice immediately made him suspicious. What did you buy? John left the table and retrieved one of the grocery bags from beside the door. He reached inside with exaggerated care and produced a bright red sweater. A large image of Santa Claus covered the front. The figure wore a red suit, had a round stomach, and held a plate of cookies. A real cotton ball had been glued to the end of the stocking cap. John held it against his chest. I saw it and thought of you. Chris went completely still. The warmth left his blue eyes. I should have let Kai kill you. John did not miss a beat. I cannot imagine why you are upset. I did not even mention the 4 helpings you ate. Chris slowly set down his fork. John continued before anyone could stop him. I merely noticed your shirts have been fitting a little tightly. It may be time to go up another size. Sarah lowered her face toward her napkin, but her shoulders moved with the effort of suppressing laughter. Chris pushed his chair back and stood. He removed his shirt in one motion. The body beneath it belonged to no ordinary older man. Muscle covered his chest, shoulders, and stomach without an ounce of softness. A massive scar began at the top of his right shoulder, crossed diagonally over his chest, and continued down his stomach before disappearing beneath his belt. He flexed both arms. The movement made the veins stand out along his forearms and tightened every muscle across his torso. Show me the fat. John examined him with exaggerated seriousness. There may be some beneath the scar. Chris's eyes narrowed. That scar came from an axe. Noah lowered his fork, fascinated by the exchange. I think John has a death wish. He has always confused humor with courage, Sarah said, no longer attempting to hide her smile. John reached into the grocery bag again. I also brought drinks. He produced a glass bottle of cola bearing a holiday label. Another smiling Santa in a bright red suit raised the bottle toward the viewer. Chris stared at it. John placed it carefully beside his plate. The resemblance is remarkable. Chris picked up the red sweater between two fingers as though it had been found in a contaminated laboratory. This, he announced, is what several centuries of generosity have earned me. Noah looked between Chris and the smiling figure on the sweater. Understanding began forming but had not yet fully arrived. Chris pointed toward the image. I was Nicholas of Myra, a bishop. I spent my inheritance helping people who had nothing. I paid debts, provided food, and gave money to families who would otherwise have sold their children to survive. Noah's fork slipped from his fingers and struck the plate. You're Saint Nicholas. Chris looked toward him. That is one of the less offensive names history assigned me. Helen continued eating as though the revelation were ordinary. Noah stared at the enormous Immortal standing shirtless beside a sweater depicting a round, cheerful man. You're Santa Claus. Chris's expression hardened further. No. John opened the cola bottle. The cap released with a sharp hiss. Chris pointed toward him. And that company is responsible for much of the problem. Sarah finally laughed. Chris looked betrayed. You are encouraging him. I have heard this speech every winter for almost a century. And yet the insult continues. Noah leaned forward, unable to contain himself. So the red shirt thing? I dislike red because modern culture has turned me into a fat man wearing a bright red suit. Chris dropped the sweater onto John's lap. I am Greek. I was a bishop in Myra, in the region now called Turkey. I did not live at the North Pole, employ tiny laborers, or spend my life eating cookies. John lifted the sweater. You do enjoy cookies. That is irrelevant. You laugh loudly. I have a deep voice. You have white hair. I became old before I was changed. Noah looked toward Sarah. Does he travel in a sleigh? No, Chris answered before she could. I traveled by horse, ship, wagon, and occasionally on foot, like every other sensible person of the period. Sarah rested her chin against one hand. There was a sleigh once. Chris turned toward her. It was winter. There were also reindeer. They belonged to the man transporting us. John raised the cola bottle. The historical evidence continues mounting. Chris ignored him and addressed Noah instead. I attempted to help people quietly. I left coins where families would find them. Shoes and stockings were convenient because people placed them near doors or hearths. I never asked anyone to construct an industry around it. Noah's smile widened. You put money in stockings. Occasionally. And now children expect toys. That is not my fault. You started it. I helped a few families in a few small regions. Chris gestured toward the sweater. Now I am remembered as a fat slob obsessed with sweets who laughs at everything and breaks into houses through chimneys. John took a drink of cola. You did enter homes uninvited. To leave money. Still trespassing. Helen looked toward Kai. This is why I told Noah not to wear red. Kai studied Chris, trying to reconcile the man before him with centuries of legends. Did I know? You found it amusing, Chris replied darkly. Every time the stories changed, you brought me whatever new version appeared. Helen's mouth curved. You once commissioned a painting of him in red velvet. Chris pointed toward her. You encouraged that. It was an excellent likeness. It made me look enormous. You are enormous. Not fat. John lifted the sweater again. The artist simply anticipated future branding. Chris reached across the table, but John pulled the garment away before he could seize it. Despite his earlier terror of Kai, John showed no fear of the massive Immortal standing beside him. Sarah placed a hand on Chris's arm. Sit down before the residents enter and discover you threatening a former follower of Apollo while shirtless. Chris looked toward the open hallway. Several teenagers had already gathered near the doorway, watching with poorly concealed amusement. He picked up his shirt and pulled it back on. Anyone who mentions this loses dessert. The teenagers disappeared immediately. Noah looked toward his unfinished plate. Does that include us? You were never promised dessert. Sarah rose from the table. There is cake in the kitchen. Chris gave her another betrayed look. She kissed his cheek as she passed. You have done enough frightening for one evening, Nicholas. The The use of his original name softened him despite his irritation. John folded the sweater and placed it on the empty chair beside Chris. I chose the largest size available. Chris lowered himself into his seat. You will be cleaning every bathroom in the West Dormitory. I already do most of the maintenance. Then you will do it while wearing the sweater. For the first time, John lost some of his amusement. That seems unnecessarily cruel. Helen lifted her glass. I support it. Noah nodded, seconded. John looked toward Kai for help. Kai examined the cotton ball hanging from the cap. I think it suits you. John stared at him, then slowly smiled as relief overcame the last of his fear. You really have changed. Sarah returned carrying the cake, and the conversation shifted toward rooms, travel plans, and the archive they would search in the morning. Eli reached for another piece of bread while no one was looking. Across the table, John noticed. He said nothing. After dinner, Sarah led them into a sitting room overlooking the central lawn. The room had once been the college president's office, though little of its original form remained beyond the tall windows and dark wood paneling. Worn couches surrounded a broad stone fireplace, while books and framed photographs occupied nearly every shelf. Sarah carried in a tray of coffee, tea, and cake. Chris followed with the remaining pot and enough mugs for everyone. Kai took a seat near the fireplace with Helen beside him. Noah claimed the couch across from them, while Eli sat at the far end and kept enough distance that no one could mistake his presence for comfort. John remained closest to the door, still wearing a cautious expression whenever Kai moved unexpectedly. Chris lowered himself into a reinforced armchair that looked specially built to support his size. The movement pulled his shirt tighter across the scar running from his right shoulder and down his torso. Eli noticed it again. How did you get that scar? Chris looked down at the mark visible above his collar. An axe. Noah waited for more, then leaned forward when Chris appeared satisfied with the answer. You cannot have a scar covering half your body and stop at an axe. Chris accepted a mug from Sarah. It happened during one of the earliest Viking excursions. This was before anyone began keeping useful records of where they raided or when. Sarah sat on the arm of his chair, resting one hand against his shoulder. Chris looked toward her briefly before continuing. They came to the monastery at dawn. The ships had landed farther down the coast, and no warning reached us before the first buildings were burning. Most of the brothers had never held a weapon. Some were old, and several of the younger priests had entered the monastery because they believed walls and prayer would keep them away from war. His voice remained steady, but the warmth left it as the memory returned. The raiders killed anyone they found. They wanted the silver, the food, and anything else they could carry back to the ships. Burning the buildings afterward was entertainment. Noah glanced toward the enormous man. You were a priest? A bishop by then, though titles mattered little once men carrying axes entered the chapel. Chris looked down at his hands. I had trained with weapons before taking my vows. My father believed every son should know how to defend his home, even one determined to spend his life serving the church. You fought them, Eli said. I tried to hold the main corridor while the younger brothers escaped through the garden. Chris's fingers tightened around his mug. The passage was narrow enough that they could not surround me. I took one shield, and whatever weapons fell close enough to reach. Sarah's expression softened as she watched him remember the mortal man he had once been. He held them longer than any one person should have been capable of, she said. By the time they forced him into the courtyard, bodies covered the corridor behind him. Chris gave her a look that carried old embarrassment. You always improve that part. I watched it happen. Noah's attention shifted toward her. You were at the monastery? Sarah's mouth curved faintly. Yes, Chris continued before she could explain why. I believed I might reach the last group of priests near the wall. Then one of the raiders came from my right. I had already lost the shield, and my arm was too slow. His hand followed the path of the scar from his shoulder toward his hip. The axe entered here. It cut through the shoulder, opened my chest and stomach, and left me on the ground. I remember seeing the sky and realizing I could no longer feel my legs. Eli stared at the scar. You should have died. Chris looked toward Sarah. The next thing I remember clearly was her stepping over me. Sarah's eyes held the distance of the memory. He was lying among the bodies with blood covering nearly the entire side of him. The others assumed he was dead, but I could hear him trying to breathe. Sarah's gaze shifted toward the fire. The one who began our bloodline was with us. He knelt beside Chris, cut his wrist, and allowed the blood to flow into the wound. "The first giver," Noah said. Sarah nodded. "That is what most of us call him now." Chris rested a large hand over hers. I woke much later with Sarah sitting beside me. The monastery was gone, and most of the brothers I tried to protect had been killed. "Not all of them," Sarah reminded him. "Several escaped because you held the passage." Chris looked toward Eli. That was what she told me when I asked why I had been saved. Sarah smiled at the memory. I watched him stand against an entire raiding party because there were frightened young men behind him who could not protect themselves. I knew immediately that he was the one I had been waiting for. Noah's eyebrows rose. "You fell in love with him while he was being cut in half?" "He was very impressive before the axe." Chris gave her an affectionate look. "She has always been drawn to poor decisions." Noah lifted his mug. "That explains the marriage." Sarah laughed softly. Eli remained focused on the earlier detail. "You said you were there at the monastery. Why?" The humor faded slightly. Sarah nodded. "I was with the Vikings." Noah looked between her gentle face and Chris's scar. "Were you being held prisoner?" "No, I sailed with them." Sarah folded her hands in her lap before explaining. "The giver found me years earlier and changed me. He never kept his children near him for long. He believed eternity meant little if we were not allowed to discover what sort of people we intended to become." "So he left you with Vikings?" Noah asked. "They were traitors as often as they were raiders. Some were cruel, others loyal, and most became whichever version of themselves the moment required. Every decade or so I'd move to a new village to avoid anyone knowing what I was." Sarah's expression darkened as she remembered the monastery. "I traveled with them because the world was large and their ships reached places I could not. I did not always approve of what they did." Chris gave her a sideways look. "That is a gentle description. I had not yet learned to oppose them openly." Helen understood the distinction. "Survival came first. For a time," Sarah looked toward Chris, "then I saw him standing in that corridor, willing to die for people who had no way to repay him. I decided survival was not enough." Kai rested his elbows on his knees. "Why was the giver with the raiders?" "He was not before we sailed," Sarah replied. "He appeared as the ships were preparing to leave." Chris smiled as he remembered the story she had apparently told him many times. "The chief objected," Sarah continued. "The giver walked onto the beach, climbed aboard the lead ship, and announced that he would be traveling with us. The chief told him no stranger stepped onto his vessel without permission." "What happened?" Eli asked. "It took approximately 3 seconds for the objection to disappear." Noah grinned. "What did he do?" Sarah shrugged. "He lifted the chief by the throat, held him over the side of the ship, and asked whether permission remained important." Helen's mouth curved faintly. "That sounds like him." "The chief decided it did not," Sarah said. "By the time we reached the next settlement, half the crew believed Odin himself had joined the voyage." Chris took a drink of coffee. They became much more polite after that. Kai listened for any spark of recognition. The deep voice from Troy remained the only memory he possessed of the being who created him. "Who is he really?" Sarah's expression became thoughtful. "I do not know." "You traveled with him." "So have most of us at one time or another. He does not answer questions about where he came from." She looked toward Helen. "Did he ever tell you?" Helen shook her head. "He told Kai more than the rest of us, but even Kai never claimed to know his true name." Sarah returned her attention to him. "He said his children must discover their own paths. Then he disappeared and allowed us to do exactly that." "He abandoned you?" "Sometimes it felt that way," Sarah admitted. "But whenever one of us approached a point that might change the course of our lives, he occasionally appeared. He never stayed long, and he rarely solved the problem for us. He would offer a warning, ask a question, or place someone in our path." Chris squeezed her hand. "In my case, he placed her in mine." Noah looked toward the scar. "Technically, he placed his blood in yours." "That too." Sarah's smile faded as she glanced toward Helen. There is something else you should know before we discuss the notebook. Helen recognized the seriousness in her voice. What? Apollo is in the United States. Kai felt his body tighten before his mind could respond. The memories of Troy and Thermopylae had given the name enough weight that it no longer felt like an abstract threat. Helen placed her cup on the table. How do you know? We asked Cyrus to keep track of him after our last encounter with Apollo's group. Cyrus sent word several weeks ago that Apollo crossed into the country. Helen stared at her. Cyrus is alive? Chris leaned back in his chair. Very much so. I heard he was dusted years ago. Noah glanced between them. Dusted, Helen answered without looking away from Chris. When one of the taker's bloodline is destroyed in a way that prevents the body from restoring itself, time can catch up with every cell at once. The body ages through all the years it resisted and collapses into dust. Noah shifted uncomfortably. That sounds unpleasant. Chris shook his head. Cyrus allowed that story to spread. He wanted several people to stop searching for him. Helen's disbelief gave way to irritation. He let us believe he was dead? He believed it was safer. For whom? Mostly himself. Sarah gave Chris a patient look, reminding him that the explanation required more. Chris set down his mug. Cyrus discovered that the modern world makes disappearing easier than it has ever been. The internet connects records, cameras, financial systems, and nearly every person carrying a phone. It also means one believable piece of misinformation can spread everywhere before anyone checks it. Noah nodded. So he posted that he died? Not directly. He arranged for several people to witness what appeared to be his destruction. A few photographs circulated, stories contradicted one another, and eventually the rumor became accepted history among our kind. Helen frowned. He always enjoyed unnecessary drama. The method worked, Chris pointed out. One fabricated death, several altered records, and suddenly no one searches for a man who officially stopped existing. Kai looked toward him. Where is Cyrus now? Europe. Helen's attention sharpened. Could he track the notebook? He understands private collections, black market auctions, and hidden archives better than anyone I know. If the book is still in Europe, he can find the trail. Would he help us? Chris looked at Kai as though the answer should have been obvious. Cyrus would do almost anything for him. Kai struggled again with the burden of loyalty from people he did not remember. Why? Because you once did the same for him. Chris did not elaborate, and Kai sensed another history waiting beyond his reach. Noah leaned back and released a tired breath. Great. A trip to Europe so we can talk to another immortal who knows Kai better than Kai does. Chris reached into his pocket and removed a modern cell phone. Or, he said as he unlocked the screen, we could call him. Noah stared at the phone. You have spent the entire day acting like every conversation requires a private jet, disguises, and a search through homeless camps. No one asked whether I had Cyrus's number. Helen gave Chris an incredulous look. You knew how to contact him this entire time? I knew how to contact Cyrus. You asked where the notebook was. Chris scrolled through his contacts. Immortality requires patience. Helen leaned forward. Call him before I demonstrate how little patience I have left. Chris found the number and placed the phone on the table between them. Before pressing it, he glanced toward Kai. Cyrus believes you are dead. Kai looked at the screen. That appears to be common. He may not react calmly. Noah reached for another piece of cake. No immortal we have met reacts calmly. Sarah looked toward John. John raised his mug. I reacted with appropriate caution. You dropped all the groceries, she reminded him. I was facing Kai. Chris pressed the call button. The phone rang once, then twice. On the third ring, someone answered, but no greeting came through the speaker. Chris waited. Cyrus, he said at last, before you disconnect, I need you to understand that this is important. A man's voice answered from the phone, quiet and guarded. You have 10 seconds. Chris looked at Kai. I found our commander. Silence followed. The call remained connected, but no one on the other end spoke. Chris leaned closer to the phone. Cyrus, the voice returned, stripped of its earlier control. That is not possible. Kai looked around at the immortals watching him and understood that another stranger was about to mourn, celebrate, or fear the return of a man he could no longer remember being. Chris's broad face softened. Would you like to hear him for yourself? Chapter 11. The Assault. Chris placed the phone on the low table and turned on the speaker. "We need your help finding something." For several seconds, only the faint sound of breathing came from the other end. Cyrus had believed Kai dead, and hearing otherwise seemed to have stripped away whatever words he normally used to hide surprise. Kai leaned toward the phone. "Chris says you knew me." The breath on the other end caught. "I knew you better than most, Commander." Cyrus spoke carefully, as though the wrong word might end the call. "I would ask where you have been, but I suspect the answer is not simple." "It isn't. I also don't remember you." When Cyrus answered again, the shock had been forced behind a more controlled voice. "Then we will deal with that when we are in the same room. Chris said you need something found." Helen moved closer to the phone. "The notebook taken from our home during the First World War. Leather binding, Kai's crest embossed into the front, handwritten pages covering our bloodline, and attempts to reverse the change." "I remember hearing about it." The distant sound of a chair moving came through the speaker. "Do you have an image of the crest?" Chris opened the leather case from his office and removed a photograph of the symbol carved above the administration building. "I can send one." "Send every version you have. Photographs, drawings, old seals, anything showing how it changed over time." Chris forwarded several files while Cyrus remained on the line. A moment later, rapid typing replaced the earlier silence. Noah leaned toward the phone. "What exactly are you doing?" "Searching digitized museum catalogs, restitution databases, private auction records, military inventories, and images attached to collections that were never fully entered into searchable records." "That sounds as though it should take months." "It would if I were searching by titles and descriptions. People name old objects incorrectly. Images are more honest." Another series of keystrokes came through the speaker. "I am building a visual pattern from the crest," Cyrus continued. "The outer design changed repeatedly, but the central angles remain consistent. I am searching public archives, private networks, institutional databases, anything that may have captured an image of the notebook after it left Europe. If it was ever photographed, I will find it." Helen glanced toward Chris. "And no one objects to this?" Chris lifted his coffee. "Cyrus has never been overly concerned with mortal laws. They change too often to be useful," Cyrus said through the phone. Noah looked impressed. "I like him already." "You will like him less when he searches your browsing history." Noah's expression immediately changed. "I withdraw the compliment." The typing stopped. "I found an image." Everyone moved closer to the phone, though there was nothing to see. Cyrus sent a file to Chris. A moment later, the photograph appeared on his screen. The notebook lay among a collection of damaged journals, military reports, and personal documents arranged across a gray table. Its leather cover had cracked with age, but the crest remained visible in the center. Kai touched the image with one finger. He recognized the symbol without remembering the object. "That is it," Helen confirmed. Her composure sharpened with urgency. "Where was the photograph taken?" "In Europe, shortly after the Second World War. The notebook was recovered with property seized by German officials from private homes, libraries, and research institutions. It became part of a reclamation effort intended to return stolen materials to their original owners." Chris leaned over the screen. "Why wasn't it returned?" "The investigators believed the writer was American." Several later entries reference American military units, cities, and institutions. The handwriting also changed over time, which led them to conclude that more than one American researcher used it. "Alexander," Kai said. "And you," Helen added. Cyrus continued working while he spoke. "The paper and binding created confusion. Some pages appeared far older than the First or Second World War, so the Restitution Office classified it as a historical artifact rather than personal property. It was transferred to the United States with several other unidentified items." Noah looked toward Chris's screen. "Where is it now?" "In storage at a federal museum facility in Washington, D.C. The collection was assigned to the National Museum decades ago, but most of it has never been displayed. The notebook appears to have remained in the same storage archive since the transfer." Helen rose from the couch. "Can you access the current inventory?" "I already have." Cyrus sounded almost offended by the question. "The notebook is still listed. There is no recent removal record, no active research request, and no scheduled exhibition." Kai looked toward Helen. Then we go to Washington. We do, she agreed, though her attention remained on the phone. Cyrus, find every entrance, security system, camera, employee schedule, and storage procedure connected to that building. I expected nothing less. A distant impact interrupted him. The windows trembled inside their frames. Everyone in the sitting room turned toward the front of the building. A second impact followed, louder than the first. Somewhere across the campus, glass shattered, and a low alarm began pulsing through the halls. Chris was on his feet before the sound finished. That is not one of ours. Sarah moved to the window. Smoke had begun rising near the main gate, where one of the security posts had collapsed across the road. Students and residents scattered across the central lawn as staff members directed them toward the dormitories. Chris took the phone from the table. Cyrus, remain connected. What happened? We have visitors. Helen reached beneath her coat and drew 2 knives. The softness she had shown during dinner disappeared, replaced by the cold focus Kai remembered from Thermopylae. Apollo. Kai looked toward her. You don't know that. A line of dark vehicles broke through the damaged gate. Men poured from them wearing black tactical clothing marked with thin gold bands around their arms. Some carried modern rifles. Others held swords, spears, and weapons that belonged to older centuries. A tall figure stepped through the smoke behind them. Golden hair caught the sunlight. Helen's grip tightened around the knives. I know. Chris turned toward Sarah. Lock down the dormitories. No one leaves the buildings unless we call for evacuation. Sarah was already moving toward a panel hidden behind one of the bookshelves. She entered a code, and steel barriers began lowering over the ground floor windows. Her warm expression remained, but something older had entered her eyes. The younger residents are in the West Dormitory. Caleb and the trainers can secure them. Chris nodded before facing Noah and Eli. You two stay inside? Noah rose. I heal now. That does not make being shot educational. Kai stepped in front of him. Stay with Eli and get everyone away from the windows. Noah looked prepared to object until another explosion shook dust from the ceiling. Eli had already backed toward the inner hallway. His face was pale, and his attention remained fixed on the armed men crossing the lawn. I'm not going out there. No one asked you to, Kai told him. Find cover and stay down. Chris crossed to the fireplace and pressed his palm against the carved crest above the mantel. A lock released inside the wall. The stone panel shifted outward, revealing a narrow armory hidden behind it. Old weapons filled the compartment. Chris removed a long iron-shod staff for himself and tossed a round wooden shield towards Sarah. She caught it with one hand. Then he reached for a sword resting alone in the center. The dark scabbard carried Kai's crest. Its leather was scarred, and the handle had been worn smooth by a hand that had held it through centuries of war. Chris offered it to him. I kept this for you. Kai drew the blade. The metal was darker than ordinary steel, with pale lines running through it like veins. His mind offered no memory, but his hands settled naturally around the grip. Helen stared at the sword. You still had it. I knew he would need it when he returned. John appeared in the doorway carrying 2 curved hunting blades. The refined young man who had joked through dinner had vanished. His shoulders were low, his eyes fixed on the approaching attackers, and every muscle in his body appeared ready to spring. If those are Apollo's men, they will know me. Helen passed him without slowing. Then try to make the reunion brief. Chris moved toward the entrance. Remember that this campus is filled with children. Draw the fight away from the dormitories whenever possible. Kai followed with the sword held low at his side. Through the open phone in Chris's hand, Cyrus spoke again. I am tracking local emergency calls. None have been placed from the property. Our security system isolates outside signals during an attack, Chris explained. That also means no one beyond the grounds knows you need help. Chris pushed open the main doors. We are the help. The first attackers were already crossing the stone steps. Chris met them at the entrance. The warrior who emerged beneath his calm exterior was nothing like the reckless force Kai had seen in Drake. Chris planted the iron end of his staff against the stone and turned the first rifle aside before it could fire. His hands moved with the discipline of a monk who had practiced the same forms for centuries. One end of the staff struck the attacker's wrist. The weapon fell. The opposite end drove into the man's ribs and lifted him from his feet. A second attacker came from the side with a sword. Chris caught the blade between the reinforced sections of the staff, twisted, and tore it free. He followed with a short strike beneath the chin that dropped the man without killing him. His size suggested brute force, but every movement was measured. He redirected momentum, controlled joints, and used the smallest motion required to end each attack. Then 4 men rushed the stairs together. Chris planted his feet, swung the staff in a wide arc, and struck all 4 hard enough to send them tumbling across the stone. Noah watched from the doorway. I understand why no one spars with him. Kai stepped past Chris and entered the lawn. 3 attackers moved toward him. 1 fired. Kai turned before the muzzle flashed. The bullet passed his shoulder as he closed the distance, caught the rifle barrel, and forced it downward. His sword moved once. The attacker's body went still. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the skin collapsed inward as centuries caught up with every cell. Clothing dropped around bones that blackened, cracked, and fell into dust. The other 2 men hesitated. Kai did not. His body moved through techniques his mind could not name. He shifted from the balanced stance of a swordsman into the tight footwork of a close-quarters fighter, trapping one man's spear beneath his arm while striking the other with the pommel of his sword. He turned, cut through the first attacker's chest, and watched another immortal dissolve into ash. The third tried to retreat. Kai caught him before he reached the lawn. Across the campus, Helen had disappeared. One moment she stood beside the steps. The next, she was running along the narrow stone railing bordering the walkway. She vaulted over an attacker, twisted in the air, and drove one blade into the space beneath his armor. She landed without breaking stride. Her fighting carried none of Chris's visible weight or Kai's direct force. Helen rarely met strength with strength. She passed around weapons, beneath arms and over shoulders. Every movement brought her closer to the person commanding the group, rather than the people protecting him. An officer near the vehicles lifted a radio. Helen threw a knife. It crossed the lawn and buried itself through the device before he could speak. She reached him seconds later, caught the back of his collar, and used his body to shield herself from another attacker's gunfire. Sarah followed Chris through the doors, carrying the round shield and a heavy axe from the armory. The woman who had comforted Kai only hours earlier vanished beneath the first strike. She caught a sword against the edge of the shield and roared as she drove forward. Her shoulder struck the attacker hard enough to fold him backward. The axe came around in a brutal horizontal swing, severing his weapon and sending him to the ground. Sarah did not fight like the gentle caretaker of a group home. She fought like the Viking raider she had once been. She used the shield as a weapon, smashing faces and throats before the axe followed. Her movements were forceful, fearless, and fueled by an anger that seemed to return from another age. Each time an attacker moved toward the dormitories, Sarah struck harder. John passed her on all fours. For several strides, he moved more like an animal than a man, one hand touching the ground as he accelerated. He leapt onto the hood of a dark vehicle, crossed the roof, and dropped onto 2 attackers behind it. His blades flashed. The civilized restraint that normally shaped his voice and posture dissolved. John snarled as one man struck him across the back. He turned with the blow, caught the attacker by the throat, and drove him headfirst into the side of the vehicle. Another raised a rifle. John sprang forward, bit down on the man's forearm through the fabric, and tore the weapon free before slashing both knees. He did not feed. Even in the violence, he kept Chris's rules. He killed with steel and strength rather than taking the life from their blood, but nothing else about him suggested control. Noah stepped outside despite Kai's order. An attacker came through the side garden toward a group of younger residents being rushed between buildings. Noah saw him before the adults did and ran across the walkway. He threw the punch Kai had shown him at the gym. His stance was wrong. His balance shifted too far forward, and the attacker barely moved when Noah's fist struck his jaw. The man looked at him with mild surprise before hitting him hard enough to send him across the pavement. Noah landed on his back. Kai turned toward him. "Noah!" "I'm fine," Noah called, although blood ran from his nose. The attacker grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him. Noah struck again. This time his fist landed against the man's throat, producing enough of a reaction for Noah to twist free. The attacker kicked him in the chest. Noah flew backward into a stone bench. The impact broke the bench and several of his ribs. Kai reached him seconds later, cutting through the attacker before he could continue. Noah lay among the broken stone, struggling to breathe. Kai dropped beside him. "I told you to stay inside? I was helping. You were losing." Beneath Kai's hand, Noah's ribs shifted back into place. His breathing steadied, and the blood beneath his nose stopped. Noah sat up carefully. "See? Fine." A spear struck him through the shoulder. The point drove him backward against the remaining half of the bench. Kai stared at him. Noah looked down at the weapon protruding through his shirt. This is becoming repetitive. Kai seized the spear and pulled it free. The wound began closing before Noah finished shouting, "I am taking you inside." Another attacker rushed them. Kai stepped over Noah and drove the sword through the man's chest. Dust scattered across the broken stones. From the center of the lawn, Apollo watched. He wore no armor this time. His white shirt and dark trousers belonged in a boardroom rather than a battle, but a golden sword rested in his hand. Men surrounded him in a protective formation while others searched the buildings. "You have it," Apollo called across the grounds. "You would not have come to this place otherwise." Kai helped Noah to his feet. "Have what?" "The notebook." Helen appeared behind one of Apollo's guards and opened his throat before disappearing into the formation again. Apollo did not look away from Kai. "You always believed the research belonged to you. Alexander understood it better, but you were never comfortable admitting your own son had surpassed you." Kai's grip tightened around the dark sword. "You knew Alexander." Apollo smiled when the question exposed another gap in Kai's memory. "I knew enough. He was clever, idealistic, and convinced knowledge could redeem people who had no interest in being redeemed." Helen emerged from between two attackers with both knives raised. "You do not get to speak his name." Apollo turned in time to catch her blades against his sword. The impact forced her backward, but she landed lightly and came at him again, anger stripping away her usual restraint. "Do not twist what he was into one of your lies. He was our son," Helen said. Apollo forced one of her knives aside. "I have no need to dispute his parentage. Alexander was unquestionably yours and Kai's. That was precisely why his work was so useful." The answer made Helen falter for less than a second. "What did you do?" Apollo's attention returned to Kai. "Your son believed he was studying a path toward mortality. Others saw opportunities he lacked the courage to pursue." "The Germans took him during the First World War," Helen said. "Are you claiming responsibility?" "I introduced interested men to rumors they had already begun chasing." Apollo spoke with the calm of someone discussing a transaction completed long ago. A scientist studying blood that resisted age and injury was always going to attract attention. I merely ensured the right people understood his value. Helen attacked with sudden fury. Apollo met her first strike, but the second blade cut across his arm. The wound closed immediately, leaving only blood on his sleeve. "You gave him to them." "I gave them a direction. They handled the rest." Kai felt something inside him turn cold. "You had him taken." Apollo shifted his stance, recognizing the danger in Kai's voice. "I expected them to pressure you into surrendering your research. Instead, you vanished into the war and spent years chasing shadows. You let them hold him for decades. I assumed you would eventually find him. Your failure was disappointing." Helen drove forward again, but Apollo caught her wrist and threw her across the grass. Kai moved before she landed. His sword struck Apollo's hard enough to send sparks across the lawn. Apollo gave ground beneath the next 3 blows, each one carrying more force than the last. "You knew where he was?" "At times, you knew he was alive." Apollo blocked another strike and smiled through the effort. "Longer than either of you did." Kai's control broke. He shifted from broad battlefield cuts into narrow, precise thrusts that forced Apollo backward. The sword changed hands between movements. Kai attacked from angles Apollo could not anticipate, drawing from techniques gathered across civilizations Apollo had never bothered to understand. Apollo barely turned aside a strike meant for his throat. Helen rose behind him. One knife entered beneath his ribs while the other cut across the back of his shoulder. Apollo drove an elbow into her face, but Kai caught his sword arm before he could follow. Together, Kai and Helen forced him away from the formation, protecting him. Around them, the battle had begun to turn. Chris stood near the dormitory walkway surrounded by fallen attackers. His staff had split near the center, so he wielded the broken halves as short clubs. Sarah fought beside him with her axe darkened by blood and her shield shattered along one edge. John pursued the remaining gunmen between the vehicles, moving with savage speed. Several of Apollo's immortals had already become piles of dust beneath Kai's sword. Apollo looked beyond Kai toward the administration building, where his men continued tearing through rooms and storage areas. One of them shouted from a shattered window, "It isn't here." Apollo's expression changed. His men had searched enough to confirm that the notebook was not on the campus. Kai saw the calculation and understood what Apollo wanted next. "Where is it?" Apollo demanded. Kai drove him back with another strike. "Not here. You crossed the country for it. We came looking for information, and found it." Kai's face revealed nothing. "You don't know what we found." Apollo watched him closely, searching for any involuntary reaction. "Europe?" Kai attacked instead of answering. Apollo caught the blade, but the force drove one knee into the grass. "You always were a terrible liar," Apollo said. "I don't need to lie. You came here expecting the notebook, and you were wrong." Helen moved to Kai's side, both blades raised. Apollo looked between them and understood that neither would give him anything more. His followers were losing ground. The campus search had failed, and every moment increased the number of immortals Kai reduced to dust. He raised one hand. A sharp tone sounded from a device carried by every surviving attacker. They began withdrawing. Kai moved to pursue them, but Helen caught his arm. "He wants us to lead him to it. Then we make certain he cannot follow. Not by chasing vehicles through a city filled with cameras." Apollo reached the damaged gate and turned back one final time. "You should have remained forgotten, Achilles." Kai stood in the center of the lawn, holding the dark sword. Dust from Apollo's fallen immortals moved around his feet in the wind. "You should have stayed buried beneath the men you sent to die for you." Hatred twisted Apollo's face. "When you find the notebook, remember that Alexander's research survived because I recognized its value." Helen took a step forward. "His death is because of you too." Apollo entered the final vehicle without answering. The surviving attackers pulled away through the broken gate, leaving the dead, the dust, and the wounded behind them. Only after they disappeared did Kai remember Eli. He turned toward the administration building and ran. Chris and Noah followed him through the shattered entrance. Dust filled the hall, and part of the interior wall had collapsed where an explosion had torn through the corridor during the fighting. Broken stone and splintered wood covered the floor. Kai rushed toward the debris. "Eli?" No answer came. He dropped beside the largest section of fallen masonry and wedged his hands beneath it. Chris joined him, and together they shifted the heavy slab enough to expose the crushed flooring beneath. No body lay there. Kai stared at the empty space. A cough came from farther down the hallway. Eli emerged through the dust carrying the younger resident he had tried to protect. Both were coated in white powder. He appeared unharmed. Kai looked from him to the collapsed wall. "I thought you were under that." "I almost was." Eli carefully lowered the younger boy onto an intact section of floor. "Something exploded. I got us behind the other wall before this one came down." Outside, Helen issued orders to secure the grounds and destroy every recording that captured the impossible parts of the battle. Sarah organized medical teams while John searched the vehicles Apollo's men had abandoned. Chris's phone remained connected on the sitting room floor. Cyrus's voice could still be heard through the speaker, calling their names and demanding an answer. Kai stepped back into the ruined room and picked it up. "We're here." "What happened?" "Apollo found us." The silence from Cyrus lasted only a moment. "Does he know where the notebook is?" "No. He knows it wasn't here, and he knows we found some kind of trail. Nothing more. Then he will start searching every route connected to the campus." Kai looked through the shattered windows at the grounds. Children and staff emerged cautiously from the buildings. Chris, Sarah, Helen, and John moved among them, checking injuries and directing the response. Noah stood nearby, covered in blood that was no longer his. Eli remained beneath the damaged archway, alive when Kai had been certain he would find him buried beneath the rubble. Kai tightened his grip around the sword. How quickly can you get us into the museum without leaving a trail Apollo can follow? Prosody, Chapter 12. The Decoy. The campus remained under lockdown long after Apollo's vehicles disappeared. Chris's people moved quickly through the damage, carrying the wounded toward the medical wing and guiding frightened residents back inside. Broken glass covered the administration hall, and part of the stone entrance had collapsed where Apollo's attack struck it. Several of the younger children cried as they were led between buildings, though the adults around them worked hard to keep fear from becoming panic. Kai stood near the damaged gate with his sword still in hand. The piles of dust left by Apollo's immortals had already begun scattering across the lawn. In another hour, there would be little evidence that some of the attackers had ever possessed bodies. Helen walked the perimeter twice before returning to him. Blood marked one side of her coat, though none of the wounds beneath it remained open. "This was not chance," she said. "Apollo arrived too quickly and with too many people. He knew we were here before Cyrus found the notebook." Kai looked toward the administration building. Chris and Sarah were monitoring Apollo. Maybe he was doing the same to them. Helen considered it as she scanned the damaged security post. Chris has never been difficult to locate. He establishes charities, shelters, schools, and group homes wherever he settles. Apollo may have watched the campus and waited for someone important enough to justify attacking it. Her expression remained troubled. Apollo did not merely send someone to observe. He came himself, and he arrived believing the notebook was here. That suggests more than surveillance. Noah watched John drag one of Apollo's abandoned weapons away from the gate. "You know, everyone else out there looked like they were fighting." Noah studied him. "You looked like an animal." John glanced back. "I'm serious. Half the time you were charging like a bull, the next you were on somebody like a wolf. At one point, I'm pretty sure you climbed over a guy." "That was necessary." "It really didn't look necessary." A faint smile crossed John's face. "There was a time when I was more animal than man." Noah waited. "My wife and son were killed. I hunted down the tribesmen responsible, and somewhere in the process I lost myself. I stayed in the jungle afterward. Lived among the animals long enough that I began fighting like them. A lion nearly killed me years later. One of the taker's kind found me and changed me before I died." Noah stared at him. "Okay, that explains significantly more than I expected." "Years later, I told Edgar Rice Burroughs part of the story. By then I wasn't aging, so I sometimes pretended to be my own son. He changed quite a few details." Noah went still. "Wait." His eyes widened. "You're Tarzan?" John started toward the building. "No." Noah followed him. "That was absolutely a yes." John glanced over his shoulder. "Burroughs made me far more civilized." Kai followed her gaze across the grounds. Eli stood near one of the dormitories helping carry medical supplies from the van. His borrowed coat was powdered with dust from the collapsed wall, but he showed no sign of the injuries. Noah walked beside him with dried blood across his shirt and no remaining wound beneath it. "There have been too many people moving through the campus," Kai said. "Residents, staff, volunteers, deliveries. Someone could have seen us arrive and passed the information along." Helen's eyes narrowed. "Apollo has always been good at turning ordinary people into useful tools without telling them what they are serving." Kai looked toward the sword in his hand. "Why does he want the notebook? Everything we have heard about him suggests he enjoys being immortal. He wants people worshiping him. He would never choose to become mortal. He would not use the research on himself." Helen wiped one blade clean before returning it to the sheath beneath her coat. "We spent years searching for a way to restore mortality because we wanted the ability to choose. Apollo would see the same research and recognize a weapon." Kai understood before she continued. "He could force the choice on someone else. If Alexander's theories were correct, the blood could potentially be separated from the body it changed. An immortal would begin aging again, and wounds would stop healing." Helen looked toward the remains of one of Apollo's followers. A cure offered willingly could release someone from eternity. Used without consent, it could strip an enemy of immortality and leave them helpless. Kai thought of Apollo standing safely behind mortal armies at Thermopylae, waiting for exhaustion to weaken opponents he feared facing directly. He wants a way to make us mortal before fighting us. He wants control. Whether the result is death, obedience, or fear has never mattered to him. Helen's voice hardened. If he could threaten every immortal with losing what makes them powerful, both bloodlines would be forced to serve him. What about the Taker's descendants? The research may affect them differently, but Apollo will not care how many die while he discovers the answer. Chris approached from the administration building, carrying the two broken halves of his staff. His shirt had been replaced, though blood still darkened his trousers. The campus is secure for now. Sarah has the residents accounted for, and John is inspecting the vehicles Apollo abandoned. Helen looked toward the damaged gate. It will not remain secure. Apollo may return once he realizes we are leaving. He will expect the jet. That makes the jet useful. Helen turned toward Chris. Have the crew prepare it immediately and file a flight plan in the opposite direction. Chris understood. A decoy. The aircraft carries Kai's CREST. Apollo has likely connected it to us already. Let him watch it depart with enough visible luggage and movement to suggest we are aboard. Kai looked toward the dormitories. We still need Mara, Evan, Lily, Serb, and the rest of our things. They are already being brought here from the safe house, Chris said. Sarah sent 2 vehicles as soon as the attack ended. Noah joined them with Eli several steps behind him. Please tell me the new transportation plan still has seats. We will use one of the cargo aircraft connected to the relief organization, Chris explained. It arrived this morning carrying medical equipment and food. The crew is trusted. The aircraft is not marked with the family crest, and its departure will appear routine. Noah stared at him. How do things keep getting worse for us? We have fallen from a private jet to flying with canned goods. The cargo is mostly medical supplies. That is only slightly better. Eli stood quietly beside him. It's better than hiding in the woods. Noah glanced toward him. That is an unfairly reasonable point. Helen looked toward Chris. Where will the cargo plane land? A private freight facility outside Washington. Cyrus can arrange ground transportation before you arrive. Kai turned toward Noah. Did you hear that? Transportation without stealing an airplane. Noah looked toward Helen. She still hasn't explained how many planes she owns. Enough, Helen replied. Chris started toward the main building. The jet can leave within an hour. The cargo plane will need longer to refuel and alter its manifest without making the changes obvious. Do it, Helen said. Send the jet west before redirecting it internationally. Apollo should have to decide whether we returned home, crossed the country, or left the United States. Chris nodded and continued toward the administration hall. Helen looked toward the approaching vehicles from the safe house. Mara stepped out before the first vehicle stopped completely. She crossed the lawn at a hurried walk, taking in the shattered windows, damaged gate, and blood covering Noah's clothing. Evan and Lily followed, while Cerberus struggled against his lead in his urgency to reach them. Mara caught Noah first. Her hands moved across his face, shoulders, and chest as she searched for injuries that had already healed. Whose blood is this? Some of it was mine. Mara closed her eyes. That is the least comforting possible answer. I healed. That does not make watching you covered in blood easier. Cerberus reached Kai next and pressed his full weight against his legs. Kai lowered one hand to the dog's head while Evan surveyed the battlefield with growing disbelief. What happened here? Apollo found us, Kai explained. Evan looked toward the destroyed security station. The Apollo? Noah moved carefully out of Mara's examination. The immortal one with the god complex, private army, and unhealthy interest in Helen. Helen's expression sharpened. His interest is not worth mentioning. It seemed important while he was attacking us. Lily walked toward Eli, who had remained several feet away from the family. She noticed the dust covering him and the small tear in his coat. Were you hurt? No. Eli looked toward the damaged administration building. Something nearly hit me and one of the kids, but I got us out of their way. Lily accepted it. You helped someone inside? A kid was near the window. Is he okay? Chris took him to the medical wing. I think his arm had some cuts. Lily nodded, and some of the tension she had carried around Eli eased. Helen brought everyone together near the vehicles. We cannot remain here. Apollo believed Kai came for the notebook, and he will continue watching the property. Our jet will leave as a decoy while we travel to Washington aboard a cargo plane. Mara looked toward the dormitories. Washington? Cyrus located the notebook in a museum storage facility there, Kai explained. Apollo knows we found information but does not know where it led. We intend to keep it that way, Helen added. No one uses a personal phone after we leave. Nothing is posted, searched, or sent through an account connected to the family. Evan looked toward the remains of the security post. Apollo found a guarded campus belonging to Immortals. Turning off our phones may not be enough. Helen studied him. Do you have a better suggestion? Possibly. The answer caught her attention. The cargo aircraft waited at the far edge of a private freight runway several hours later. It lacked the polished elegance of Helen's jet. Its broad body was painted white and gray, with the name of an international relief company printed near the front. The rear loading ramp remained lowered while crews secured pallets of medical supplies, food, and emergency equipment along the center of the cargo hold. Fold-down seats lined both walls. Webbed restraints hung behind them, and the interior smelled of metal, hydraulic fluid, and cardboard. Cerberus refused to enter until Kai walked ahead of him. Once inside, the dog settled beneath the nearest row of seats and rested his head on Mara's shoes. Noah stared down the length of the hold. Yesterday we were Batman rich. Today we're sitting beside bottled water and bandages. Helen fastened herself into one of the seats. The cargo plane is less visible. It is also less comfortable. You survived death. You can survive an uncomfortable chair. Eli sat near the rear, separated from the family by several secured pallets. Sarah had given him clean clothes before they left the campus, but he continued wearing the dark coat from Goodwill. He kept his hands inside the sleeves and watched the loading crew without speaking. Chris and Sarah remained behind to protect the residents and rebuild the campus. John had wanted to accompany them, but Chris needed someone capable of tracking Apollo's remaining people in Oklahoma. Before the loading ramp closed, Kai looked across the runway. His family's private jet taxied toward another runway. Several attendants moved visibly through its cabin, and luggage had been loaded in full view of airport cameras. Anyone watching would believe Helen and Kai were aboard. The engines of the cargo plane began turning. Evan had claimed a folding work table near the front of the hold. 3 laptops rested across it, connected through equipment borrowed from Chris's security office. He had been working since they left the campus, moving between screens with a confidence no one in his family appeared to expect. Lily watched him enter commands, compare maps, and review blocks of data scrolling across the monitors. When did you learn to do all of this? Evan did not look away from the screen. Before I started working a normal job. Mara leaned against the wall beside him. That answer leaves out several important details. I worked in cybersecurity, mostly network defense, risk assessments, and incident response. Evan switched to another window showing airport traffic and private flight records. For a few years, I consulted as an ethical hacker. Noah looked over from his seat. An ethical what? Companies hired me to break into their systems before criminals did. I tested networks, physical security, employee procedures, and anything else that could expose sensitive information. Lily stared at him. You hacked companies for money, with written permission. Evan smiled faintly while adjusting something in the flight records. I eventually wanted a job that involved helping people directly instead of explaining why someone's password should not be the name of their dog. Noah looked down toward Cerberus. How many of our passwords are Serb? Mara did not answer. Evan paused long enough to look at her. We're changing those. The cargo plane began moving toward the runway. The seats vibrated beneath them as unsecured straps shifted against the walls. Helen unfastened long enough to approach Evan's work table. What are you doing? Your crew created a convincing decoy, but Apollo may not rely only on the flight plan. Evan turned one laptop toward her. I'm looking at the digital trail around the airport. Traffic cameras, Charter service records, vehicle logs, and public flight trackers. If the same vehicles that brought us here appear beside the jet, someone could determine that the departure was staged. Helen studied the screen. Can you remove the records? Removing everything would attract attention. I'm making the evidence disagree with itself. Some systems will show the limousines leaving with the jet crew. Others will place vehicles near a different hangar. Passenger service requests have been copied across multiple flights. Kai moved closer. Will it work? It will create uncertainty. Evan's fingers continued moving across the keyboard. Anyone with Apollo's resources will eventually recognize that some of the information is false. The goal is to make him waste time deciding which part. Helen looked at him with growing approval. You should have mentioned this ability sooner. We met yesterday. You have known Kai for several months. During most of that time, I believed his greatest secret was hiding candy in his bedroom. Kai glanced toward Noah. That was Noah. It was both of you. Lily continued watching her father work. I always knew Mom was the family nerd, but Dad just took first place. Mara looked offended. Why was I already first? You're a history teacher, Lily pointed toward Evan. But you hacked corporations. You win. Ethically tested them. Still a nerd. Noah leaned as far as his restraint allowed. Does this mean you can erase my school records? No. My detention history? No. Search history? Evan stopped typing and looked at him. Noah immediately faced forward. That was hypothetical. Eli watched the exchange from the rear of the plane. A faint smile appeared before he lowered his head again. Lily tugged at the collar of her shirt. Is it supposed to be this hot back here? Helen started toward the front of the aircraft. I'll speak with the crew. It's fine. Evan kept his eyes on the laptop. I'm already tied into the aircraft's network. I needed access to the transmitters if I was going to keep working in the air. A few keystrokes later, the ventilation fans increased overhead. Lily looked up as cooler air began moving through the cabin. Okay, that's useful. Helen glanced at Evan's screen. You can control the aircraft from there? Some of it. Noah leaned back in his seat. That answer feels like something we're going to regret later. The engines increased in power. The aircraft accelerated, pushing everyone against the webbed seats. Cargo restraints tightened around the pallets as the runway disappeared beneath them. Mara reached for Kai's hand on one side and Noah's on the other. Lily sat beside Evan's work table, while Cerberus pressed himself flat against the floor and trembled through the climb. Once they leveled off, Evan returned to the computers. The jet is heading west. Its public record suggests a fuel stop before continuing overseas. 3 separate passenger lists now place variations of Helen's known aliases aboard. Helen looked impressed despite herself. Where did you find my aliases? They were not difficult once I recognized the pattern. Her approval disappeared. What pattern? You reused the same initials. Kai looked toward her. You have lived for thousands of years and never changed your initials? It simplifies signatures. It also makes you easier to track, Evan said. Helen returned to her seat with visible irritation. I preferred him when I believed he was just the dad of the family. Lily smiled. He grows on you. Noah looked toward the dim lights running along the cargo hold. So Apollo follows the private jet, we land near Washington, and then what? We reach the museum before he realizes the deception, Kai answered, and retrieve a notebook locked in federal storage. Evan turned one of the laptops around. A floor plan of the museum complex filled the screen, along with service corridors, loading areas, and security zones. Cyrus sent the building information before we took off. He is identifying where the notebook is stored and which systems protect it. Noah stared at the map. Are we stealing from a national museum? We are reclaiming property that belongs to Kai, Helen corrected. From a locked federal building? Yes. With cameras and guards? Yes. Noah considered the distinction. That still sounds like stealing. Kai looked across the hold at the people traveling with him. Only several months earlier, Mara, Evan, Noah, and Lily had been strangers who struck him with a truck and then refused to leave him alone. Now Mara held his hand while Evan built digital misdirection to hide them from an immortal enemy. Lily asked questions about the museum security in an effort to be helpful, while Noah complained from a seat about cloths stained with blood that had already dried over healed wounds. Eli sat apart from them, watching quietly. The cargo plane began its descent while Evan and Helen reviewed the information Cyrus had sent. A map of the federal complex filled the largest laptop screen. The notebook was not stored in the public museum building where tourists move through exhibitions and gift shops. It had been transferred to a separate archival facility used for research, preservation, and long-term storage. Helen studied the diagram with narrowed eyes. This would be easier if it were in the museum. Evan looked toward her. The museum receives thousands of visitors. That means more security, more cameras, and more people likely to notice something unusual. It also means crowds. You consider crowds helpful? They provide witnesses who disagree with one another. Evan enlarged the information Cyrus had provided. The archival facility is quieter, but it is still federal property. Entry points are controlled, the storage areas are restricted, and the underground warehouse is divided into enough sections that finding the notebook may take longer than getting inside. Noah leaned toward them from his seat. Underground warehouse? Climate-controlled storage, Evan explained. Most museums display only a small portion of what they own. Everything else has to be cataloged, preserved, and stored somewhere. How large is it? Evan scrolled through the layout. Large enough that the notebook being historically unimportant may be our biggest problem. Helen glanced at him. It was written by people older than nearly every civilization represented in the building. The archivists do not know that. As far as they are concerned, it is an unidentified journal recovered from stolen wartime property. It has no famous author, no confirmed ownership, and no connection to an important public event. Kai looked at the photograph of the leather cover. So no one will be guarding it directly. No, Evan replied, but no one will know exactly where it is without the catalog number. Cyrus located that, along with the collection and storage designation. Helen leaned closer to the screen. Then we enter, locate the appropriate section, and remove it. Mara sat across from them with Cerberus resting his head against her leg. You make breaking into a government building sound like picking something up at the store. It is mostly a matter of timing, Helen said. And avoiding arrest, Evan added. Helen looked toward him. Arrest is temporary. For you. Kai watched the security diagrams on the screen. No one gets hurt. Helen did not respond. I mean it, he continued. The guards are not Apollo's men. They are innocent people doing their jobs. They are people who will attempt to stop us. That does not make them enemies. Helen closed the laptop halfway. I know the difference between removing an obstacle and killing one. Noah looked toward Kai. That was less reassuring than she intended. It was not intended to reassure anyone, Helen replied. Evan reopened the computer. Cyrus is still trying to get us a complete internal location for the book. We should not attempt anything until he confirms it. Helen checked the time. Apollo will not remain confused by the decoy forever. Then we use the time we have rather than rushing into a building without knowing which room we need. Kai looked between them. How long would it take you to get inside? Evan hesitated. That depends on how quietly you want it done. Helen's expression suggested she approved of the answer. Mara did not. Why do I feel like you have already begun planning it? I am assessing options, Evan said. You told me your current job was mundane risk remediation. Mara folded her arms. I am beginning to understand why you never described your work in detail. Lily glanced up from the tablet in her lap. He had a life before he became a dad. Evan gave her an appreciative nod. Thank you. A nerd life. His appreciation disappeared. The landing gear struck the runway before he could respond. The cargo hold shook, and Cerberus lifted his head in alarm. Mara kept one hand against his neck until the plane slowed. Helen closed the laptop and stood as soon as the crew allowed them to remove their restraints. We prepare for both possibilities, she decided. If Cyrus gives us a precise location and a clean method of entry, we use it. If he cannot, Kai and I go inside while the rest of you remain away from the property. Mara rose. We are not separating again. You cannot all enter a restricted archive. We will decide that after we see it. Helen appeared prepared to argue, but Kai stepped between them. We look first, then we decide. Mara nodded. That is all I am asking. Helen picked up her bag. Looking is usually how unnecessary conversations begin. Noah followed them toward the rear ramp. And stabbing is how yours end, Helen smiled. Only the productive ones. Cyrus had arranged 2 ordinary rental vehicles instead of another limousine. Evan drove the first with Mara, Lily, Noah, and Cerberus. Kai followed in the second with Helen and Eli. Their luggage remained at a secure freight facility under names supplied by Cyrus, while the private jet continued west with Apollo's people, hopefully following its trail. The archival complex stood outside the busiest tourist areas of Washington. Its low stone buildings lacked the monumental appearance of the museums closer to the National Mall. There were no crowds gathering for photographs and no long lines stretching around the property. That made every visitor more noticeable. Evan parked across the street and looked through the windshield. The public research entrance is on the east side. Visitors go through screening, check in at the desk, and use designated research rooms. Helen studied the people entering the building. How many guards? 2 visible at the entrance. More inside. I can handle them. Kai turned toward her. Quietly. Helen gave him a flat look. You have repeated that several times. Because your definition of quietly may only mean that no one has enough time to scream. That is one definition? Mara leaned forward from the back seat. Could everyone hold up for 1 second? Helen looked toward her. We do not have time to debate the moral boundaries of unconsciousness. I'm not debating anything. Mara opened her door. I have an idea. Evan reached for her arm. What are you doing? Asking a question. Before anyone could stop her, she crossed the street. Kai watched her enter the public doors and pass through the security screening. She spoke briefly with one of the guards, then continued toward the reception desk. Helen stared through the windshield. What does she believe she is accomplishing? Evan gave her a restrained smile. Mura generally tells people what she believes she is accomplishing after she has already done it. She is asking a federal employee to hand over a restricted artifact. She may not ask them to hand it over. That is what we came for. Noah leaned between the front seats. Mom once got a cable company to waive 6 months of charges by calmly asking for a supervisor. Helen did not look away from the building. This is not cable television. You have never heard her argue about hidden fees. Inside, Mara reached the desk and spoke to a gray-haired woman seated behind a computer. She took out the paper on which Evan had written the collection number and appeared to explain what she wanted. The woman entered something into her computer. After a short conversation, she shook her head. Helen sat back. There, a successful waste of time. Evan looked disappointed but unsurprised. At least she confirmed the desk staff can access the catalog. Mara continued talking. The woman answered, then pointed toward another room beyond the reception area. She wrote something on a small card and handed it across the desk. Mara thanked her and walked back toward the entrance. Helen watched her cross the street. She does not have the notebook. Noah pressed his face closer to the window. Maybe it is a very small notebook. Mara returned to the vehicle and opened the door. Everyone looked at her. Well? Evan asked. She said they cannot allow members of the public to touch artifacts without advance approval. The notebook is not scheduled for exhibition, and we would need a legitimate research request before anyone could retrieve it from storage. Helen's expression carried no surprise, which we already knew. Mara closed the door and settled into her seat. I wasn't finished. She held up the card. The pages were digitized when the collection was cataloged. Evan turned toward her. All of them? The woman believes so. Visitors can view the scans through the research computers inside. She wrote down the digital identification number and explained how to search for it. Noah looked at the card. We can read the notebook without stealing it? We can? Helen took the card from Mara and examined the handwritten number. She gave you this without asking who you were? I told her we were researching an unidentified wartime journal and wanted to know whether it could be viewed. And she simply helped you? Mara smiled. Sometimes all you have to do is ask. For several seconds, Helen said nothing. Kai expected criticism. Helen distrusted solutions that depended on strangers, particularly when something important was at stake. Instead, she looked from the card to Mara with an expression approaching respect. That was well done. The praise caught everyone off guard. Mara blinked. Thank you. Noah looked toward Lily. Did Helen just compliment Mom? Lily nodded slowly. I think so. We should document the time. Helen handed the card to Evan. Do not make me regret it. Mara smiled as she reached for the door again. You could try praising people more often. It suits you. No, it does not. The answer restored the world to its proper order. Chapter 13. Perfect Memory. The public research room was quieter than a library. Long tables filled the center, each equipped with a computer and small reading lamp. A few researchers worked beneath the supervision of staff seated behind a glass partition. Signs prohibited food, drinks, photography, and unnecessary conversation. As they approached the entrance, Mara slowed. There's a metal detector just inside. I passed through it when I went in earlier. Helen stopped. Kai looked at the weapons beneath her coat. We should probably leave those here. Helen sighed and pulled out a knife, followed by another from the opposite side of her coat, then one from her boot. Noah watched the growing pile on the seat beside Evan. Okay, coat and boot I understand. Helen reached behind her back and produced another. Less understandable. Another came from beneath her sleeve. Noah stared. How was that even comfortable? Helen ignored him and removed a smaller blade strapped against her thigh. Evan looked at the pile. How many knives does one person actually need? As many as necessary. You're at 6. Helen reached into another concealed sheath. Noah pointed. 7. And I'm becoming concerned about where the next one is coming from. Helen gave him a warning look before adding the final knife to the pile. 8, Evan said. Apparently the answer was 8. Helen straightened her coat. Now I'm unarmed. Kai looked at the collection. That sentence is somehow difficult to believe. Evan remained outside with Cerberus and Eli while the others headed inside. Mara led them toward an available computer. Lily sat at the keyboard while Mara placed the identification number beside her. The search system appeared older than the computers themselves, with plain menus and several fields requiring information they did not have. Lily entered the number exactly as the woman at the desk had instructed. The screen loaded. Nothing appeared. Noah leaned over her shoulder. Maybe Mom wrote it down wrong. I did not. Lily removed 2 spaces the system had inserted automatically and tried again. A record appeared. There was no title, only a collection designation, a brief description, and a small photograph of the leather cover. The crest was clearly visible in the center. Kai's pulse quickened. That is it. Helen placed one hand against the back of Lily's chair. Open the images. Lily selected the digital record. The first page appeared on the screen. The scan showed aged paper covered in dense handwriting. Notes had been added at different angles and in different inks. Some lines were written in English, others used languages Noah could not identify. Kai stared at the handwriting. His hand moved toward the screen before he stopped himself. I wrote that. Helen studied his face. You remember? No. He traced the shape of one letter without touching the glass. But I know it is mine. Lily moved to the next page. Another person's handwriting appeared beneath Kai's, cleaner and more structured. Diagrams of blood cells, healing patterns, and branching lines filled the margins. Several paragraphs had been marked with symbols matching the crest on the cover. Helen stopped breathing for a moment. Kai looked toward her. His, she nodded. Alexander's. The certainty in her voice carried grief that the quiet research room could not contain. Noah leaned closer. Can we download everything? Lily checked the controls. There is no download button. Helen looked around the room, gauging the staff, cameras, and distance to the exits. Mara noticed. Do not take out the guards. We already got this far by asking. I was not going to take out the guards. You were measuring the room. I measure every room. Lily opened the browser's print menu. It says researchers can request digital reproductions. How long does that take? Kai asked. Several business days. Helen's patience disappeared. We do not have several business days. Lily studied the computer and then looked toward the glass wall separating them from the staff. Dad might be able to copy the scans from the system. Mara shook her head. We are not having your father hack a federal archive from the lobby. Not from the lobby, Noah whispered. That would be irresponsible. Mara gave him a warning look. Kai continued reading the page. Most of the symbols and technical language meant nothing to him, but one sentence had been underlined repeatedly. Helen leaned closer to translate the older script. What does it say? Mara asked. Helen's face changed. She read it again before answering. Immortality is not contained solely in the blood. The blood carries the command, but something else decides whether the body obeys. Noah looked toward his healed hand. What does that mean? Kai moved to the next image. More notes appeared beneath the first. Alexander had written a question in the margin and circled it several times. If the command can be given, can it also be revoked? Helen stared at the words. This is what Apollo wants. Mara looked around the quiet research room. We may need more than the digital pages. Kai nodded. The scans might contain the research, but the original notebook could hold details the camera had missed. Faded ink, inserted pages, hidden markings, or something stored inside the binding itself. A shadow moved across the glass doors behind them. Kai turned sharply. A man stood in the hallway outside the research room, speaking to the receptionist. He wore an ordinary dark suit and carried no visible weapon, but a narrow gold band circled one wrist. Helen saw it at the same moment, one of Apollo's men. She leaned close to Kai without looking directly toward the door. He found us. The man with the gold band remained at the reception desk for less than a minute. He spoke quietly with the woman behind it, accepted a visitor badge, and moved toward the elevators without looking into the research room. Either he had not seen them yet, or he was pretending not to. Helen watched his reflection in the glass until the elevator doors closed. He may be confirming the notebook is here, Kai said, or waiting for us to lead him to it. Helen glanced toward the security cameras. We cannot confront him inside a federal building without drawing attention. Mara kept her voice low. Then we use the time before he comes back. Helen looked at the computer screen, then toward the public corridor. Stay here. Where are you going? Kai asked. Supply run, she said. That answer did little to reassure him. Helen left the research room and crossed the lobby. Rather than following the man toward the elevators, she entered the small gift shop near the front entrance. Noah watched her through the glass. Is she buying a commemorative mug before the fight? Several minutes later, Helen returned carrying a paper bag. She placed it on the table in front of Kai. Inside was a large, leather-bound notebook with thick, cream-colored pages. It was not truly old, but the distressed cover had been designed to resemble something that might have belonged in the museum's collection. Helen added a package of black pens beside it. Kai looked from the notebook to her. You went shopping? Just in case your memory flakes again. Noah leaned over the table to examine the cover. That was almost thoughtful. It was entirely practical. Helen opened the notebook to the first page and pushed it toward Kai. Whatever we find, write it down. Kai picked up one of the pens. The weight felt ordinary in his hand, but the blank pages carried an uncomfortable implication. His mind had once held thousands of years with perfect clarity. Now everyone around him behaved as though anything he learned might disappear without warning. Mara placed a hand briefly against his shoulder. It is only a precaution. I know. The photograph of the worn leather cover filled the screen. Kai's crest remained embossed at its center, its edges faded by age and handling. Lily opened the digital collection. The first page appeared. Kai placed the new notebook beside the keyboard and began copying the lines exactly as they appeared. He completed less than a paragraph before stopping. This is encoded. The writing appeared to contain several languages, but none continued long enough to form a clear passage. Letters had been substituted with symbols, words had been reversed, and mathematical notations interrupted sentences without any apparent order. Some lines ran vertically along the margins. Others began in the center of the page and spiraled outward. Helen leaned over his shoulder. You used to do that often? I wrote like this? Not everything. Mostly information you believed could be dangerous. Her finger followed a line of symbols across the scan. You became much more careful after the Crusades. Noah looked at the page. Because someone stole your research? Because armies kept using anything they found to justify killing people? Helen straightened. We also had trouble during the witch trials in America. Mara glanced toward her. You were there? We passed through several colonies at the wrong time. Someone found one of Kai's notebooks hidden beneath the floor of a house. Noah looked from the coded page to Kai. They thought it was witchcraft. They thought it was a spell book, Helen said. The diagrams, unknown languages, and symbols did not help. Kai continued studying the screen. What happened? We were accused of communicating with the devil. Noah nodded solemnly. Understandable. Mara gave him a look. I mean, from their perspective. Helen's expression remained flat. Kai tried to explain basic medicine to the magistrates. It made the situation worse. What did you do? Lily asked. We left. She paused for a moment. After the building we were in was set on fire. Kai moved to the next page. Did I ever explain the code to you? Parts of it. You never used only one method. Some passages require a substitution key, while others depend on events, locations, or people only you would recognize. Which I no longer do. Helen's expression softened slightly. The memory may still be there. You recognized your handwriting. That does not mean I can read it. Mara leaned closer to the screen. Several notes had been written between the coded passages in a smaller, more orderly hand. Some of this is in English and uncoded. Helen followed her gaze. She placed one hand against the table and stared at the smaller writing for several seconds before answering. That was his handwriting. Her finger hovered over the screen without touching it. The grief in her expression was quieter than it had been on the plane, but no less painful. He added notes to your research as he grew older. At first, they were questions. Later, the two of you argued across the pages when you were working in different places. Noah examined the cramped writing. He worked on the cure too? For most of his adult life. Helen's voice became distant as she read the words written by her son. Alexander wanted to understand why our blood healed some people and failed others. He believed there had to be a way to reverse what the giver had done. Because he wanted you and Kai to become mortal? Mara asked. That was part of it. Helen looked toward the photograph of the original notebook. He knew we were tired. He saw what centuries had done to us, even when we tried to hide it. She paused before continuing. I also think he hoped the research would reveal how to reproduce immortality. Kai studied her face. For himself, he never admitted it. A sad smile appeared briefly. Alexander knew his blood rejected ours. He could not be changed by either of us, no matter how much we wanted to protect him. Her gaze returned to his handwriting. He had already watched his sister grow old and heard us talk about our fifth daughter who died. He knew that one day he would leave us too. I think he hoped to find a way around that. So he could live forever, Noah said. So I would not have to bury another child, Helen corrected gently. He was a sweet boy. Even when he needed something for himself, he found a way to make it about protecting someone else. Kai looked at the words written by the son he could not remember. The neat letters carried no voice for him, no image of a face, and no memory of a hand moving across the page. Only evidence that Alexander had existed. Mara moved closer to Helen, but did not touch her. We will preserve all of it. Helen nodded once, though her attention remained fixed on the screen. Lily advanced to the next image, then another. Noah watched Kai copy several more lines into the new notebook. This is going to take a while. The digital collection contained hundreds of scanned pages. Some were densely written, while others held diagrams, corrections, and inserts that had been placed between the original sheets. At their current pace, they would need hours they did not have. Kai looked toward the glass wall. The man with the gold band had not returned, but two security officers now stood near the elevators. They appeared to be having an ordinary conversation, though one kept glancing toward the research room. Maybe not, Kai said. Helen recognized the shift in his expression. What are you thinking? I don't know yet. He took his hand from the notebook and leaned closer to the screen. Lily, show me the next page. She clicked forward. Kai studied it for only a second. Next. She obeyed. Next. The pages began changing faster. At first, Lily waited for him to finish reading each scan. Then Kai reached past her and took control of the mouse. He clicked through the images so quickly that the text became little more than flashes of ink and aged paper. Noah tried to follow. Slow down. No one can read that. Kai did not answer. His eyes moved with each new page, taking in symbols, diagrams, handwriting, stains, corrections, and the exact placement of every mark. The screen changed again and again, increasing in speed until even Helen could no longer identify what appeared before it vanished. Mara watched him with growing concern. Kai, he continued, Page after page passed in a blur. The outside world seemed to fall away from him. His breathing slowed and his body became perfectly still, except for the hand operating the mouse. Whatever his mind had lost, the ability Chris described remained buried somewhere inside him. He saw each page once. That was enough. The final image appeared. Kai stared at it for several seconds. The page contained only the family crest and a single coded sentence beneath it. Then he closed the digital record. Noah looked toward the leather notebook. "You did not write down anything after the first few pages." Kai pulled it toward him. His hand began moving. The pen crossed the first page with startling speed. Lines of coded text appeared in the same arrangement as the original, including marks in the margins and corrections written above the sentences. When the page was full, Kai turned it without slowing and continued on to the next. Mara stared at him. "How are you doing that?" Kai did not respond. His hand moved as though controlled by a separate part of his mind. He did not pause to consider the words or symbols. He simply reproduced what he had seen. When one pen began running dry, Helen placed another between his fingers. Kai released the first and continued without breaking rhythm. Pages filled. He recreated diagrams from memory, drawing curves, measurements, and handwritten notes with mechanical precision. When Alexander's handwriting appeared, Kai copied that too, preserving the smaller letters and careful spacing so exactly that Helen covered her mouth. Noah moved behind him, trying to see how much remained. "He is not even looking at what he writes." Helen watched Kai's eyes. "He doesn't need to." The research room attendant glanced toward them several times, but Kai's movements resembled frantic note-taking rather than anything impossible. Mara positioned herself to block the clearest view while Lily watched the hallway. Kai reached the final pages. His hands slowed only when he copied the crest and the last coded sentence beneath it. He drew the final line, set down the pen, and closed his eyes. The room remained silent. Noah looked at the filled notebook. "Did you get all of it?" Kai opened his eyes and flipped through the pages. Every page of the original had been reproduced. The codes, drawings, corrections, and layered handwriting filled the notebook from front to back. He stopped at one of Alexander's notes. Helen watched him carefully. "Can you read it now?" Kai studied the symbols and words. The answer should have been somewhere inside him. He had seen every line and recreated it without error, but the meaning remained sealed behind memories he could not reach. He closed the notebook. "I have no clue what any of it says." Noah released a breath. "That feels like a problem." "It is still more than we had before," Mara said. "We have a copy. We can work on the code somewhere safe." Helen took the notebook and held it against her chest with greater care than she had shown any weapon. "It is not perfect," she said, looking toward Kai, "but Alexander's work survives." A door opened in the corridor. The man with the gold band stepped out of the elevator. This time 4 others followed him. Helen slipped the notebook into her coat. "We have what we need." Kai rose from the computer. "And the original? We come back for it when the building is not filling with Apollo's men." They left Washington before nightfall. Cyrus altered the cargo plane's records again, replacing its actual destination with a series of routine relief flights moving between regional distribution centers. Evan added enough conflicting information to make the aircraft appear to remain on the ground after they departed. By the time the loading ramp closed, the museum complex had disappeared behind several layers of false manifests, altered vehicle records, and security footage that showed the Callahans leaving in 3 different directions. The copied notebook rested inside Helen's coat. She had refused to allow anyone else to carry it. Even after boarding, she kept one hand against the leather cover as though Alexander's handwriting might disappear if she released it. Kai sat across from her in the cargo hold. Mara and Evan occupied the folding seats beside him, while Noah, Lily, and Eli sat farther down the wall. Cerberus lay beneath their feet with his head resting across Mara's shoes. The aircraft began moving toward the runway. Noah pulled his restraint tighter. "I missed the private jet. It had comfortable seats and drinks that did not come in cardboard boxes." "You'll survive?" "I can survive something and still leave a negative review." Lily glanced toward the pallets secured down the center of the hold. "Is there anything to drink on this plane?" Helen looked toward the closed cockpit door. They usually keep bottled water and coffee near the flight deck. I'll get it. Evan unfastened one side of his restraint. Wait until we level off. We have not even taken off, Mara added. Lily sighed and leaned back. Fine. The engines increased in power. The plane accelerated, forcing everyone against the webbed seats as it climbed. The cargo restraints groaned, and Cerberus flattened himself against the floor, his claws scraping the metal beneath him. Kai reached down and rested one hand against the dog's neck until the aircraft leveled. The seatbelt light near the cockpit went dark. Lily released her harness before either parent could stop her. I'm getting water. Bring me one, Noah called after her. You have legs. I was speared today. You healed. That does not erase the emotional toll. Lily shook her head and walked toward the cockpit. Kai watched her step around the first pallet and disappear into the narrow forward passage. Something unsettled him. He could not identify what. The crew had been verified by Chris's organization. The aircraft had remained secured while they were inside the archival facility, and Evan had checked every digital record connected to the flight. Still, Kai's body tightened. Helen noticed. What is it? Before he could answer, the cockpit door opened. Lily emerged first. A blade rested against her throat. Apollo stood behind her with one arm around her chest, holding her firmly against him. The knife pressed beneath her jaw, close enough that a thin line of blood formed where the edge touched her skin. Drake followed them into the cargo hold. He carried no visible weapon. His dark suit remained unwrinkled despite the cramped cockpit, and his expression held the same relaxed amusement Kai remembered from the backyard. Mara surged against her restraint. Lily? Apollo pulled the knife tighter. Lily froze. Everyone remain where you are, he said. The plane is several thousand feet above the ground, and I would prefer not to damage anything important. Kai rose slowly. His sword had been secured inside a case near the rear of the hold. Helen's knives remained within reach, but Apollo would cut Lily before either of them crossed the distance. Drake glanced around the cargo compartment. The accommodations are disappointing. I expected more from Helen. Helen's attention stayed on Lily. Release her. In time. Apollo looked past Kai toward Eli. Well done. Every face turned toward him. Eli remained seated near Noah, his head lowered. Noah stared at him. You told them where we were. Eli said nothing. The campus, Noah continued. The museum. The plane. Eli slowly released his restraint and stood. Mara's face hardened. You were working for them the entire time? He stepped away from Noah and moved into the open aisle. Noah watched him with open betrayal. You shot me, followed us across the country, let us protect you, and then sold us out? Eli's eyes remained on the floor. Apollo smiled. He did exactly what was required of him. Kai looked toward Drake. You brought him to us. I gave him a choice, Drake replied. He chose wisely. No, Eli said. The single word was quiet, but it stopped him before he reached Apollo. Eli lifted his head. His face remained pale, and fear showed in the tension around his eyes, but he did not move to Drake's side. Apollo regarded him with mild confusion. What did you say? Eli looked toward Lily, then toward Mara and Evan. Let them go. Drake's amusement faded. Apollo studied him as though seeing a disappointing flaw in something he owned. You were told to remain close to Kai, report where he went, and help us recover the notebook. I did. And now your task is complete. Eli shook his head. They are good people. Noah blinked. Eli continued before courage abandoned him. They took me with them when they could have handed me to the police. Kai protected me from Drake. Mara gave me food. Noah thanked me when I helped him, even after what I did. Noah looked uncomfortable with the reminder but did not interrupt. Eli faced Apollo fully. Leave them alone. Apollo's expression shifted from confusion to disappointment. I expected more from you. Eli swallowed. I don't care. You will. Apollo moved with almost no warning. The spear had been hidden behind Lily in the cockpit wall. He released her with one arm just long enough to seize it, then drove it forward with one hand. The point struck Eli in the stomach. The force lifted him from his feet. The spear passed completely through his body and continued into Noah, who had been standing directly behind him. Both boys were thrown backward. The shaft pinned them together against one of the cargo pallets. Mara screamed. Kai rushed forward. Apollo caught Lily again and returned the knife to her throat before Kai crossed half the distance. He stopped. Lily's eyes were wide, but she remained perfectly still beneath Apollo's arm. "Another step," Apollo warned, "and you lose her too." Kai looked toward Noah and Eli. Blood spread rapidly across both of them. Eli hung forward against the shaft, his hands weakly gripping the wood protruding from his stomach. Noah had been struck lower and slightly to the side, but the point had driven deep into him before stopping against the cargo behind them. Apollo glanced toward the two boys, two with one stone, in a manner of speaking. Drake's eyes narrowed at Eli, but he made no effort to help him. Mara fought against Evan's grip. "Noah! I'm okay," Noah gasped, though his face had gone white. He braced both hands against Eli's back and pulled himself away from the spear. The metal tore through him again as he slid off the point and collapsed onto the floor. Blood pooled beneath him. Then the wound began to close. The torn flesh drew together, blood stopped flowing, and the color returned to his face as the damage repaired itself beneath his ruined shirt. Apollo watched. His grip on Lily loosened slightly as surprise overtook him. Noah rolled onto one knee, breathing hard. Apollo stared at the healed wound. "Who changed him?" No one answered. His eyes moved toward Helen. "The first giver has not created another child in centuries." Helen remained silent. Apollo's confidence faltered. "He could not have done it. He has been sealed inside that tomb since Egypt." Kai's attention sharpened. "The giver is imprisoned?" Apollo ignored the question. His gaze moved between Noah and Kai as he worked through what he had witnessed. "No other member of our line can create immortality. Tell me how?" Noah pressed one hand against the blood-soaked hole in his shirt. Apparently the rules changed. Apollo looked at Kai. Understanding reached him slowly, followed by something close to fear. "You did this." Kai did not respond. "You changed him." Apollo's disbelief deepened. A child of the giver created another immortal. Drake stepped closer, his interest in Noah suddenly far greater than his concern for the notebook. "How?" he asked. Kai's eyes remained on Lily. "Release her." "Noah was dead," Helen said. Kai brought him back. Apollo looked toward Noah again. The discovery altered something behind his eyes. The notebook was no longer the only weapon in the cargo hold. Then Eli moved. His hands tightened around the spear shaft. He pulled. The blade tore backward through his stomach, and blood poured across the floor as the spear came free. Eli dropped it beside him and collapsed to both knees. Mara covered her mouth. Kai stared at the open wound. It began closing. Flesh drew together around the torn clothing. The bleeding stopped and the muscles beneath Eli's stomach restored themselves until only blood remained as evidence that the spear had ever passed through him. Noah backed away. "What?" Eli looked down at his healed body as though he still had difficulty believing it himself. Then he rose. The cargo hold became silent except for the constant roar of the aircraft engines. Kai looked toward Drake. "You changed him," Drake shrugged. Eli turned toward him, pain and resentment fighting across his face. "You said you were my father now?" "I am." "You let him spear me. You healed. That is not the point." Drake considered the accusation with little concern. "You survived the test. That should comfort you." Mara stared at Eli. "How long?" He could not meet her eyes. "Since before Drake brought me to the house." Noah looked as though he had been struck again. "You were already immortal when you came to us?" Eli nodded. "The camp? The collapsed wall? Saving that kid?" "I was never going to die." Kai remembered the wall at the administration building. He remembered finding Eli alive beneath the dust and accepting the explanation that the boy had moved in time. "You lied to us. I was afraid. You were spying on us." Eli's voice broke. "At first." Drake looked toward Kai with faint amusement. "I found myself one son short. The boy required direction, and anyone capable of creating enough chaos to bring you out of hiding earned my respect." Eli flinched at the praise. Kai's anger shifted fully toward Drake. "You promised not to harm my family," Drake laughed. The sound held no warmth. "You carried a book onto this aircraft that may contain the means to kill me and every child descended from my blood. Who is threatening whom?" "We were trying to cure Noah. You were trying to reverse immortality." Drake's eyes moved toward the notebook beneath Helen's coat. "Call it a cure when offered willingly. In the hands of someone less sentimental, it becomes extermination." Helen stepped forward. "You think that excuses putting a knife to Lily's throat?" "No, Apollo enjoys unnecessary theater. Apollo's expression hardened. Careful. Drake showed no concern. I agreed to help retrieve the notebook. I did not agree that every decision you make is intelligent. Kai seized the opening in their attention and moved one step closer. Apollo immediately tightened the knife against Lily. A deeper line of blood appeared. Kai stopped again. Hand over the book, Apollo ordered. Helen's hand settled over the leather cover beneath her coat. If I do, you kill her anyways. Not necessarily, but if you refuse, I begin with the girl. Lily breathed carefully through her nose. Her eyes remained on Mara, who stood rigid beside Evan. Evan had not spoken since the cockpit door opened. His attention moved between Apollo, Drake, the cockpit, and the cargo restraints securing the pallets. One hand rested near open laptop on the table. Kai recognized the stillness in him. Evan was assessing the room. Helen removed the notebook slowly. Apollo smiled. Eli stepped between them. Don't. Apollo looked past him. You have already disappointed me once. I'm not talking to you. Eli faced Helen. Don't give him the book. Noah stared at him. You just helped him find us. I know. You nearly got Lily killed. I know. You do not get to change sides because you suddenly feel guilty. Drake looked toward the boy he had changed. Move. Eli did not. You told me Kai's family would never accept me, he said. You said they would turn me over to the police or kill me when they learned what I was. They still may. They had the chance before. Drake's face grew colder. Eli took another step toward Apollo, placing himself directly between the spear on the floor and Helen. They did more for me in a few days than you did after changing me. I gave you eternity. You gave me hunger. The words silenced Drake. Kai thought of Eli eating at Chris's table. The extra bread, the quiet attention John gave him, and the way Eli had watched the rare meat. The signs had been there. Apollo looked toward Drake. Control your child. Drake's gaze remained on Eli. He is making a choice. And if he chooses them, then he learns what choices cost. Eli bent slightly and picked up the spear. His hands trembled, but he raised the weapon toward Apollo. Apollo smiled without humor. You believe healing makes you dangerous? No. Eli adjusted his grip. I think it means I can stand in your way longer. Kai watched the terrified boy place himself between an immortal and the family he had betrayed. For the first time since Drake brought him to the Callahan home, Eli was choosing without being cornered, threatened, or manipulated. Apollo drew Lily closer. Last chance, he said to Helen. The notebook. Helen looked toward Kai. He could see the decision forming between them. They could not surrender Alexander's research, but neither could they allow Apollo to cut Lily's throat. Before either moved, every light inside the cargo hold went dark. The engines continued roaring, but the overhead illumination, emergency strips, and cockpit indicators vanished at once. Apollo cursed. Evan's voice came through the darkness. I had a life before being a dad. Something heavy released above them. One of the cargo restraints snapped free, and an entire suspended equipment net dropped between Apollo and the others. Lily screamed. Kai moved toward the sound. Chapter 14. The Choice. Apollo struck the control beside the rear cargo ramp. Warning lights flashed across the hold as the locking mechanisms released. A mechanical alarm sounded, followed by a violent rush of air as the rear doors separated and the ramp began lowering into the open sky. Loose papers tore from Evan's work table. Empty bottles and pieces of damaged packaging skittered along the floor before disappearing into the darkness beyond the aircraft. The pressure change pulled at clothing, hair, and cargo restraints, while everyone fought to keep their footing. Noah seized one of the webbed straps along the wall. Mara wrapped both arms around Lily, bracing them against the nearest secured pallet. Kai stared toward the widening opening. Far below, scattered lights marked towns, roads, and isolated buildings. The aircraft had descended, but they remained high enough that no one could survive the fall without help. Helen drove toward Apollo. Kai caught her arm before she passed him. She turned on him with fury in her eyes. He has nowhere to run. He has Lily. Apollo stood near the cockpit passage, one hand resting against a recessed compartment beside the wall. The knife was once again pressed beneath Lily's jaw. Drake stood several feet behind him, watching the open ramp with an expression that suggested Apollo's plan was as much a surprise to him as it was to everyone else. Helen's knives remained ready. Kai tightened his grip. If you move, he will kill her. Apollo smiled across the hold. He remembers how this works. Helen's gaze moved toward Lily. The shallow cut beneath the girl's jaw had begun bleeding again where the knife pressed against it. She lowered her blades, though every part of her body remained prepared to attack. Apollo looked toward the dark cargo area and whistled. Movement answered from behind several pallets. Panels shifted, straps were released, and men emerged from hiding among the secured supplies. Some wore the same black clothing as the attackers from Chris's campus. Others had disguised themselves beneath flight jackets and relief organization uniforms. There were 7 in total. Drake looked toward Apollo. You failed to mention additional passengers. I suspected your loyalties might become complicated. Evan stared toward them. They were aboard before we took off. Some were, Apollo replied. Others joined us when we stopped in Washington. Your digital alterations were impressive, but you remained focused on the aircraft's records rather than its cargo. Kai moved toward Lily's scream. Mara pulled Lily into her arms and examined the cut beneath her chin. Her hands shook despite her effort to remain calm. Drake looked toward Apollo. We agreed you were not to harm the children. Apollo sneered. The knife barely touched her. The fury in Helen's face surpassed anything Kai had seen from her before. She crossed the hold so quickly that Drake barely raised one arm before she drove him against the aircraft wall. Her knife stopped beneath his jaw. You do not get to stand there pretending concern for children. Drake looked down at her. I was not pretending. You abandoned our boy. The words silenced the hold more effectively than the loss of power had. Kai stared at her. Drake's eyes narrowed. Choose your next words carefully. You were supposed to watch Alexander. Helen pressed the blade harder against his skin. That was the agreement. Kai and I drew too much attention, so you followed our son from a distance. You agreed to protect him when we could not be near him. Drake's jaw tightened. When Alexander disappeared, you vanished with him, Helen continued. No warning, no message, nothing. I know where he was. Because you led them to him? Eli immediately raised the spear and blocked the aisle. Don't. Apollo regarded him with contempt. You are becoming tiresome. You already stabbed me once. I'm not afraid. Eli said. I can do it again. Eli tightened his grip despite the fear in his face. Then I'll get back up again. Noah stepped beside him. You'll have to get by both of us. Apollo looked between the two boys and seemed to calculate whether reaching the cockpit was worth fighting through Kai, Helen, and them. Kai kept his attention on Drake. What happened at the end? Drake's gaze returned to him. The facility was being evacuated as the war collapsed around it. The researchers knew the prisoners and records could expose them, so they began destroying everything they could not move. Helen closed her eyes. She already knew part of what came next. The furnace, she whispered. Drake nodded. They forced the remaining scientists and captives into the crematorium. Alexander was among them. Why didn't you save him? The question came out smaller than any words Kai had ever heard Helen speak. Drake stared at her. I was in it with him. Helen's eyes opened. Drake stepped toward her, no longer appearing to notice the knife in her hand. I fought beside Alexander until the final moment. I broke the first set of restraints and killed every guard who tried to shut the door. More came. They fired until the walls were covered in blood, then flooded the chamber with gas. His voice roughened. Alexander could barely stand. I carried him toward the doors. He kept telling me to leave him and force my way out before the gas weakened me. Kai could almost see the scene despite having no memory of his son. Alexander wounded, Drake carrying him, soldiers closing around them. I refused, Drake said. I had already failed to prevent his capture. I would not abandon him at the end. Helen covered her mouth. Drake looked directly at her. I fought and bled protecting your son until the moment the locks engaged. They burned you together, Kai said. Yes, the red emergency lights cast hard shadows across Drake's face. The fire consumed the mortals quickly. Alexander remained conscious far longer than any human should have. Helen's breathing broke. Drake's voice dropped further. He asked me to tell you that he was sorry. Kai could not move. For what? He believed his research caused everything. He thought if he had stopped searching for a cure, Apollo would never have noticed him and the Germans would never have learned what he was studying. Apollo showed no guilt. His work would have been discovered eventually. Helen turned toward him with such hatred that even he adjusted his stance. Drake continued before she could attack. Alexander blamed himself for the pain he caused you. He said he had only wanted enough time to find an answer, enough time to spare you from losing another child. Tears ran down Helen's face, but she did not wipe them away. What did you tell him? That none of it was his fault. Drake looked toward Kai. I told him his father would have been proud of him. Kai's grip tightened until his fingernails cut his palms. Was I? You adored him. Drake faced Helen again. The flames took him before they took me. My body continued healing until there was too little left to remain conscious. When I finally recovered, the furnace was cold. The doors had been opened and the bodies had been dragged into piles with the ash. You found Alexander? I found what remained of everyone. Drake's composure returned by force. Bodies burned beyond recognition. Shriveled remains collapsed together, ash covering the floor. I searched until soldiers returned and burned the building around me. Helen shook her head slowly. You should have come to us. I believed you were dead. You could have checked. As you could have checked for me. Apollo moved without warning. He stepped behind Drake and drove his boot into the center of his back. Drake stumbled forward, caught himself for half a second, then disappeared over the lowered cargo ramp. Helen lunged toward the opening. Apollo calmly straightened his coat. I was beginning to wonder when he would finally shut up. Kai stared into the void where Drake had vanished. He did not know why it bothered him. Drake had betrayed him, threatened his family, and sooner or later Kai had expected to kill him himself. Apollo had merely saved him the trouble. But from this height, one of the Taker's descendants stood no chance. Kai suspected even one of the Giver's bloodline could die from a fall like that. Too much damage at once. The impact would not simply break bones or tear flesh, it would drive the destruction through the entire body before healing could begin. Squashed like a bug. Whatever Drake had survived over the centuries, Kai could not imagine him surviving that. The armed men spread through the hold. 2 moved toward Mara and Lily, while 3 blocked Kai, Helen, and Eli from the cockpit. The others took positions near the open ramp. One of Apollo's men pulled Mara away. Mara struck him across the face before another caught her arms from behind. She kicked backward, forcing him to stagger, but the first man recovered and pressed a pistol against her ribs. Mom! Lily tried to move toward her. Apollo tightened his hold. Be still. Kai took 1 step forward. 3 rifles immediately turned toward Lily. He stopped. Apollo nodded toward Noah. The changed boy stays with me. Noah's hand tightened around the cargo strap. I would rather not. Apollo then looked toward Evan, appearing to consider him for the first time. And since I am not entirely cruel, I will allow the father to remain as well. Evan moved closer to Mara. I'm not leaving my family. You misunderstand? This is not an invitation. 2 men seized him. Evan fought hard enough to drive 1 attacker into a pallet, but a rifle stock struck him across the side of the head. He dropped to 1 knee. Mara cried out his name. Noah released the strap and went toward him, but another attacker caught him by the back of his shirt. Noah twisted and struck blindly, connecting once before the man drove an elbow into his face. The blow broke his nose. It began healing immediately. The attacker stared for half a second before Noah struck him again. A second man joined the first. Together, they dragged Noah and Evan toward the front of the aircraft. Evan looked back at Mara as they pulled him away. I'm okay. Blood ran from a cut near his eye, making the reassurance less convincing. Mara struggled harder. Evan! He disappeared into the cockpit passage with Noah and 3 of Apollo's men. Lily remained against Apollo's chest, the knife still beneath her jaw. Kai tried to calculate the distance. He could cross the hold before most of the attackers fired, but he could not reach Apollo before the blade moved. Helen knew it too. Her fury had become a terrible stillness beside him. Apollo motioned toward the rear of the plane. Move. One of his men shoved Mara forward. Kai stepped toward her, but 2 rifles shifted from Lily to him. Do not make this more difficult than necessary, Apollo warned. Kai, Helen, Mara, and the boy go to the ramp. Apollo's men forced them toward the rear. Kai walked beside Mara, placing himself between her and the open sky whenever the movement of the aircraft caused her to stumble. Helen remained on Mara's other side, while Eli followed several feet behind them. The wind grew stronger as they approached the lowered ramp. Night stretched beyond the aircraft. Lights far below blurred through thin clouds, and the roar of the engines mixed with the violent rush of air through the open hold. Apollo followed with Lily. 3 of his men moved into position across from Helen, Mara, and Eli. Each had already secured a parachute to his own body. A 4th man carried another pack in one hand. Helen looked from the parachutes to the open ramp. Realization sharpened her face. Her voice carried easily despite the wind. "I will turn you into dust for this," Apollo laughed. "You should have done that centuries ago." His gaze moved over her with the familiarity of someone who had carried the same resentment for millennia. "I still cannot believe you chose him." Helen's eyes narrowed. "There was never a choice. There is always a choice." Apollo glanced toward Kai. "You simply made the wrong one." Kai placed one arm in front of Mara as the plane shifted. "Whatever grievance you have is with me. It began with you." Apollo's expression grew distant for a moment, as though remembering Troy, Helen's rejection, and every battle that followed. Then he smiled. "Life is built from choices. We make them, and then we spend whatever remains of our existence living with the consequences." He motioned toward the man holding the spare parachute. The pack was shoved into Kai's hands. Kai caught it instinctively. He stared down at the harness, then toward Helen, Mara, and Eli. There was only one. Apollo watched the understanding reach him. "Here is your next choice, hero." Kai's grip tightened around the parachute. Apollo moved Lily slightly in front of him, preventing Kai from attacking without risking her life. Mara's breathing became uneven as she looked toward the open ramp. Helen stepped closer to Kai. "Give it to Mara." Mara immediately shook her head. "No, you are mortal, and you are Kai's wife." Helen's face tightened at the word, but she did not deny it. Mara looked toward Eli. The boy stood frozen beside the final attacker, his face pale as he stared into the open sky. "He's a child. He chose his side," Helen said. "I need life to heal," Eli replied quietly. Apollo enjoyed the uncertainty in Kai's face. "Will you save the woman who gave you a home?" he asked. "The wife who waited centuries for you? Or the boy who betrayed you and then discovered a conscience when it became inconvenient?" Kai stared at the single parachute. "I will kill you. Eventually, maybe, but only if you survivate this." Apollo's smile widened. "And not before you choose." He raised one hand. The 3 men opposite Helen, Mara, and Eli moved at once. Kai lunged toward them. The first attacker drove both feet into Helen's stomach. She flew backward from the ramp and vanished into the void. "Helen!" Kai reached for her and caught nothing but air. The second man kicked Mara in the chest. Her eyes met Kai's as she fell. For one terrible instant, her hand reached toward him. Then she disappeared over the edge. "Kai!" Eli tried to retreat from the third attacker, but there was nowhere to go. The man caught the front of his coat and threw him bodily from the aircraft. Eli's scream faded beneath the engines. Kai stood at the edge of the open ramp with the parachute clutched against his chest. 3 figures tumbled through the darkness below him, already separating as the aircraft carried him farther away. Apollo held Lily behind him. His men had weapons trained on Kai from every side. "Choose," Apollo said. Kai looked once toward Mara, Helen, and Eli. Then he jumped. The wind seized him the instant he cleared the ramp. The aircraft roared away overhead, its lights already shrinking as he turned his body toward the 3 figures falling beneath him. Helen was closest. She had recovered from the kick and forced herself into a controlled dive, arms tight against her sides as she tried to reach Mara. Kai pulled the harness free from the pack as he descended. "Helen!" She looked up. Her expression changed when she saw him falling toward her with the only parachute. Kai struck her hard enough to send them both tumbling. Helen caught his shoulders and helped stabilize them while he wrapped one section of the harness around her waist. "What are you doing?" she shouted over the wind. "Hold still. We have to reach Mara." "I know." Kai secured the first clip and rolled them until both faced the ground. Mara fell below and to their right, her arms and legs spread as she fought helplessly against the air. Kai caught Helen's wrist. "Guide us." Together, they angled their bodies and accelerated toward Mara. The ground remained hidden beneath clouds, but the lights below grew larger with every second. Kai could not judge how much time remained. He only knew that it was disappearing quickly. Mara spun slowly through the air. Her face was pale with terror, but she was conscious. Kai! Helen caught her first. Their hands slipped apart before Kai seized Mara's coat and dragged her against them. Mara wrapped both arms around his neck, holding so tightly that he could barely turn his head. "I've got you!" Kai shouted. He pulled a second strap around Mara's body and clipped it to the harness already holding Helen. Mara looked at the parachute pack against his chest. "There's only one." "It will work," Eli continued, falling beneath them. He had lost the borrowed coat. His arms moved wildly as he tried to control his descent, but he lacked Helen's experience. He tumbled head over heels before briefly righting himself, then began spinning again. Helen saw where Kai was looking. No. Kai shifted his grip on the harness. "We're getting him." Kai angled his body downward. Kai extended one arm, controlling their angle while keeping the other locked around the harness. Helen adjusted almost immediately, understanding what he was attempting. Mara followed their movements as best she could. Eli grew larger beneath them. He looked up and saw them coming. For a moment, he stopped struggling. "No," he shouted. "Stay away!" Kai ignored him. They struck Eli from above. The impact spun all four of them through the air, but Helen caught his arm before he could be torn away. Kai reached down and seized Eli by the front of his shirt. Eli stared at him. "I betrayed you." Kai pulled the final loose section of the harness around him. It had not been designed for four people, and the strap barely reached the nearest metal ring. Helen helped force the clip into place. Kai looked toward the ground. Helen followed his gaze. "It won't hold all four." They had passed beneath the last cloud layer. A dark stretch of forest and open land waited below. The lights from scattered houses moved steadily closer. Kai looked at her. He wished he could remember the lives Helen said they shared, the children they raised, and the son they lost. He wished he could return Noah and Lily to their parents and explain everything that had happened without leaving another wound behind. The metal ring bent farther. Helen saw his decision before he spoke. "No." Kai looked at her. For all the years he had forgotten, the pain in her eyes told him how many times she had already lost him. "Do not do this," she said. "We survived too much for you to disappear again." He stared into her eyes. "Save my family." Kai pulled the ripcord. The pack exploded open behind them. The canopy caught the air with a violent snap. Their bodies jerked upward as the parachute filled. The sudden force tore at every strap and drove the harness painfully into them. One seam split. The bent metal ring stretched wider but did not break. Helen caught his wrist with both hands as he released the harness. "No." Kai tore himself from her grip. For one moment, Helen's fingers remained locked around his. Then the wind pulled them apart. Kai fell. Above him, the damaged parachute stabilized as his weight disappeared. Helen, Mara, and Eli slowed, suspended beneath the canopy while he dropped away from them. Helen reached down as though she could still catch him. Her scream followed him as he watched their faces grow smaller. Kai continued falling. The air tore at his clothes and pressed against his body. He could have spread his arms and tried to slow himself, but the difference would not matter. The ground approached too quickly, filling his vision with trees, earth, and darkness. He thought of Noah, Evan, and Lily still aboard the plane. He thought of Mara calling him her son. He thought of Helen holding a notebook filled with the handwriting of a life he could not remember, and a child he had already lost. Kai had died before. Everyone told him so. He had fallen in battle, been crushed beneath stone, burned, drowned, stabbed, and torn apart across centuries he could no longer reach. Somewhere inside him, his body remembered each death, even when his mind did not. This one felt different. There was no enemy beneath him and no weapon in his hand. He was not fighting to survive or expecting his blood to restore what broke. Kai accepted that this was the end. The thought did not frighten him. His family would live. That was enough. The ground rushed toward him. Kai felt the briefest instant of impact. Then everything went black.